Chapter 1. The following content is the original plan of the Taoyuan chapter, which will be released in the form of an extra. But there are a few points that need to be mentioned in advance. First, the immortal official of the state of Zhou has been completed. The following extra chapters are free to make up for the readers who are not satisfied with the original ending. Therefore, there is no problem of changing the map and hydrology to cheat subscriptions. Readers who are willing to read it can continue to read it. Readers who are not willing to read it, or readers who think the ending is just right like me, can choose not to read it or read it selectively. Second, the original plan is that the Taoyuan chapter will be at least 200,000 to 300,000 pages, and at most 500,000 to 600,000 pages. I can't write so many extra chapters, but I won't end it with just a few words. The main point is to fill in the blanks, explain the ending of the characters, and start to write the complete worldview of the endless immortal realm. Nominally, it is an extra chapter, but generally, it is not so long. It is between an extra chapter and the main text. Before the release of the new book, I will continue to write it. Third, because there will be a lot of things to do in the future, and I have to read and prepare for the new book, the update frequency will not be too high. Please understand. No more nonsense. Today I will start to update the extra chapter. The Milky Way Immortal Realm. In the northern region, outside the heavenly cloud city, there was a manor that covered an area of tens of thousands of hectares. A golden gate suddenly emerged from the void, and nearly 100 figures walked out from behind the gate. Yu Hanyan, Li Qing, Wanwan Whitey, and the sisters Ting Xian and Yin were all looking around with curious eyes. There was expectation in their eyes, but also some confusion because they were in an unknown environment. The experts of the Taoism sect who came here with Li Mu were all excited as they bathed in the spiritual qi that was much denser than that of the 10 continents. Even their breathing became more rapid. Fu Daozi took a deep breath and asked Li Mu, "Disciple, is this the real Taoyuan?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Taoyuan is just a name. To be exact, this is the Milky Way Immortal Realm." Fu Daozi and the others were confused. What? Immortal Realm? Li Mu handed a jade slip to Fu Daozi and said, "Take a look at this jade slip. Everything you want to know is here." Fu Daozi received the jade slip from Li Mu and scanned it with his divine sense. After that, he seemed as if he'd been frozen in place, and he stared blankly on the spot while the shock and admiration in his eyes didn't vanish for a long time. When Li Mu first found out about these things, his reaction was not much better than his. To them, the 10 continents was like a well. The frogs in the well thought that the small piece of sky above the well was the entire world. When they accidentally jumped out of the well one day, they would definitely be shocked by the vast and boundless world outside. In the endless immortal realms, the scale of time and space was infinitely enlarged. The Milky Way celestial realm alone was so vast that it was beyond their imagination. Even with the speed of a 9th realm cultivator, it would take several years or even longer to fly between cities. However, a 9th realm cultivator would only need 1 day to travel across the 10 continents. Of course, compared to them, Li Mu quickly calmed down after exclaiming in amazement. On the scale of the universe, these things were nothing. Although the Milky Way celestial realm was huge, it couldn't be compared to the Milky Way. The Milky Way had a diameter of 100,000 light years. Even if one flew at the speed of light, it would still take 100,000 years to pass through it. In terms of the entire universe, the Milky Way was just a drop in the ocean. At the thought of this, the Milky Way celestial realm didn't seem that big anymore. Of course, it would take a long time for the experts of the Path sect to fully accept this. The only thing that Li Mu lamented was that after coming to the Milky Way celestial realm and learning about this common knowledge, a fact that he didn't want to accept but couldn't accept had finally surfaced. There was no doubt that the 10 continents was just a flask space. When the owner died, the spirit chi of the flask space would slowly dissipate and return to the main space. This was the reason why the spirit chi of the 10 continents had been constantly thinning over the past 10,000 years. Li Mu could no longer imagine how powerful the person who could create this kind of teapot in the sky was. However, there was no doubt that even such a powerful person would fall. In addition, Li Mu also realized that the cultivation Tao of the 10 continents was completely inherited from the Milky Way celestial realm. There were also Buddhist cultivators, Taoist cultivators, ghost cultivators, demon cultivators, and so on. Moreover, the mechanism Tao, painting Tao, medical Tao, and other Tao that had been declining in the 10 continents were still flourishing here. Even the writing and language of the 10 continents were no different from the Milky Way celestial realm. This made Li Mu even more convinced that someone from the 10 continents had been here before. Perhaps it was the expert who created the 10 continents and passed down the cultivation Tao of the Milky Way celestial realm to the 10 continents. In addition, the Tao of beast taming of the Gong family and the Tao of weapon refining of the Yixin Palace were not found in the 10 continents. The Tao of weapon refining of the Milky Way celestial realm was obviously more mysterious. They also had precious materials that the 10 continents did not have. Therefore, Li Mu's sky-piercing spear was instantly shattered the moment it collided with Gong Yun's weapon. Ao Xian had once dominated the 10 continents with the sun-shooting bow. Li Mu had also defeated countless strong enemies with it. This ordinary bow was not as strong as a Dharma treasure of the 10 continents. In fact, it was not. Li Mu did not know how it had come to the 10 continents. However, whether it was the experts, strange beasts, or Dharma treasures of the Milky Way celestial realm, they would all cause a dimensional drop to the 10 continents. The living beings here also had unusually long lifespans. There seemed to be a special power in the spirit chi of the Milky Way celestial realm. Even ordinary people could live up to 60 years. The lifespans of cultivators were even longer. However, they were not truly immortal. After reaching the 9th realm, one would have to undergo a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. As one's cultivation deepened, the power of the heavenly tribulation would also become stronger. Countless experts had fallen under the heavenly tribulation. In fact, 30% of cultivators would die from the heavenly tribulation when they reached the 9th realm from the 8th realm. In this place, danger and opportunity coexisted. Even so, it could not stop cultivators from pursuing a higher realm. After the experts of the Path sect heard about this, they did not hesitate to follow Li Mu to this place. In order to recruit Li Mu, Gong Yun had marked out an area of 10,000 miles outside the heavenly cloud city and gifted it to Li Mu. With the concept of the 10 continents, this was inconceivable. He had marked out an area of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, compared to the vast Milky Way celestial realm, this area of 10,000 miles was just a speck of dust. Fu Daozi read the jade slip one by one. Every expert who had read the jade slip fell into a long silence after learning about this. They would probably need a long time to digest this information. Li Mu gave them time to calm down and accept it. He took the Empress and the others to the depths of the manor and let them choose the rooms they liked. Even though Li Mu had already told them some things, they could not accept it in a short time. Li Mu let them rest in the manor and went to the Heavenly Cloud City alone. The Heavenly Cloud City sounded like a city, but it was bigger than a country in the 10 continents. It had a population of several billion, and most of them lived outside the city. There were only tens of millions of people who lived in the city. Along the way, Li Mu saw countless 7th realm cultivators and a dozen 8th realm cultivators. However, he did not see a single 9th realm cultivator. This was because the spirit chi here was abundant. As long as one had a little talent and did not encounter too many obstacles, they could smoothly cultivate to the 8th realm. However, in order to advance from the 8th realm to the 9th realm, one had to undergo a lightning tribulation. After that, the lightning tribulation would descend once every 100 years. Without absolute confidence, no 8th realm cultivator would dare to rashly break through. Li Mu recalled that he had been a little rash back then. If he had not cultivated both body and energy, and his body was comparable to a strange beast's, it would have been difficult for him to survive the lightning tribulation. In 100 years, the second lightning tribulation would descend. During this 100 years, he could not be lazy in cultivation. Li Mu was about to go to the Gong family, when a commotion suddenly came from the street ahead. A strange beast with the body of an ox, for claws like a tiger, and a pair of wings on its back roared crazily and rampaged through the crowd. Although this strange beast was small, its aura was comparable to a 9th realm cultivator. Countless figures were sent flying by it. The strange beast pushed through the crowd and headed straight for Li Mu. Gong Yun followed behind the strange beast and warned loudly, "Brother Li, this beast has not been tamed yet. Get out of the way." Li Mu stood on the wide street and did not move out of the way. He looked straight into the strange beast's eyes, his expression extremely calm. Bang! The beast met Li Mu's eyes. Its rapidly moving body suddenly stopped. It tried its best to maintain a distance from Li Mu, but due to inertia, it still slid in front of Li Mu. At first, it was still roaring at Li Mu. However, as it got closer and closer to Li Mu, the beast's roars became softer and softer, turning into a low growl. Very quickly, the growl turned into a docile hum. When Gong Yun landed, he saw this scene. He looked at Li Mu in shock and disbelief. He asked, "Brother Li, you also know the art of taming beasts?" Li Mu reached out and patted the strange beast's head. He smiled at Gong Yun and said, "I know a little bit." Gong Yun recalled the first time she met Li Mu. With just a glance, he was able to make an 8th-level barracuda flee in fear. Now, even this 9th-level Cheongqi that had yet to be tamed was so fearful of him. He clearly had secrets that Gong Yun did not know about. Gong Yun first threw out a beast ring and put it around the Cheongqi's neck. Then he said to Li Mu, "Brother Li, you came at the right time. Your new weapon is ready. Let me send this beast to the beast taming ground first. Then I'll take you to get it." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Gong." Gong Yun waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. I was the one who damaged your weapon, so I should compensate you. Brother Li, why don't you come with me to the beast taming ground first? After that, I'll go to the Ishan Pavilion with you." The Gong family of Heavenly Cloud City was famous in the Milky Way immortal domain for their beast taming. Strange beasts were ferocious by nature. Even if they were captured, they were very difficult to tame. When the major forces captured strange beasts, they would bring them to Heavenly Cloud City and hand them over to the Gong family to be tamed. Outside Heavenly Cloud City, there was an extremely large beast taming ground. Roar, roar, roar! Dozens of strange beasts that were dozens of meters long, some even hundreds of meters long, were locked in iron cages. They were still roaring and looking very ferocious. Their roars echoed through the void. At a certain moment, 2 streaks of light appeared on the horizon and instantly arrived at the beast taming ground. Gong Yun looked at Li Mu and said with a smile, "This is the beast taming ground. That Cheongqi just now was sent here from the Milky Way. It was too strong and broke free of its restraints. If it weren't for Brother Li, there would have been many casualties." Before Gong Yun could finish, he suddenly realized something and turned to look around. He didn't know when, but the noisy beast taming ground had suddenly become quiet. Those ferocious exotic beasts that roared incessantly in the past seemed to have lost all their ferocity in an instant. They all hid in the corners of their cages, trembling in fear. It was as if there was something here that made them extremely fearful. Gong Yun stared blankly at Li Mu and murmured, "Brother Li, this?" Li Mu spread his hands and said, "Brother Gong, you saw it too. I didn't do anything." Chapter 2. Li Mu felt rather helpless about this. In the past 10 years, countless beasts had died at his hands. Without those beasts, his cultivation would not have been able to break through from the 8th level to the 9th level in 10 years. Although he had already concealed his murderous aura, these beasts should still be able to detect some of it. Gong Yun looked at the strange beasts that had suddenly become abnormally calm. His throat moved, and he secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was precisely because Li Mu had done nothing that these violent beasts seemed to have met their natural enemy. This made him feel even more shocked. He simply could not understand what exactly Li Mu had that made these strange beasts so afraid. The barge from before was like this, and so were the strange beasts here. Even the strange beasts as strong as the 9th level were like mice that had seen a cat when they saw him. They instantly lost all their ferocity and became docile and obedient. Even the Gong clan, which was a clan of beast tamers, had never heard of such a method of beast taming. The Gong clan's method of beast taming was to forcefully tame them. They locked these strange beasts in cages, not allowing them a moment of rest. Every day, there would be experts using violent methods to tame them. As time passed, these strange beasts' ferocity would be completely worn away. However, this process was also dangerous. Beast tamers would often be killed by the strange beasts and die in the process. If beast taming could be so simple, the Gong clan would no longer have to bear the losses of beast taming. Moreover, they would be able to tame even more strange beasts in the same amount of time. Wouldn't countless immortal jades roll in? At this moment, his gaze towards Li Mu became extremely fervent. His throat bobbed up and down as he said to Li Mu, "Brotherly, can you teach the Gong clan your beast taming technique? The Gong clan is willing to pay any price." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Brother Gong, you've misunderstood. I actually don't know how to tame beasts." Gong Yun thought for a moment, then said, "My apologies. I was indeed a little presumptuous just now. The Gong clan will not covet Brother Li's secret technique. If Brother Li helps the Gong clan tame these strange beasts, the Gong clan will also reward you handsomely." Li Mu explained, "Brother Gong, you've really misunderstood. I think the reason why these exotic beasts are afraid of me is because I've killed countless of their kind." Gong Yun was stunned for a moment and asked, "Why is that?" Li Mu didn't want to talk too much about the 10 continents. He simply said, "I once accidentally entered the depths of the beast region and stayed there for 10 years. During those 10 years, in order to survive, countless exotic beasts died at my hands. These exotic beasts should have sensed my aura." 10 years. When Gong Yun heard this, his expression changed drastically. Even with his cultivation at the 9th realm, he didn't dare stay in the beast region for too long. Anyone who could stay in the beast region for 10 years and still survive was a ruthless person among ruthless people. No wonder, even though his cultivation was a bit deeper than Li Mu's, he could always sense pressure from Li Mu. However, this also explained why the barracuda had turned tail and fled as soon as it saw him. The beasts here had also been unusually quiet after he'd arrived. In the past 10 years, his hands had probably been stained with the blood of exotic beasts. A person like him didn't need any beast taming techniques at all. Aside from a very small number of beast kings, any other exotic beast that saw him would be frightened. Gong Yun couldn't help but cup his fists and say, "Brother Li is truly courageous and insightful. I admire you." Li Mu didn't say anything. To the people of the Milky Way immortal domain, exotic beasts were nothing more than mounts, spirit pets, and battle beasts. However, to the creatures of the 10 continents, they were the source of calamity. Li Mu also didn't want to face them directly, but back then, he'd had no other choice. Gong Yun thought for a moment and finally said, "I don't like to beat around the bush. To be honest, I would like to cooperate with Brother Li. If Brother Li is willing to become a guest of the Gong family and help us tame these exotic beasts, the Gong family will provide you with enough immortal jades as a reward." The immortal jades of the Milky Way immortal domain were the spirit jades of the 10 continents. However, the immortal jades contained a higher level of spirit energy than the 10 continents. They were also a necessity for cultivators here. Li Mu had just arrived here and didn't have a foundation yet. He also didn't have a way to obtain immortal jades. Cooperating with the Gong family would be very beneficial to him. However, the method of cooperation he wanted was different from what Gong Yun had said. Li Mu wanted cooperation, while Gong Yun wanted Li Mu to work for the Gong family. Li Mu didn't immediately agree. He only said, "Let me think about this for a few days before giving Brother Gong an answer." Gong Yun cupped his fists and said, "I await Brother Li's good news." The 10 continents. In the sky above the North Sea, a golden door appeared out of thin air. 2 figures walked out from behind the door. After the Empress entered the Milky Way immortal domain, she and Li Mu strolled around the heavenly cloud city. All they met were 7th and 8th realm cultivators. She was so disappointed that she immediately went into seclusion, preparing to break through to the 8th realm. So he also went into seclusion on the 2nd day. She wanted to cultivate to the heavenly ghost realm as soon as possible. She wanted to reverse the universe and reconstruct her body. Phantom Princess didn't want to be outdone. The difference in cultivation between her and the Empress was difficult to catch up in the 10 continents. However, it was nothing in the Milky Way immortal domain. She wanted to surpass the Empress. Even Li Mu felt ashamed of her diligence in cultivation. This time, Li Mu brought Li Qing with him, Firstly, he wanted to accompany her to pay respects to Lord Li. Secondly, he also wanted to meet some old friends with Li Qing. On Mount Baiyun, Hanja was intimately held by junior sister Qin. When he saw Li Mu and Li Qing, his old face couldn't help but blush. He explained, "I, junior sister Qin, he stuttered and couldn't say anything. In the end, junior sister Qin stuck out her chest and said, "Senior brother Han and I are Taoist companions." Li Qing and junior sister Qin went away to whisper to each other. Li Mu looked at Hanja in surprise and asked, "You blockhead, you're finally enlightened. Tell me, how did you confess to junior sister Qin?" When Hanja heard this, his old face turned even redder. He said shamefully, I didn't confess. Junior sister Qin cultivated diligently, and her cultivation surpassed mine." Then, Li Mu's eyes were full of meaning. No wonder junior sister Qin, who was always sticking to Hanja, didn't appear by his side. It turned out that she was already disappointed in Hanja, and was ready to force herself on him. Li Mu patted Hanja's shoulder gently and said, "Get ready. In a few days you'll be going to a new place." Hanja was puzzled. "Where are we going? The South Sea?" Li Mu smiled and said, "It's much farther than the South Sea. You'll know when the time comes." The spirit qi in the 10 continents had thinned to a certain extent. It was gradually becoming more and more unsuitable for cultivation. Li Mu planned to bring the disciples of the Taoist sect to the Milky Way immortal domain in batches to give them a wider world. Yangqiu County. The Yellow Rat couple's roast chicken business had grown from a roadside stall to a chain store with several branches. Li Mu and Li Qing looked at the Yellow Rat couple from afar. They were much fatter than before and didn't disturb them. In the Yangqiu County government, Constable Zhou was promoted by the Imperial Court to be the county magistrate of Yangqiu County half a year ago. When Li Mu and Li Qing appeared, besides being surprised, he was more reserved. This was once a small constable under him. Now he was the leader of the Taoist sect and the Taoist companion of the Empress of the Great Zhou. Constable Zhou was in the Great Zhou court. He could no longer be treated as the small constable he was a few years ago. Li Mu saw that Constable Zhou was reserved and knew that his attitude couldn't be changed. After a simple greeting, he left a bottle of elixir to Constable Zhou to increase his dermic powers and left with Li Qing. Even though he missed the days in the Yangqiu County government, they couldn't go back to the past. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were in the sky above Fairy's capital. He scanned the area with his divine telekinesis and smiled. What a coincidence. We came at the right time. In the southern district of Fairy's capital, there was a mansion that occupied an extremely large area. As the mansion of the minister of the imperial court, Zhang Mansion had a total of 13 rooms. There were more than 100 maids and servants in the mansion. There weren't many mansions like this in Fairy's capital. Ever since the Zhou family had no hope of usurping the throne and Minister Zhou resigned and retired, the Zhou family disappeared from the imperial court. Zhang Chun was promoted to the new minister of the imperial court and became the leader of the officials. He was second only to the two of them and above everyone else. At this moment, the minister with the most authority in Fairy's capital didn't have any official prestige. He held a drumstick in one hand and a wine glass in the other. He said, "It's been a long time since we drank together. Today we're not allowed to use dermic powers to cure the alcohol. We're not going home until we're drunk." There were two people sitting on each side of him. One of them was thin and pale. He looked a little dispirited and didn't speak much. The other person was fat and had a big belly. He didn't have much dermic powers, but he didn't show any restraint in front of Zhang Chun. He even talked with assurance. "Lord Zhang, where do you think Li Mu went? I haven't heard from him for a long time." Zhang Chun took a sip of wine and smiled. He said, "It's better not to know about these things." What happened in the Milky Way immortal domain was a great shock to the cultivators who had reached the peak of their cultivation. For mortals and low-level cultivators, ignorance was bliss. Zhang Shan sighed and said, "Sai, I know that Li Mu and we are no longer in the same world." Zhang Chun was stunned. "You know?" Zhang Shan was puzzled. "Know what?" Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. He has more important things to do. Not everyone is as free as us." Zhang Shan was still a little emotional. He said, I just feel that even though we were poor in the past, we still had a lot of fun drinking together, gambling, catching ghosts and fighting zombies. It's not like now. We're making a lot of money every day, but we're not happy at all." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Since you're not happy about making money, why don't I take you to make something else?" Zhang Shan suddenly turned around and saw two figures coming in from outside the door. He was stunned for a moment, and then he said in surprise, "Li Mu, boss." At this time, Zhang Shan had become the richest businessman in the Great Zhou and even the 10 continents. Zhang Chun had also realized his dream of owning a big house. Li Si had refused to be promoted several times, but he was still the divine capital magistrate. However, he was with Qin Miao Miao every day and had a son and a daughter. Even Li Mu was envious. A few years ago, they were still working in the Yangqiu County government. No one would have thought that they would come to this day. They talked about the past and sighed. Several hours passed quickly. When Li Mu came out of Zhang Mansion, it was already past midnight. Zhang Shan, Li Si, and Zhang Chun were all drunk, but he was still sober. With his cultivation and physique, no matter how strong the alcohol was, it could not make him drunk at all. No one used magic to sober up. Li Qing was also a little tipsy. Li Mu helped her back to the mansion to rest. He sat in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze while releasing his divine sense to feel the people in divine capital. Suddenly, a voice whispered into Li Mu's ears. "Brother Li and sister Zhou left for so long. Why didn't they come back to visit? Sai, they must have forgotten about me." In the Changle Palace of the Imperial Palace, it was dark. There was only a faint light on the imperial table in front. Linglong was still flipping through the memorials in her hands. After the Empress left, she had been in Changle Palace dealing with the affairs of the imperial court. She muttered softly as she watched. At a certain moment, she suddenly raised her head and discovered that there was another figure in the hall. She put down the memorials in her hands and rested her chin on her hands. She stared at the figure and muttered, "Although it's an illusion, it's good enough to see your illusion." Li Mu walked up to her and gently pinched her face. He whispered, "Is there such a realistic hallucination?" Chapter 3. It was noon in Yangqiu County. Smoke rose from the chimneys of every household in the city. In the cramped kitchen, Li Mu squatted in front of the stove and stared at the dancing flames in his chest. He habitually stared blankly. It had been 3 days since he arrived here. 3 days ago, he took the 20 copper coins he borrowed and went out to buy some rice and 2 ounces of salted vegetables to spend the past 3 days. In these 3 days, he received other memories one after another. He also had a clearer and more intuitive understanding of the world he was in. This was a world that had the same language, folklore, and even religious beliefs as ancient Huaxia. There were also Taoists and Buddhists here. Although it was different from the history of Buddhism that Li Mu understood, there was no difference in the ideology and doctrines of these two religions. This was a world that he was both familiar with and unfamiliar with. After 3 days of peace, Li Mu reluctantly accepted his current situation. He accepted his soul to come to this strange world and start a new life with a new identity. After all, compared to being sick in bed for a long time and dying, having a healthy body and being able to live like a normal person was his greatest happiness. In these 3 days, Li Mu thought a lot. After accepting this new life, the first thing he needed to consider was his own future. Being a constable and living a mediocre life was obviously not what he wanted. This was a great waste of his second life. Moreover, in this world, the profession of a constable was considered a civil servant that ate the government's salary. However, the risk factor was far greater than Li Mu's understanding. Demons and ghosts ran rampant here. In a case, the criminals he had to face were not necessarily humans. Although Li Mu still could not remember how his predecessor died, he did not need to think to know that it was definitely not a normal event. Li Mu's dream was to become a cultivator, who could summon the wind and summon the rain. This was his childhood dream, and it was also his current dream. This magical world had turned his once unrealistic dream into a possibility. However, he had no clue as to how to enter the world of cultivation. Li Mu had never come into contact with this before. Although Li Mu did not want to be a constable for the rest of his life, at least for now, he still needed to do his job honestly. For one thing, this was his only source of income. For another, there were obviously cultivators in the county government. This was the only chance for Li Mu to get in touch with this field. Cough. Li Mu covered his mouth and coughed a few times. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He seemed to have caught a cold. This wasn't a serious illness in the future, but here, it could take his life. Not only that, but in the past 3 days, Li Mu found that there seemed to be some other problems with his body, perhaps because of his resurrection from the dead. He wanted to see a doctor, but now he was penniless. 2 days ago, he borrowed 20 copper coins from Zhang Shan and Li Si and used them all to buy food. If he didn't receive his monthly salary, he would run out of food tomorrow. As soon as he thought of this, there was a knock on the door. Li Mu walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was not Zhang Shan or Li Si, but a woman. The woman was tall, with dark eyebrows and starry eyes. She was beautiful and outstanding, but her face was a little cold. She was dressed in green and stood outside the door with a calm expression. Although the Zhou kingdom was inhabited by humans, there were often demons and ghosts. Ordinary people couldn't deal with these evil things, so there were cultivators in all the major government offices. They were either appointed by the imperial court or disciples of major cultivation sects to experience the world. Li Mu didn't know much about this woman. He only knew that her name was Li Qing. She was a cultivator and his immediate superior. Li Mu, Zhang Shan, and Li Si were Li Qing's direct subordinates. Seeing the door open, Li Qing handed a heavy cloth bag to Li Mu and said, "This is your 2-month salary. 1 month is your compensation." A constable at Li Mu's level had a monthly salary of 500 copper coins. That would be 1,000 copper coins for 2 months. After paying 70 copper coins to Zhang Shan and Li Si, there was still a lot left. If they were frugal, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of food for a long time. Li Mu took the money bag and said politely, "Thank you, boss." Cough. Li Qing looked at him and asked, "Are you sick?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I must have caught a cold. I'll go get some medicine in a while." Li Qing took a folded paper talisman from her waist and handed it to him. She said, "Turn it into talisman water. Drink it and you'll be cured." After Li Mu took the paper talisman, she left without looking back. Li Mu watched her leave. Although this female boss's attitude was a bit cold, she really cared about her subordinates. He held the paper talisman and looked it up and down many times, but he still couldn't find anything. Finally, Li Mu found a bowl of water. He lit the paper talisman and threw it into the water. Then he drank the talisman water in one gulp. He only felt a warm current spreading from his throat to every corner of his body. After he quivered, he immediately felt his body relax a lot. So magical. Li Mu couldn't help but say. He was amazed in his heart. If he also had this kind of ability, wouldn't he be immune to all kinds of diseases in the future? He didn't know if cultivators could abstain from eating. If they could, he could even save money on food. Li Mu didn't know whether cultivators needed to eat or not, but he himself would be hungry if he skipped a meal. He bought some rice with 20 coins and ate porridge for 3 days. Now that his wallet was slightly bulging, he naturally had to improve his diet. Li Mu didn't plan to cook lunch at home. Although Yangqiu County wasn't big, it was a traffic hub. There were many restaurants in the city. Li Mu chose a small restaurant closest to his house and ordered a pot of tea and a few dishes. Although the taste of the food in the restaurant couldn't be compared to the various delicacies of the future, it was much better than the porridge and nutritious meals in the hospital. After eating, Li Mu went to a clinic. In the past few days, his body had some symptoms. Not only did he have insomnia, but he also had shortness of breath and felt absent-minded. After drinking that bowl of talisman water, although these symptoms were alleviated, they didn't completely disappear. He still planned to see a doctor. After a while in the clinic, the white-haired old man withdrew his fingers from Li Mu's wrist and said, "Young master, your pulse is strong. It doesn't seem like you're sick. Where are you feeling unwell?" Li Mu thought for a while and said, "I haven't been able to sleep recently. Occasionally my chest feels tight and I have difficulty concentrating. I'm often distracted." After thinking for a while, The old man picked up a brush and wrote down a prescription. He said, "I'll give you a prescription to clear your heart and calm your mind for the time being. Young master, take a few doses and observe the effects." His body's symptoms weren't very serious. However, after the experience of his previous life, Li Mu was very concerned about his body. After all, this body had died once. After coming back from the dead, who knew if there were any hidden injuries left behind? After giving him a salary of 1,000 coins, improving his meals, and grabbing a few doses of medicine, he still had 800 coins left. After grabbing the medicine, he left the clinic and prepared to buy some grains and vegetables. When he passed by a remote street corner, he couldn't help but stop his footsteps. He saw that somewhere on the street corner, there was a piece of white cloth on the ground. On the white cloth, there was a pattern of the 8 trigrams. In the corner, there was a flag with the words "Divine Strategy and Wonderful Calculation" written on it. Li Mu slowed down his footsteps and looked at the scene with interest. Behind the white cloth was an old Taoist with a white beard wearing a tattered Taoist robe. He was roasting a piece of white paper on the fire. As the white paper slowly moved, words gradually appeared on the white paper. "A miracle, a miracle." A man in front of him couldn't help but exclaim. Then he knelt on the ground and put an ingot of silver on the white cloth. He said loudly, "I've been married for 10 years and have no children. Old immortal, please help me give birth to a son." The Taoist priest took out a yellow talisman from his arms and handed it to him. He said, "When you go home, burn this talisman and dissolve it in a bowl of water. Drink the talisman water, and I guarantee that you can hold a son next year." The middle-aged man kowtowed again, took the yellow talisman, and left happily. This scene made Li Mu sigh with emotion. That ingot of silver was at least 10 taels. These days there was really no shortage of stupid rich people. If one day he really couldn't make a living anymore, he would also set up a stall on the street and casually show off spells such as white paper or hand in oil. It would be much faster than being a constable. Everyone had their own way. Li Mu didn't want to expose him. When he was about to leave, the Taoist priest looked up at him and suddenly said, "Young master, please wait." Li Mu stopped and asked, "Taoist priest, what's the matter?" The Taoist priest stroked his white beard and said, "It's not me who has something to do. It's you who has something to do." This was the usual trick of Jianghu swindlers. It was obvious that the Taoist priest had his eyes on him. Li Mu looked at him meaningfully and asked, "Could it be that you can see that my glabella is black, and that there will be a bloody disaster in the near future? Do you think I'm one of those Jianghu swindlers?" The Taoist priest twitched his mouth disdainfully and said, "Although I can't see if you have a bloody disaster in the near future, I can see that you have lost your 7 souls. If there are no accidents, you won't live for more than half a year." Bah! Li Mu couldn't help but spit at him. He was more hateful than those Jianghu swindlers. Jianghu swindlers only curse people to have a bloody disaster, but this old guy actually cursed him to die. The Taoist priest glanced at him and said, "You don't believe me? I don't believe you. Believe it or not, it's up to you." The Taoist priest shook his head and folded the white cloth on the ground. He put it in his arms and picked up the flag with the words, "Divine Strategy and Wonderful Calculation," written on it. It was obvious that he was going to leave. He walked past Li Mu. After a few steps, he stopped and turned back. He said lightly, "Fine, fine. The Taoist priest will remind you again. Although you have 3 souls, you have lost your 7 souls. If you don't have a chance, you will die in the Yellow Springs within half a year. I never take advantage of others, but I also never suffer losses. Today, I will give you some advice and give you a chance to live. It's not too much to ask for 800 coins, right?" Li Mu subconsciously touched the money pouch at his waist, but it was empty. He raised his head and found that his money pouch was in the hands of the Taoist priest. Not only did he curse him to die, but he also wanted to take away all his wealth. Li Mu said angrily, "Old guy, you still." He stopped abruptly before he could finish. Bang! Under his gaze, the old Taoist figure turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Chapter 4. The Taoist priest made a big change in front of Li Mu. Li Mu stood there in a daze. Other than him, There was no one else in the corner of the street. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. When he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted, "Taoist priest! Immortal? Immortal master? Come back! I believe you, I really believe you. Make yourself clear before you leave." Li Mu called out a few times but no one responded. He stood there and waited for a long time. When his legs began to feel numb, Li Mu realized that the Taoist priest had really left. Before he left, he took away Li Mu's money bag. That was his 2-month salary and all his assets. Now he was penniless again. The old Taoist priest was gone, his monthly salary was gone, and his money was gone. Li Mu wished he could slap himself twice. He didn't have a single penny on him. How was he going to survive this month? This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the Taoist priest's image in Li Mu's mind had changed from a charlatan to an enlightened master. He said that although his 3 spiritual souls were still there, his 7 physical souls were all gone. He also said that he wouldn't live for more than half a year. Li Mu really began to panic. "What are you doing here?" Just as he was panicking, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned around and saw a figure in green robes. I came out to buy something." They met Li Qing, who was patrolling the street. When Li Mu walked back with her, he suddenly asked, "Boss, do people really have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls?" Li Qing said lightly, "You're not a cultivator. Why are you asking this?" "Li Mu, I'm just curious." After walking for a while, Li Qing finally said, "Yes." Li Mu asked again, "What happens to a person if they lose their soul?" Li Qing's footsteps paused, as if she had understood something. She said, "Don't worry. Although your 3 spiritual souls have left your body before, the 3 spiritual souls are not attached to the physical body. As long as it's not too long ago, there won't be any problems. Mortal spiritual souls often leave their bodies." Li Mu continued to ask, "What if you lose your soul?" Li Qing said, "The soul is different from the soul. The soul can exist without the body, but the soul can't. The soul is attached to the body. When the body dies, the 7 souls will dissipate. If only the soul is lost, the body won't die immediately, but it won't live for more than half a year. In other words, once the soul died, the person would die. When the person died, the soul would also dissipate. After all, this was a person who had died once." Hearing this, Li Mu was already a little nervous. He asked, "I've died once. Will my 7 souls dissipate?" "I don't think so." Li Qing comforted him. After the 3 spiritual souls leave the body, the 7 souls need 7 days to dissipate. Your soul has only left for a few hours. You don't have to worry about this. Although Li Qing comforted him, the Taoist priest's words still echoed in Li Mu's heart. He looked at Li Qing and said, "Boss, can you help me see if my 7 souls are still there?" Li Qing shook her head and said, "My cultivation is not enough. I can't see other people's 7 souls." Just as Li Mu was feeling disappointed, she suddenly said, "However, the 7 souls are related to the body. If any soul is lost, it can be inferred from the body's performance." Li Mu hurriedly asked, "How do you infer?" "A person has 7 souls. They are called corpse dog, concealed arrow, sparrowine, seizing thief, non-poison, filth removal, and smelly lung. These 7 souls focus on the body and mind." Li Qing looked at him and said, "Corpse dog focuses on alertness and perception. When the soul of corpse dog dissipates, a person's perception and alertness will be lowered. After falling asleep, it will be very difficult to be awakened by external objects. After a cultivator refines the soul of corpse dog, he will be able to sense his surroundings even if he is in a deep sleep." Li Mu's expression changed slightly. It had been very difficult for him to sleep these days. When he opened his eyes again after falling asleep, it was usually afternoon. No matter how noisy it was outside in the morning, he was completely unaware. Li Qing did not notice and continued, "Concealed arrow is the soul of life. It focuses on consciousness. When the soul of concealed arrow dissipates, many people will lose their minds." Li Mu felt an arrow in his chest. His face paled a little. "Seizing thief focuses on exorcism. It can eliminate the evil wind. When the soul of seizing thief dissipates, The evil wind will easily enter the body. Many people will fall ill. Li Mu covered his mouth and coughed. His face became even paler. Non-poison focuses on sleep. When the soul of poison dissipates, one will not be able to sleep at night. Li Qing spoke again. When she saw the dark circles under Li Mu's eyes, she frowned slightly. Removing filth, expelling filth from the body. Smelly lung focuses on internal breathing. When the soul of smelly lung dissipates, one will have difficulty breathing. Li Mu touched his stuffy chest. There was only a glimmer of hope left in his heart. He asked with difficulty, "Then what about the sparrow shade?" Sparrow shade. Li Qing did not explain immediately. She looked at him for a long time before saying, "The sparrow shade is for men. It's for." Li Mu could not wait to ask, "For what?" "For the kidney essence." Li Qing looked away and said expressionlessly, Can you get up in the morning?" "I can't get up," Li Mu shook his head and said. "I can only fall asleep very late these days. I only wake up after noon." There was a serious problem with his sleep. As a result, his day started from noon. Li Qing's eyes drifted. She lowered her voice and said, "I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about that." "That?" Li Mu asked in confusion. Then he seemed to realize something. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. Li Qing had already gotten the answer from his eyes. "How is this possible?" Li Qing was stunned. She said, "Could it be that your soul is not normal? Could it be that there is an evil spirit causing trouble? Otherwise, how could the 7 souls dissipate so quickly?" Li Mu no longer cared about how his predecessor had died. He only looked at Li Qing with an infinitely hopeful gaze and asked, "Boss, can I still be saved?" Li Qing frowned. She took out a folded fulu from her waist and said, "Although you won't die immediately after losing the 7 souls, without the protection of the 7 souls, it is very easy for the evil wind to enter your body. This exorcism talisman can protect you from being invaded by evil spirits. You must carry it with you." Li Mu put away the fulu and said, "Thank you, boss." "You're welcome. Don't forget that you are my subordinate." Li Qing looked at him and said, "I'll go back and check the ancient records first. Wait for me at home." Li Qing went back first. Li Mu walked alone on the street, dejected. He had thought that after surviving a great disaster, he would have good fortune in the future. Who knew that he still could not escape the fate of his previous life? It was tragic enough that he only had half a year left to live. What was worse was that he was penniless and did not even have money for his afternoon meal. If he had known earlier, he would have borrowed more money from the boss. He could only pin his hopes on Li Qing regarding the matter of the 7 souls. Li Mu's most important thing now was to earn some money and settle the matter of eating. He walked to the door in a daze. 2 figures came up to him from the front. Zhang Shan looked at Li Mu and said in surprise, "Hey Li Mu, I saw you and the boss walking together just now. Weren't you most afraid of the boss before? When did you become so bold?" "Ah, it seems that today is the day of the salary." "Speaking of salary, Li Mu, you borrowed 10 coins from us a few days ago and that straw mat. You came at the right time." Li Mu put his arm around their shoulders and said, "I was careless when I went out just now. 2 months of salary was stolen. Can you lend me some more? When I get my monthly salary next month." "Sorry to disturb you. Goodbye." A moment later, Li Mu weighed the silver in his hand and waved at the 2 figures who were about to disappear. "Thank you." Chapter 5. His 2 colleagues, Zhang Shan and Li Si, were stingy, but when Li Mu truly encountered difficulties, they did not just stand by and watch. Li Mu had about 2 taels of silver in his hands. If he spent it sparingly, it should not be a problem for him to get through a month. Of course, in this month, if he did not have any other way to make money, he could only eat porridge and pickled vegetables. Without the 7 spirits, his body was already weaker than normal people. If this continued, his body would definitely be in a worse condition. The most important thing now was to earn some money and improve his quality of life. He did not need to eat fish and meat every day, but he needed to ensure that his body had the nutrients it needed. However, since ancient times, earning money was not an easy task. Although Li Mu had been bedridden for years, and could only read books to pass the time, his knowledge was abundant. Like other transmigrators in online novels, it was not difficult to fiddle with things to make money. However, the law of Great Zhou stipulated that all officials of the Great Zhou, regardless of rank, were not allowed to engage in business. Just this one rule made many of his ideas go up in smoke. This was not discrimination against merchants. First, it was because officials held power. If they interfered in business, it was hard to guarantee that they would not abuse their power for personal gain, destroy the fairness of the market, and cause social unrest. Second, it was also to make officials put more effort into their official duties. The higher-ups naturally had their ways to take advantage of the loopholes in the law. Li Mu was just a low-ranking official. If he violated the law, the lightest punishment would be dismissal and investigation. It was not worth it to lose his job for money. After all, Li Mu's dream was not to be a rich man. In this world full of mysterious temptations, if he did not cultivate immortality, it would be a waste for him to die. Moreover, his only chance of survival was with Li Qing. He had to stay by her side to have a chance of survival. If he could not engage in business, with his status, swindling would not work either. After thinking hard to no avail, Li Mu decided to go out for a walk. On one hand, he was looking for inspiration to make money. On the other hand, he wanted to try his luck and see if he could meet the Taoist priest again. Unfortunately, he did not see the shadow of the Taoist priest even after walking around the county. Unable to find the person or think of a way to make money, Li Mu stood on the street and let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he heard a scolding sound. "Last month, you said this month, and this month, you said next month. Are you playing with me? I can only write 3 lines of words in a month. Can I still eat this bowl of rice? If you don't submit your manuscript by tomorrow, I'll wring your head off." In front of a bookstore, a young scholar listened to the shopkeeper's reprimand with an awkward expression. He explained, "Writing a book depends on one's inspiration." The shopkeeper spat and scolded, "Bullsh**t inspiration. I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't hand in the manuscript in 3 days, you'll lose money." A disgrace to the educated. A disgrace to the educated. The young scholar sighed, shook his head and walked away. This bookstore seemed to be doing well. Li Mu stood at the door with a thoughtful expression. Although he couldn't do business, the income he obtained from his physical and mental strength was reasonable and legal. Writing books was a good way to earn money. It did not violate the law and was more honorable. The problem was that although Li Mu had read many books, he was not like other transmigrators. He did not have an eidetic memory, nor did he have a library in his head. Without deliberately memorizing, it was impossible for him to completely recite the content he had read in the past just based on his memory of reading it once. He could only use some of the storylines that he barely remembered and refine them himself. Before that, he still needed to do some market research. Li Mu strolled into the bookstore. The bookstore wasn't small. There were rows of bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. They were arranged in different categories on the bookshelves. Seeing someone enter the store, a bookstore clerk came up and asked with a smile, "Sir, what books are you looking for?" Li Mu went straight to the point and asked, "What books sell the best here?" "Of course, it's these novels." The clerk brought Li Mu to the largest row of bookshelves and said, "These are the latest and most popular books. Sir, please take a look." Compared to other historical books, novels were more relevant to life and weren't so boring to read. When Li Mu walked over, there were many people lingering in front of the bookshelves. Li Mu used a quarter of an hour to browse through the books on this row of bookshelves. After that, he had a rough idea. The best-selling books in this bookstore were almost all supernatural and supernatural novels. The descriptions in the books were mostly absurd stories with some erotic or romantic elements mixed in as a gimmick to attract people. This was not strange. The world he was in now was mysterious and strange to begin with. In the other world, demons and monsters were the fantasies of novels, but in this world, they were realistic stories that were close to life. People were more immersed in them, so naturally they were more popular. Leaving the bookstore, Li Mu already had a preliminary idea in his mind. He bought some rice and vegetables at the market. When he walked home, he saw Li Qing standing there in the distance. Li Mu quickly walked up and asked expectantly, Boss, have you found a way? Li Qing nodded and said, come in and talk. The two walked into the courtyard. Li Qing looked back at him and said, the 7 souls are the foundation of the physical body. Without the 7 souls, the physical body will deteriorate day by day. The 3 souls will also be burdened by the physical body. The day the physical body dies and the soul disappears, at that time, there will be no way to reverse the situation, and no one can save you. You have just lost the 7 souls. If you want to live, you have 2 choices. As for which one you choose, you have to decide for yourself. Li Mu hurriedly asked, which 2 choices? The first is cultivation. All living things in the world can cultivate. When it comes to cultivation, demons have their own ways and ghosts have their own ways. The cultivation methods of the human race are also varied. I cultivate the cultivation methods of Taoism. The first realm of Taoism cultivation is called refining the soul. Li Qing looked at Li Mu and said slowly, the 7 souls govern the physical body. Once you refine the 7 souls, you can control the physical body. You will be immune to all diseases and evils. Li Qing's explanation was extremely profound. Li Mu could no longer understand the latter half, but combined with his knowledge of the 7 souls, he more or less understood the first few sentences. Humans had 7 souls, each with different functions. The first soul of the corpse dog was responsible for alertness and perception. After refining the corpse dog, one would be able to easily sense danger. When faced with danger, one would be able to immediately wake up even in sleep. The first soul of non-poison was responsible for sleep. After refining the non-poison, one could fall asleep at any time and expel the poison of cold and heat in their sleep. The first soul of the seizing thief was responsible for the immune system. After refining the seizing thief, one would be immune to all diseases and evils. The first soul of the smelly lung was responsible for internal breathing. After refining the smelly lung, one would be able to regulate one's breathing and heartbeat, lowering one's bodily functions, and achieving the effect of fasting for long periods of time. The yin of the sparrow was responsible for reproduction. After refining the yin of the sparrow, one's abilities in certain areas would be greatly enhanced. Taking care of 10 concubines in a day and 10 women in a night would not be a problem. After Li Qing gave him a brief introduction to cultivation, she looked at him again and said, when ordinary people cultivate, they need to refine the 7 souls. You have lost all 7 souls, so you need to condense the 7 souls first. The difficulty of condensing the 7 souls is far greater than refining them. But the advantage is that you condense the 7 souls yourself. After condensing them, you can control them freely and do not need to refine them. After saying that, Li Qing reminded him again. This path is extremely difficult. There is a high chance of failure. Once you fail, you will not have another chance. Although taking care of 10,000, although being immune to all diseases and evils sounded very tempting, he could not ignore the risks. Li Mu decided to make a comparison before making a decision. He asked, what's the second path? Li Qing. Before your 3 souls are burdened by your physical body, abandon your physical body and become a ghost cultivator. From then on you will exist in the world as a soul. Then I will become a ghost? At least you will be able to live in another way. Condensing the 7 souls is too difficult. If you fail, your soul will completely disperse. You will not even have the chance to become a ghost. Li Mu pondered for a long time. Then he sighed softly and said, I choose the first path. It was not easy for him to be reborn. Under the circumstances where he still had the chance to be a human, he naturally would not choose to be a ghost. Li Qing looked at him and said again, it is extremely difficult to condense the 7 souls again. This matter concerns your life. I will give you 3 days to think about it. Li Mu said firmly, there is no need to think about it. I like to challenge the difficult. Since you have chosen to cultivate, I will respect your decision. Li Qing nodded and said, the 7 souls are born from the 7 emotions. The method of condensing each soul is different. Which one do you want to condense first? Li Mu scratched his head and said, I have not been sleeping well these days. I have caught a cold and it is not getting better. Li Qing asked, So do you want to condense the non-poison or the seizing thief first? Sparrow Shade. Chapter 6. On the bed in Li Mu's bedroom. Li Qing stood in front of the bed and slowly said, "The 7 souls are born from the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and lust. These 7 emotions are innate and are the foundation of the 7 souls. The soul of the sparrow Yin is born from the emotion of sorrow. I can't teach you the secret techniques of the sect, but I can teach you the basic method of guiding. Once you learn how to cultivate qi and possess mana, you can refine the 7 emotions and slowly condense the 7 souls." Li Mu was sitting cross-legged on the bed, facing Li Qing with his 5 hearts facing the sky. Guide the qi into the abdomen through the nose and stop when the feet move. When you feel stuffy, slowly exhale through the mouth. Li Qing stretched out her finger and touched Li Mu's forehead. At that moment, Li Mu felt a warm current flowing from his forehead into his body and constantly moving around his body. This comfortable feeling made him a little restless. Li Qing said in a low voice, "Focus and guard your mind. Try to use your mind to guide this strand of mana." As this concerned his life, Li Mu hurriedly threw away all distracting thoughts and followed Li Qing's breathing method. He focused all his attention on guiding the strand of qi in his body and constantly moving it around in his body. After a quarter of an hour, the slightly pale Li Qing withdrew her finger from Li Mu's forehead and said, "I have already left a strand of mana in your body. In the future, you have to guide it diligently. You can't slack off in your cultivation. Only then will you have a chance to live." Looking at the weak Li Qing, Li Mu pursed his lips and said, "Boss, I really don't know how to thank you." Li Qing waved her hand and said, "I'm leaving. Cultivate well. Although I have already taught you the method to refine the 7 emotions, I can't help you with collecting them." Li Qing was about to leave when Li Mu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Boss, wait a minute." Li Qing turned around and asked, "Is there anything else?" Li Mu got down from the bed and said embarrassedly, "I forgot where I put my salary. Boss, do you have any way to remind me of the past?" Li Qing thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have yellow paper and cinnabar?" Li Qing had already left. Li Mu held a yellow paper talisman and carefully examined it. There was no yellow paper or cinnabar at home, so Li Mu had to spend a few dozen copper coins to buy some from outside. When Li Qing mentioned these 2 things, Li Mu knew that she wanted talismans. Taoism was a wide range, and there were different schools of thought. Some schools were good at alchemy, some were good at talismans, and some were good at formations. Judging from the previous 2 experiences, Li Qing seemed to be very proficient in Fulu. Li Mu put the Fulu on his forehead and suddenly felt a burst of coolness, making his mind clearer than ever. He only thought about it for a moment, and countless fragments of memories flashed through his mind one by one. He saw that 2 days ago, after getting up and washing up, he sat in the courtyard in a daze. He saw that a month ago, he was wearing a green constable's uniform and patrolling the streets with Zhang Shan and Li Si. Earlier, he saw his other self hiding something wrapped in cloth under the rice vat. In the kitchen, Li Mu moved the rice jar with great effort and pried open a green brick. He took out a cloth bag from under the green brick. After opening it, he saw a pile of scattered silver inside. There were at least 4 or 5 taels of silver. For the past few days, Li Mu had been curious. How could a single constable who didn't have a girlfriend, who didn't have any extra spending besides eating, not have any savings? It turned out that he had hidden his money here. With this money, he did not need to eat porridge and pickles every day. He could also pay off the debt to Zhang Shan and Li Si. Happily putting away the silver, Li Mu tried to remember the night he died. A scene gradually appeared in his mind. It was a moonless night. As usual, after patrolling, he was ready to go home and sleep. When he walked to a certain street, there was a sudden movement in a dark alley. "Who's there?" As a constable, under the influence of a sense of responsibility, he pulled out his sword and slowly walked into the dark alley. The memory stopped there. Li Mu rubbed his eyebrows. It seemed that Constable Li Mu's death was something that happened after he walked into the dark alley. Not only did he die, but his 3 souls had also left his body. His 7 spirits had also abnormally dissipated. It was easy to suspect that he had encountered some kind of evil spirit. In this world, cultivators refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. There were also some evil spirits that specialized in absorbing souls. In this world, it was best not to be curious about things that one should not be curious about. It was best not to be curious about things that one should not be curious about. The effect of this fulu could last for a full 24 hours. It was too wasteful to only use it to find money. Li Mu hurried into the study and took out a pen and paper. After searching through the memories of his other life, he began to write. My elder sister's father, Duke Song, was a taboo. One day he was sick in bed. He saw an official come with a white horse and said, "Please come for the examination." Ever since he had the idea of copying books to make money, he had been thinking about this matter. Originally, he would have needed to rewrite the content, but with this fulu, it became very simple. Li Mu had read many novels about demons, ghosts, and immortals. The most classic of them all was strange stories from a Chinese studio. In this world, there were all kinds of supernatural novels, and there was a lot of competition between them. Li Mu did not want to rely on copying books to make a fortune. It was just that the salary of a low-level official was too meager. Within the scope of the law, he would make as much as he could. After writing for 2 hours, Li Mu rubbed his sore wrist and took off the fulu on his forehead. This fulu was not a one-time use. Before the spiritual energy on it was exhausted, it could be used a few more times. Li Mu tidied up the manuscript and put it aside. Compared to making money, cultivation was more important to him. Li Qing said that the 7 souls were born from the 7 emotions. In order to reform the 7 souls, he had to refine the 7 emotions. Not only that, the 7 emotions had to be related to himself. The 7 emotions were joy, anger, sadness, fear, love, evil, and lust. In other words, he had to have someone to develop these 7 emotions for him. Only then would he have the hope of reforming the 7 souls. No wonder Li Qing said that this path was very difficult. A person could be hated and feared by many, but to gain the love and lust of many, it was easier said than done. Unless he relied on his handsome face. No, he would never do something like selling his body. Suppressing the heavy worries in his heart, Li Mu sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and began to practice the Daoyin technique that Li Qing taught him. The Daoyin technique was the method of breathing in and out. It was the most basic method of cultivation. It could guide spiritual energy, yin energy, resentment, and other kinds of energy into the body. In order to refine the 7 emotions, it could not be done without this technique. He had just guided the mana that Li Qing left in his body to circulate around his body when there was a knock on the door. Li Mu got down from the bed, walked to the front of the courtyard, and opened the door. Zhang Shan stood outside the door and said, "Boss said you were sick, so I came to see you. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Li Mu waved his hand, and then said, "You came at the right time. I found some silver at home. I can return the money I borrowed from you this morning." Zhang Shan was stunned. He had thought that Li Mu would need a few months to repay the silver he had just borrowed this morning. Who knew that the surprise would come so suddenly? Li Mu was also stunned. Just now, when he said that he wanted to return Zhang Shan the silver, Zhang Shan's entire person, in Li Mu's eyes, suddenly emitted a weak red light. Of the 7 emotions and 7 colors, joy was red. That was the emotion of joy. Zhang Shan's joy came from Li Mu, and only Li Mu could see it. This was one of the 7 emotions that he needed. After coming back to his senses, Li Mu immediately used the guiding technique. Following that, he felt that something was being guided into his body. But this thing was too weak. After it entered Li Mu's body, he didn't feel anything particularly obvious. This also showed that if he wanted to condense the first spirit, he needed to refine the joy, and it was enormous. Zhang Shan looked at Li Mu with an expectant gaze. Li Mu was about to take out the silver when a ray of light flashed across his mind, and he said, "There was a total of 5 taels of silver, but I was careless when I went out just now, and lost it again." "Ah." Zhang Shan heard this and was greatly disappointed. Li Mu looked at him again and his tone changed. Luckily, a child picked up the silver. Zhang Shan patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Li Mu felt that joy again, and guided it into his body. He glanced at Zhang Shan and said, "But the silver he picked up wasn't mine. Later, I found out that I forgot to bring it when I went out." That's good, and then? "Later, I woke up, and found out that it was just a dream. A dream. Then I went to the place in the dream to look for it, and sure enough, I found 5 taels of silver." As the first spirit, the dead dog was mainly vigilant. It was born from the emotions of joy, and absorbed a large amount of joy. Li Mu already felt that there were subtle changes in his body. He was about to speak again, but Zhang Shan hurriedly waved his hand. His face was pale, and he leaned against the wall, and spoke weakly. "We'll talk about the silver later. Let me go in and rest first. I feel a little dizzy, as if my body has been emptied." Chapter 7. In the end, Li Mu gave up on the joy of continuing to harvest Zhang Shan. Even if one was harvesting sheep's wool, one could not always hold on to a sheep, let alone a person. In order to make up for his mental loss, Li Mu specially returned him a few more copper coins. Zhang Shan left happily, so Li Mu took the opportunity to harvest another wave of harvest. The harvest from Zhang Shan gave Li Mu a deeper understanding of how to collect the 7 emotions. This did not seem to be a very mysterious thing. Zhang Shan loved money, so when Li Mu returned his money, Zhang Shan felt happy. This joy was because of Li Mu, so it could be absorbed by him. If he could make more people feel happy, wouldn't he be able to condense the first soul very quickly? The joy of returning money, the joy of receiving help, the joy of gratitude. Perhaps he could absorb all of these. After thinking this through, Li Mu could not sit still anymore. Although the Yamen had given him a month's leave, and he could rest at home during this month, to him, time was more precious than anything else. He only had less than half a year left, so how could he afford to waste any time? The easiest way to make others feel happy was to help them. After living 2 lives, Li Mu had never been so positive as he was now. He only wanted to help others. Although his goal was not pure, the process was full of kindness and beauty. For him, the easiest way to continue to feel happy was to return the money. After paying off Zhang Shan's debt, he still owed Li Si more than a copper coin. Li Mu did not delay at all. After changing into his bailiff uniform, he went to the main street. The street in front of Li Mu's house was called Weiyang Street. Weiyang Street ran through Yangqiu County City, and was under the jurisdiction of Li Mu. Everything that happened on this street was under Li Mu's management. A few days ago, he had taken a leave of absence due to a work-related injury, so this street was now under Li Si's jurisdiction. Li Mu easily found Li Si. He was about to enter a brothel when Li Mu stopped him at the door. Li Mu returned the money he owed Li Si to him, and in order to reap his joy, he even gave him more than 10 copper coins. "Thanks." Li Si put away the silver, waved his hand and said, "Since your body is fine, you will be in charge of this street in the future. I still have things to do, so I will leave first." Seeing Li Si striding into the brothel, Li Mu's face was full of confusion. The development of the situation was slightly different from what he had expected. Logically speaking, even if he wasn't as happy as Zhang Shan when he returned the money to Li Si, he should at least be a little happy. Unless he didn't like money. Li Mu recalled that of his 2 colleagues. Zhang Shan was greedy for money, and Li Si was lustful. Silver was far less tempting to Li Si than it was to Zhang Shan. This was troublesome. Li Mu couldn't invite him to visit a brothel. His salary wouldn't even be enough to make a splash at a brothel. What's more, Li Si never paid when he visited a brothel. Sometimes he could even earn some silver. Since he couldn't get any money from Li Si, he could only find other targets. Li Mu walked around the street for 2 hours. In these 2 hours, he helped 2 naughty children take down a kite hanging on a tree, sent a lost old woman home, and gave a bowl of water to a dog sticking its tongue out under the scorching sun. In the end, he sadly found that he gained the most joy from that dog. This was only relative. Overall, the joy he absorbed was pitifully little. If this continued, who knew how long it would take for him to condense the first essence? "Looks like you've already found a way." A voice suddenly came from behind him. Li Mu turned his head and said in surprise, "Boss?" Li Qing was still dressed in green. Looking at Li Mu, her gaze gradually turned to surprise. She said, "You've only been at the Qi drawing realm for a few hours, but you can already sense the 7 emotions. How can you advance so quickly?" Li Mu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Li Qing seemed to think of something and suddenly asked, "What are your birth characters?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Wu Chun Gung Wu Bing Wu Ren Chun." Li Qing's expression suddenly understood. She said, "For pillars of pure yang, no wonder." Li Mu didn't hear clearly. He asked, "What's pure yang?" Li Qing explained, "The 4 pillars of pure yang are those born in the yang year, yang month, yang day, and yang time. They can absorb and gather spiritual energy by themselves. After learning the art of guiding and stepping onto the path of cultivation, their cultivation speed will far exceed that of ordinary people." Li Mu only understood half of it, but he managed to understand that he seemed to be quite talented in cultivation. The more talented he was, the sooner he could condense the 7 essences. This was naturally a good thing. As if seeing through his thoughts, Li Qing glanced at him again and said, "Don't be happy too early. Although the pure yang body is suitable for cultivation, it's not necessarily a good thing. The pure yang, pure yin, and 5 elements bodies are great supplements for evil spirits. At the same time, it will also attract the covetous eyes of heretical cultivation. Once exposed, your life will be in danger." The little bit of pride in Li Mu's heart had long disappeared. He couldn't help but wonder if the death of his predecessor was because of this. The soul of the pure yang body was a supplement for evil spirits. Before he came, Li Mu's 3 souls and 7 essences had also disappeared for no reason. He was 100% sure that he had encountered evil spirits. He couldn't help but lean toward Li Qing and say, "Boss, what should I do?" Li Qing looked at him and comforted him, "Don't worry. As long as you don't tell anyone your birth date and horoscope, no one will be able to tell that you have the pure yang body. Moreover, this is a county town. No matter how bold those evil spirits are, they won't dare to cause trouble here." Li Mu complained in his heart. The evil spirits had already caused trouble once. Who knew if there would be a second time? Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. After all, admitting that the evil spirits had swallowed Li Mu's 3 souls and 7 essences was tantamount to admitting that he wasn't Li Mu. Once the county government found out, he was afraid that he would be directly treated as an evil spirit. Li Qing looked at him one last time and said, "Well, go on patrol. When you have refined enough of the 7 emotions, I will teach you the way to condense the 7 essences." Walking on the street, Li Mu's mood was much more relaxed than before. Although he had lost his 7 essences and his life was in danger, he already had a way to save himself and a direction to work towards. Among the 7 emotions, the feeling of joy was the easiest to obtain. Helping others, collecting the feeling of joy and condensing the first essence was his short-term goal. Li Mu's gaze swept across the crowd. He wasn't prepared to give up on any opportunity. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had found his next target. It was a plainly dressed woman. She stood in the middle of the street as if she had encountered some trouble. Her face was full of anxiety. She stopped the passers-by one by one, as if she wanted to ask for their help. However, the passers-by turned a blind eye to her. She stood in the middle of the crowded street, looking helpless and sorrowful. Public morals are degenerating day by day. Public morals are degenerating day by day. Looking at the cold-blooded and heartless passerby, Li Mu sighed. He quickly walked forward and asked, "Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" The woman suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Mu. She said in disbelief, "Sir, are you talking to a commoner?" Li Mu was speechless. "Other than you, who else could it be?" The woman's face lit up. Li Mu was about to speak when a passerby walked past him. The passerby gave him a strange look. While Li Mu was puzzled, he saw the passerby pass through the woman's body. Under the scorching sun, Li Mu stood in the crowded street. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. The woman looked at Li Mu and asked in delight, "Sir, can you see me?" "I can't see." Li Mu looked up at the sky and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He shook his head and said, "The sun today is too glaring. I can't see anything." Chapter 8. Sir, Please help this commoner. Only you can help this commoner. The woman's face revealed an anxious expression. She wanted to grab Li Mu's arm, but her hands passed through his body. Li Mu saw this and shivered. Without thinking, he chased in the direction where Li Qing disappeared. Knowing that there were demonic ghosts in this world, and encountering one himself were two completely different matters. Li Mu himself was still in trouble, so he didn't think that he could help the ghost. He ran far away in one breath. He mustered up the courage to look back, and found that the woman had disappeared from the busy street in the distance. Seeing Li Mu running over from afar, Li Qing walked to his side and asked, "What's wrong?" When he saw Li Qing, Li Mu felt inexplicably at ease. However, he still had lingering fears and said, "Boss, I saw a ghost just now." Li Qing's gaze focused and asked, "Where?" "Right there." Li Mu pointed to the distance and said, "She was there just now, but I don't know where she went now." Li Qing looked in the direction he pointed and said, "She's still there." "What?" Li Mu was shocked. "Why can't I see her?" Li Qing said, "Channel your mana to your eyes." Li Mu then remembered that when he saw the woman just now, his mana seemed to have been channeled to his eyes. He once again channeled his mana to his eyes. Sure enough, he saw the woman again. Just like before, she constantly tried to block the passers-by, but could only pass through their bodies. Even so, he still did it over and over again, not getting tired of it. Li Qing glanced at him and said, "Don't be afraid. She's just a low-level nether spirit. She probably just died not long ago. She can't hurt people, nor can she appear in front of people." Li Mu immediately relaxed and explained, "I'm not afraid. It's just a little sudden." Li Qing lowered her head and looked at her wrist. Li Mu immediately let go of her hand and changed the topic. "Boss, will people become spirits after they die?" Li Qing shook her head and said, "Not everyone will become a nether spirit after death. If they die naturally of old age or illness, the three souls will slowly be dragged down by the body and won't have the power to condense into a nether spirit. Only if they have a great obsession or wish when they were alive will they have a chance to become a nether spirit." Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "She was asking me for help just now. Could it be that she has an unfulfilled wish?" Li Qing walked towards the woman and said, "Let's go and ask." After all, the other party was not human. Although Li Mu still had a trace of natural fear in his heart, he still followed behind Li Qing. When the woman saw him approaching again, she knelt on the ground silently and begged, "Sir, please help me. I will be a cow or a horse in my next life and repay your great kindness." With Li Qing by his side, Li Mu's heart calmed down a lot. Standing in the distance, he looked at the woman and asked, "What do you want me to help you with?" The woman quickly kowtowed a few times and said, "Sir, please save my child." Yangqiu County, north of the city, in a dilapidated residential area. The woman in the thorny skirt on the bed was no longer breathing. A few months-old baby was lying in her embrace and sleeping soundly. Li Mu stood in front of the bed and turned to look at Li Qing. He asked, "Boss, can she still be saved?" "She's different from you." Li Qing shook her head and said, "She's already dead. Her three souls are only supported by her obsession. When this obsession disperses, it will be the time for her to dissipate." An illusory figure stood at the bedside and looked at the sleeping baby with a loving gaze. She reached out and wanted to touch the baby's face, but her palm passed through his body. Li Mu looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. This was a family of orphans and widows. The mother had passed away in an accident. If no one found out, the child would not live for long. This was why she anxiously stopped passers-by and asked for Li Mu's help. Facing her spirit, Li Mu no longer had a trace of fear in his heart. He looked at the illusory figure and asked, "Where's your husband?" The woman shook her head and did not speak. Thinking that her husband should be dead, Li Mu asked again, "Is there anyone else in the family?" The woman said, "My parents-in-law passed away half a year ago. There's only me and my child in the family. I have an elder brother named Wang Dong. He lives in the Wang village in the west of the city. I'll be very grateful if you can bring the news to him." Li Mu nodded and said, "I'll help you bring the news. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" The woman shook her head and said, "What I'm worried about is my infant son. Now I can go in peace." As she spoke, her figure became more and more illusory. Li Mu sighed. Have a good journey. I'm from the Zhangwang clan. Thank you for your kindness. I'll repay your kindness in my next life. The woman bowed to him one last time. She looked at the baby on the bed with deep affection. Her figure completely disappeared between heaven and earth. A trace of red light appeared out of thin air from where she disappeared and poured into Li Mu's body. Li Mu's spirit was shaken. He felt happy again. The happiness from this woman far surpassed all the happiness that Li Mu had collected before. Li Qing stood beside him. She seemed to have noticed something strange. She said slowly, "This is her joy of gratitude. It comes from a mother's love for her child. Even if she died, she couldn't let go of this obsession. You fulfilled her wish. She's already repaid you by giving you this joy of gratitude." Li Mu looked at the mother and child on the bed. He sighed and said, "I'll go inform her elder brother." Wang Dong looked like a very simple man. After hearing the news of his sister's death, he was very sad. Li Mu handed the baby to him and left. He thought that ghosts and the like were very scary things. He didn't expect that the first time he saw one would be in such a situation. The ghosts in reality seemed to be a little different from what he imagined. Li Mu asked Li Qing, "Boss, are Yin spirits and ghosts not afraid of sunlight?" Li Qing said, "Who said they're afraid of sunlight? I read about it in a book." Ridiculous words. Don't believe it. Li Mu didn't dwell on this question. He thought about what happened today and asked, "Boss, you said that the Zhangwang clan is the lowest level of Yin spirits. Do ghosts also have levels?" "Of course." Li Qing looked at him and reminded him, "Don't think that all ghosts are like what you saw today. If you didn't encounter Yin spirits, but resentful spirits or evil spirits, you might not have been alive today. Resentful spirits can use Yin energy to attack. Evil spirits can even condense physical bodies. Cultivators with low magic power may not be their match." Li Mu made a mental note. In the future, if he encountered any demonic ghosts, it would be better to stay as far away as possible. After Li Qing reminded him, she said, "However, not all demonic ghosts are evil spirits that harm people. There are many who are kind. You can't tell if they have evil intentions towards you. If you encounter them on a normal day, just stay away." Even if she didn't remind him, Li Mu would have stayed away from these things. However, he always accidentally encountered them. The Zhangwang clan's Yin spirit and that talking fox. At this time, Li Qing said, "I didn't expect you to find a way to collect the 7 emotions so quickly. Today is the full moon. Every month, the first moon, the full moon, and the evening of the last moon is the best time to refine the 7 souls. I will now teach you the chant to refine the souls. From tonight onwards, you can try to condense the souls." Li Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, boss." It was midnight. Li Mu sat cross-legged on his bed. His 5 hearts were facing the sky. As he channeled his mana, he muttered softly, 9 cycles of pure qi. Refine the souls and evil spirits. Heavenly beasts guard the door. Delicate girls guard the pass. The 7 souls are harmonious and gentle, peaceful with me. Do not act rashly, observe the source of the form. In his body, the red light was faintly discernible. Finally, it completely merged with his body and disappeared. Early in the morning, Li Mu was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he heard a singing voice. It repeated several times. Even if he covered his head with the blanket, it didn't help. Yesterday, he cultivated until the latter half of the night, and had just fallen asleep. Even if the girl's voice was gentle and ethereal, it was no different from noise in Li Mu's ears. He climbed out of bed and walked to the courtyard in a daze. He shouted at the wall, "It's so early in the morning. Why are you screaming? Can't you let me sleep properly?" After saying that, he was stunned for a moment and instantly woke up. Ever since he lost his 7 souls and his body lost its alertness, he slept until noon every morning. No matter how noisy it was outside, he didn't notice. Today was the first time he was woken up by someone. Didn't that mean that his first soul was gradually condensing? Before Li Mu could rejoice, an embarrassed and angry voice came from outside the wall. "What time is it now? Why are you still sleeping? Are you a pig?" Thank you to Shell, Shui Air, Feng Qiyue. Tang Ning Ning for the rewards of the alliance leader. Autumn goes to the east and the wind is a pity. Society's DJ Fatty. I drink by myself and enjoy myself. Memory type, blank reward. The alliance leader will add more chapters after it's published. There are also many rewards from readers that I can't list them all. Chapter 9. In addition to the angry voice, Li Mu also sensed a hint of anger. He immediately used the guiding technique to attract that trace of anger. The main consciousness of the second soul, the arrow, was born from anger. Any emotion targeted at him was useful and could not be wasted. The other party was in the right to disturb people. Li Mu faced the other side of the wall and said, I can sleep as long as I want. Why do you care? The woman followed his words and said, I'm singing in my courtyard. Why do you care? Li Mu tried to reason with her. I didn't disturb anyone when I was sleeping. You disturbed me. Why did I disturb you when no one else was disturbed? Reality proved that he was wrong to try to reason with this woman. Not all women were as reasonable as Li Qing. He guided all of the woman's anger to him, and then happily returned to his room to catch up on his sleep. It was extremely difficult to condense the 7 souls. He had only taken a small step. After catching up on his sleep, he still had to go out to help others and continue to harvest their happiness. He strived to completely condense the first soul within a month. He returned to his room, closed the doors and windows, covered himself with a blanket, and quickly fell asleep again. In the courtyard separated by a wall, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. I'm so angry. A young girl with 2 buns ran out of the room and asked, Young miss, what's wrong? Who were you talking to just now? With a pig. There was no sound coming from the other side. Lu Hanyan angrily said, no longer in the mood to practice her voice. She asked the young maidservant, Has everything been delivered? The young girl nodded and said, Only the neighbor on our left is left. I'll go deliver it now. Lu Hanyan waved her hand and angrily said, I won't be delivering it to that family. Why not? The young girl was puzzled. They had just moved here 2 days ago. Thinking that as 2 weak girls who were not familiar with this place, they might encounter many inconveniences in their daily lives. Thus they bought some pastries, preserved fruits, and other small gifts and gave them to their neighbors. At the same time, they could get familiar with them so that they could ask for help if they encountered any problems in the future. Everyone around her had given her gifts, except for her nearest neighbor. The young girl couldn't understand. Lu Hanyan said expressionlessly, No reason. I said I won't. In order not to disturb the neighbors, she only started practicing her voice at 9 in the morning. Normally, people would get up at 6 in the morning and start working. Who would have thought that someone would sleep until 9 in the morning, and even say that her singing was a ghost scream? She couldn't take it, so how could she give him a gift? Oh. Seeing that her mistress seemed to be in a bad mood, the young girl secretly glanced at the wall next door, and didn't dare to ask any more. Li Mu slept until noon and felt refreshed. This was the most comfortable sleep he had had in the past few days. If he wasn't woken up halfway, it would be even more perfect. Speaking of the woman who sang early in the morning, Li Mu remembered that the courtyard next door had always been empty. He didn't know when someone had moved in. Moreover, it seemed that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Like a shrew, Li Mu was at a disadvantage in a short fight with her. He only hoped that he wouldn't have anything to do with her in the future. He first copied the first draft of Strange Stories from a Chinese studio a few times and submitted it to several bookstores. The rules of these bookstores were more or less the same. From the day of submission, 7 days later, one could come to the bookstore to ask if the draft was chosen. The poor studied while the rich practiced martial arts. Cultivation was even more of a money-burning matter. The price of talisman paper and cinnabar itself wasn't cheap. The heavenly treasures used for cultivation were even more expensive. Moreover, Li Mu wanted to live a better life. His salary of 500 coins per month couldn't guarantee this. After submitting the draft, Li Mu routinely patrolled the streets, seizing every opportunity to collect information on the 7 emotions. Although the path of condensing spirit was progressing smoothly, but Li Mu didn't relax because of this. happiness, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and lust. Among the 7 emotions, happiness was the easiest to obtain. He used his status as a constable to punish Yangshan and eliminate evil. This was also a shortcut to collecting other people's happiness and gratitude. But other than happiness, how could he obtain the other 6 emotions? He had to help others obtain happiness and gratitude, but at the same time, he had to make others angry, disgusted, and even fearful of him. This was contradictory. As for sorrow, Li Mu still didn't have any clue. The most troublesome was lust. What should he do to make others have a strong desire for him? These things gave him a headache just thinking about it. Even the collection of happiness wasn't as smooth as Li Mu expected. Yangqiu County was only a small town. There weren't any major incidents happening every day. When there weren't any major incidents happening in the county, the constables were actually very idle. Every day they would symbolically patrol the streets twice, which was considered not neglecting their duties. Today there weren't any naughty kids flying kites, nor were there any old women who lost their way. The dog in the alley was still there. Li Mu spent a few coins to buy a chicken leg for it. Only then did he manage to obtain a pitiful amount of happiness from it. This couldn't go on at this rate. He was afraid that when the time comes, he would still become a ghost. After patrolling the streets for a long time, he didn't find any opportunities to help others. He also didn't meet any ghosts with unfulfilled wishes. Seeing that it was time for dinner, Li Mu went home to cook. When he walked to his house, coincidentally someone walked out from the courtyard next door. It was a beautiful woman. She had a small oval face, watery eyes, a fine nose, and moist red lips. She looked to be in her early 20s. Not only was her appearance outstanding, but her figure was even more graceful and graceful. She exuded a sense of maturity from all over. The woman was carrying a wooden basin. She didn't notice Li Mu at first, but when she saw him standing in front of the door next door and taking out the key from his chest, she seemed to have realized something. A trace of anger appeared on her pretty face. Splash! She splashed the water from the wooden basin outside the door, almost splashing Li Mu's feet. A 16 or 17-year-old girl ran out and hurriedly said, "Miss, let me do this work." The woman put the wooden basin in her hands, snorted at Li Mu, and turned to walk back into the courtyard. Although Li Mu didn't know this woman, from her attitude towards him, it wasn't hard to guess that the person who scolded him in the courtyard next door in the morning should be her. After what happened in the morning, although the two of them hadn't officially met, a grudge had already been formed. He walked into the courtyard and heard the clear and melodious voice of the young girl coming from next door. "Miss, so our neighbor is a constable. In the future, we don't have to be afraid of bad people bullying us." The woman snorted and said, "Aren't you afraid that he will bully you?" The young girl said in disbelief, "How is that possible? He doesn't look like a bad person at all. Moreover, he looks so good." Li Mu thought that the maid had good eyesight. The woman's cold snort sounded in his ears. Who would write the word bad person on their face? 1. You have to remember, the more good-looking a man is, the more he will lie. Some people look like people, but in fact, they can't even get out of bed in the morning. The young girl obediently said, "Oh, I know." Li Mu obviously overestimated the woman's breadth of mind. Her breadth of mind was not proportional to her chest. Just because of a small dispute between neighbors, she slandered him behind his back. The young girl looked so innocent, but she was deceived by her. "Miss, what are we eating in the afternoon?" Li Mu was feeling indignant when he heard the young girl's voice again. The woman then said, "You go out and buy something to eat. Don't worry about me." The young girl said worriedly, "Miss, you're not eating again," the woman said. "It's easy to get fat if I eat in the afternoon. I need to maintain my figure." The girl didn't say anything else. Then Li Mu heard a series of cheerful footsteps and the woman's exhortation. "Come back after you're done eating outside. Don't let me see or smell you." There was no sound coming from the courtyard next door. Li Mu walked into the kitchen and prepared to cook. He originally planned to cook some porridge, but changed his mind at the last minute. He found a stone slab, cleaned it, and placed it in the courtyard. He placed a few stones on top of it, and prepared to roast meat. Chapter 10. Sizzle. The marinated beef made a sizzling sound when it came into contact with the hot stone slab. When the thin beef began to roll, special spices were sprinkled on it. With a bite, the juice of the meat splashed in the mouth. When he was sick, Li Mu could eat light liquid food. Hot pot, barbecue, and other delicacies were unreachable dreams for him. In order to make up for the loss during this period of time after his recovery, he had made sufficient preparations. He had read a lot of food recipes and followed dozens of food anchors on a certain website. With the unique marinating method and the special dipping sauce, the taste of the stone slab barbecue was very good. He immediately didn't feel bad about the money spent on meat and spices. Of course, with his income, spending so much money on food was extravagant and wasteful. However, Li Mu didn't do this just to satisfy his appetite. He looked in a certain direction and didn't feel anything unusual. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the fan and fanned the fragrance in that direction. In a small courtyard separated by a wall, Lu Hanyan walked out of the room and asked the young girl, "Wan, do you smell something?" The young girl sniffed and said in surprise, "Miss, what is that smell? It's so fragrant." Lu Hanyan took a deep breath. A tempting fragrance went straight into her lungs. The hunger that she had endured with great difficulty surged up again. Her throat moved uncontrollably. She immediately turned and walked back to the room, closing the door and windows. However, that fragrance didn't seem to be isolated and still lingered in her nose. Lu Hanyan walked into the courtyard again and said in embarrassment, "What is it? How can it be so fragrant?" The young girl raised her hand and pointed to the courtyard next door. "Miss, it seems to be coming from there." Li Mu had just placed a piece of pork belly on the stone slab to barbecue when he suddenly felt something. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the courtyard wall. Not far from the courtyard wall, two heads grew out. The beautiful woman and the pretty maid were staring at him. One pair of eyes was full of anger, and the other pair of eyes was full of curiosity. The beautiful woman looked at Li Mu and asked loudly, "What are you doing?" Li Mu absorbed her anger and said, "Eat, can't you tell?" Of course, Lu Hanyan knew that he was eating. However, he was eating and eating, yet the aroma of the meat had spread to her courtyard. How could she, who had not tasted meat for several months, endure this? Lu Hanyan's pretty face was filled with anger. She said bluntly, "Go eat somewhere else." "Why?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "This is my home. What's wrong with me eating at my home? You're affecting me." Lu Hanyan got even angrier and retaliated with Li Mu's words from this morning. "Why didn't it affect anyone else but you?" Li Mu was also giving her a taste of her own medicine. He hoped that her anger would not dissipate. Whether or not he could condense the second soul would depend on her. "You bastard! You're being unreasonable. You did it on purpose. Is it wrong for me to eat at my own home? You did it for revenge. What happened this morning was my fault. In order to express my apology, how about I treat the two of you to a meal today?" The young maidservant's face lit up. She looked at the barbecued meat on the stone slab and said happily, Okay. Li Mu took the opportunity to draw out her joy. Lu Hanyan looked at him angrily and said, "Even if I, Lu Hanyan, die and jump down from here, I won't eat a bite of your food." Lu Hanyan stomped her feet in anger in the courtyard. Her chest heaved up and down, and her face was slightly red. She gasped and said, "I'm so angry, so angry. He did it on purpose, he must have done it on purpose." The young maidservant looked up and said innocently, "Miss, but I think he's right." Lu Hanyan looked at her angrily. "Who are you helping?" "Of course I'm helping, miss." The young maidservant quickly patted her chest and said, "Miss, don't be angry. It won't be good for your health if you're angry." Lu Hanyan's chest continued to rise and fall. She was obviously very angry. Suddenly, she held her forehead and said, Wan, help me back to my room to rest. I feel a little dizzy." Finally, there was no sound coming from next door. Li Mu couldn't attract any anger, so he slowly stopped the guiding technique. He thought that anger was more difficult to obtain than joy. He didn't expect it to be so easy for a woman to get angry. If that woman named Lu Hanyan was so angry at him every day, wouldn't his second soul be condensed earlier than his first? Of course, Everything had to be done in moderation. Li Mu couldn't grab her and suck her all by himself. Although the 7 emotions were human nature, it was also harmful to the body. Great joy, great sorrow, and great anger were all harmful to the body. With Li Mu's unrestrained sucking method, it would greatly overdraft her body. In a few days, she would be squeezed dry, and she wouldn't even be able to get out of bed. Moderate guiding technique was for cultivation. Excessive squeezing was taking yin to supplement yang. Everything was for the sake of his own life. He could only wrong that girl. In order to express his apology, Li Mu specially roasted a plate full of meat and knocked on the door of the courtyard next door. The one who opened the door was the little maidservant with a goose egg face and some baby fat on her chin. She looked at the roasted meat in Li Mu's hand and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva before timidly asking, "Young master, what can I do for you?" Li Mu smiled and said, "I'm Li Mu. I'm here to apologize to Lady Lu. This is a small gift. I hope she can accept it." After handing the plate of roasted meat to the little maidservant, Li Mu returned to his courtyard. One wall away, the little maidservant pushed open the door of Lu Hanyan's room and said, "Miss, that young master Li Mu just came to apologize. This is a gift from him." Lu Hanyan impatiently waved her hand and said, take it away, take it away. I don't want to see his things." "Oh," the little maidservant responded in a low voice. She came to the courtyard alone and sat in front of the stone table. After tasting a piece of pork belly, the expression on her little face froze. Good, good. She picked up the plate with both hands and ran back to Lu Hanyan's room saying, "Miss, try it. I've never eaten anything so delicious." Lu Hanyan glanced at her and said, "I don't want to eat. As long as it's edible, you say it's delicious." The little maidservant handed the chopsticks to her and said, "It's true, Mississippi. Just try it. Just try one piece. You won't get fat if you try one piece." Lu Hanyan wanted to continue to refuse, but her right hand reached out uncontrollably and took the chopsticks. She hadn't eaten for a whole day. Her stomach had long been unbearably hungry. The fragrance of the food in front of her had been teasing her thoughts. Under the temptation of this fragrance, she even forgot that she had to maintain her figure and that hateful constable. She slowly reached out her hand and picked up a piece of roasted meat. Then the second piece. The third piece. Miss, you finished eating." Sob, miss, "I only ate one piece." It wasn't until the little maidservant's aggrieved and sobbing voice reached her ears that Lu Hanyan suddenly woke up. She touched her stomach and finally realized that the plan she had persisted with great difficulty for several months had just been declared a complete failure. She clutched her stomach and said with grief and indignation, "Surnamed Li, you and I cannot exist under the same sky. You better not fall into my hands." Li Mu stood in the courtyard and looked at the towering anger next door, guiding it over without missing a trace. In order to collect the feelings of joy, he had spent who knows how much effort to collect just a tiny bit. The anger he obtained from Lu Hanyan was already more than twice the amount of joy. The concealed arrow was born from anger, and was in charge of consciousness. It was the most important of the 7 souls. To him, it was of great significance. Li Mu attracted all of Lu Hanyan's anger. After calming down, he cupped his hands and bowed in the direction of the courtyard next door. He said sincerely, "Mrs. Great Kindness will be repaid in the future." Chapter 11. The next morning, Li Mu woke up early as the sun had just risen. The first and second spirits had begun to condense, and his alertness and consciousness were gradually recovering. He was no longer as muddle-headed as he was 2 days ago. After washing up, Li Mu went directly to the county office. Although Constable Zhou allowed him to take a paid vacation, time was life for Li Mu. What he needed now was to obtain the 7 emotions and condense the 7 spirits. All kinds of things that happened in Yangqiu County would be reported to the county office. It was more efficient for him to wait in the county office than to wander around alone. The matter of condensing the 7 spirits should not be delayed. Humans had 7 spirits. It was because of the protection of the 7 spirits that ordinary evil creatures could not get close. Without the 7 spirits, Li Mu was defenseless against those evil creatures. If he walked too much at night, Who knew if he would meet a ghost? The sooner he condensed the 7 spirits, the sooner he would be out of danger. After entering the county office, Li Mu knocked on the door of a government office on the left. A middle-aged man who was bending over a desk and handling files looked up. When he saw him, he said in surprise, "Li Mu, why are you here?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Constable Zhou, I'm here to report." Constable Zhou stood up and asked, "How is your body?" Li Mu said, "I'm much better. Since I have nothing to do, I came to the office to see if there's anything I can help with." Constable Zhou looked at him in surprise and asked, "You really don't want to rest anymore? Even if you don't come to the county office, the office will still give you a month's salary." "I don't want to rest anymore," Li Mu said embarrassedly. "I don't want to be paid for nothing. If I stay at home all day, I won't feel safe taking the money." It was nice to be a freeloader, but his life was more important. Wasting time was wasting life. This was the true portrayal of Li Mu's current situation. You weren't like this in the past. You were timid and afraid of trouble. If you could avoid trouble, you would avoid it. Constable Zhou looked at him with a strange expression and said, "If it weren't for the fact that the soul examining instrument didn't respond, and that you also have your past memories, I would really suspect that you were possessed by some demon." Li Mu was shocked. It seemed that his behavior was still a bit abnormal, but a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Last time it happened outside. Isn't the yamen safer than my home?" Constable Zhou was stunned for a moment and then said, "You're still that Li Mu. If you want to go back to the county yamen, just come back. Now there's nothing to do in the yamen. You can go back to your room on duty first. If there's an errand, Miss Qing will call you." The county yamen was divided into the outer yamen and the inner yamen. The inner yamen was the inner residence of the county magistrate. No one was allowed to enter without permission. The outer yamen was where all the officials worked. There were more than 10 small rooms on duty. Li Mu went to his room on duty. Before he entered the door, he heard a crackling sound coming from inside. Big damn, why is it small again?" This was Zhang Shan's extremely decadent voice. Li Mu went in and saw Zhang Shan, Li Si, and an old official around the table. He glanced at Zhang Shan and said, "You cheated old Wang of his money again. Aren't you afraid that the boss will know?" Zhang Shan saw Li Mu and the expression on his face relaxed. He said, "If you don't say it, I don't say it, and old Wang don't say it, how will the boss know?" Li Mu looked at the old official and said, "Old Wang, why don't you go back now? In a moment, our boss will come. None of you will be able to escape." Old Wang was the clerk of the county yamen. He had been in the county yamen for decades. He was mainly responsible for the compilation of household registers and the sorting of some case files. Although he was old, his gambling heart was still young. He often came here to gamble with Zhang Shan and Li Si. 9 out of 10 times he lost money and went back cursing. Old Wang picked up a dozen copper coins on the table and said with a smile, "Li Mu, are you feeling better? I heard from Zhang Shan that your soul was taken by a demon." I'm better. Li Mu waved to him and said, "By the way, old Wang, don't walk around in the guardhouse. I have something to talk to you about." Zhang Shan looked at old Wang and urged him to stay. "Hey old Wang, don't go. 2 more rounds. Quit while you're ahead." Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Old Wang is old, and his legs are not convenient. It's not easy to make money. Don't always beat him." "What do you mean we beat him?" Zhang Shan said with dissatisfaction. "I just lost 14 copper coins. Old Wang is too lucky today." Li Mu did not continue this topic and asked, "Where's the boss?" "The boss just went out." Zhang Shan looked at him in surprise and asked, "Why are you looking for the boss?" Li Qing was not around, so Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. It's the same if I look for old Wang." Old Wang was not only in charge of household registration in the county yamen, but he also handled the files of the people in Yangqiu County. Li Mu wanted to find something simple, not dangerous, and not difficult to do. He wanted to find an opportunity to collect the 7 emotions. As he turned to leave, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Zhang Shan, who was playing with the dice out of boredom, and said, "How about I play a few rounds with you?" "You?" Zhang Shan was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, Didn't you never play before? Li Mu said. I suddenly want to play today. Okay. Zhang Shan was overjoyed and asked, what do you want to play? Li Mu said, let's see who's bigger. Not long after, Zhang Shan's laughter came from the guardhouse. Haha, 1 2 3 small I won. 5 5 6 big I won again. 6 6 6 haha, you lost 2 copper coins to me. After a while, Li Mu lost more than 10 copper coins. The bailiffs in the yamen usually played with small amounts of 1 copper coin at a time. Even if they lost, they wouldn't lose much money. Everyone else treated it as a pastime and occasionally played with it. Only Zhang Shan never got tired of it. Zhang Shan, who won money, was so happy that the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. Li Mu handed him another copper coin and asked, do you still want to play? I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Zhang Shan put away the dice and leaned back on the chair. He said weakly, what's wrong? I'm dizzy after playing with you too much. My legs are a little weak. Next time, next time. Li Mu nodded and said, okay, we'll continue tomorrow. I'll go find Old Wang first. After a while, in another guardhouse, Old Wang raised his head and looked at Li Mu in surprise. He said, the sun really rose from the west today. Li Mu, you actually took the initiative to look for work? Li Mu said bluntly, cut the crap. Help me see if there's any. Among the constables in the county yamen, Old Wang hung around Li Mu and the other two the most. In order not to arouse his suspicion, Li Mu talked to him in a very casual tone. Old Wang didn't notice anything unusual. He flipped through the files on the table and said, wait, let me see. After flipping through a few pages, he pulled out a piece of paper and said, there's one here. A strange thing happened in Zhang village. A few villagers' sheep were bitten to death by something, and there wasn't a drop of blood on them. The county yamen hasn't sent anyone to investigate yet. Do you want to go? Li Mu said without hesitation. Next, the livestock had all of its blood sucked dry and died. This was obviously the work of something like a demonic ghost. Li Mu was very clear about his own capabilities. It was not worthwhile to put his life on the line for a little bit of joy. Old Wang continued to search. After a while, he pulled out another piece of paper and said, there's one more here. A few fishermen near the Gulf of Clearwater reported to the county yamen that there are water ghosts causing trouble in the Gulf of Clearwater. Do you want to go and take a look? Next. Landlord Zhang's father was buried 7 days ago. The grave was dug up and his body disappeared. Do you want to help look? Stop, stop, stop. Li Mu made a gesture to Old Wang and asked, don't always talk about demons, ghosts, and corpses. Don't you have any cases that normal people can investigate? This is already considered normal. Old Wang spread out his hands and said, there's a zombie outbreak in Zhou County next door. An entire village has been turned into zombies. The county governor is gathering the cultivators from the nearby counties to suppress it. Do you want to go? Li Mu waved his hands and said, no, I'll take my leave. Reality proved that in this mysterious world, if you didn't have some skills, you couldn't even be a constable. Li Mu also wanted to do good and get rid of evil for the people, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Since there was no job in the yamen that he could do, Li Mu would start by sending lost old ladies home. Little by little, he would accumulate his joy and slowly condense his spirit. Unfortunately, he didn't run into lost old ladies every day. Li Mu wandered outside until the sky turned dark, but he still hadn't met a single one. He didn't even meet a ghost, let alone a person. In the dark night, Li Mu walked alone on the street. When he was about to reach the door of his house, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Li Mu was stunned. It was summer now. The night wind should be warm and gentle when it blew on a person's body. However, the gust of wind just now made him feel cold all over, and his hair stood on end. Suddenly, Li Mu felt a sense of danger. He turned his head and looked behind him. The street was empty. There was nothing. Li Mu used the art of guiding and quickly channeled the trace of dermic powers that Li Qing left in his body into his eyes. A pale face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was a face without any color. It was extremely close to Li Mu, almost touching his face. A pair of white eyes stared straight at him. Chapter 12. F***CK. Li Mu felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart skipped a beat. He instinctively stepped back, putting some distance between himself and the ghostly face. In the dark night, the ghostly face grinned and blew a breath of air forward. Li Mu felt a gust of cold wind blow against his face, almost freezing his soul. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't even take a single step. Li Mu realized that he had really encountered a ghost. This wasn't the lowest level of Yin spirit. This was an evil ghost that could control Yin energy to attack. Li Mu couldn't control his body. He watched as the ghost slowly approached him, and his heart was filled with anxiety. At this moment, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. There was a talisman that Li Qing had given him. Li Mu had listened to her and always carried it with him. The warmth from his chest flowed into his body, driving away the chill in his body, and allowing him to regain control of his body. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mu sprinted towards the county government as fast as he could in his life. The ghostly figure stood behind Li Mu and grinned. "You can't run away?" In the dark night, Li Mu ran for his life in the direction of the county office. Ghosts with a little bit of cultivation were not something that ordinary people could fight against. Ordinary people had the protection of the 7 spirits, so ordinary ghosts wouldn't dare to approach them. He had nothing. Moreover, the fact that the ghost could spit out Yin energy meant that it was at least a vengeful spirit. Li Mu, who had just entered the cultivation world, had no means of dealing with it. Even though he knew that he was no match for it, Li Mu still underestimated the power of the ghost. He only ran a dozen steps before he felt a chill run through his body again, and he couldn't move. The ghost floated in front of him and said eerily, "I actually met a person without the 7 spirits. Without the 7 spirits, you won't live for long. Today, I will devour 3 of your souls to help my cultivation advance." Amitabha. Li Mu's heart was burning with anxiety. As he struggled with all his might, he suddenly heard a Buddhist chant. As the Zen chants entered his ears, Li Mu suddenly realized that he had regained control of his body. He looked up ahead, and under the moonlight, a monk holding an alms bowl in his left hand and a Zen staff in his right hand was slowly walking towards him. Li Mu quickly ran to the side of the monk. From the way the monk had solved his dangerous situation, Li Mu could tell that the monk had some skills. At the very least, he was much more powerful than Li Mu. When the ghost saw the monk, a sinister look appeared on its face. It said eerily, "Where did this wild monk come from? How dare you ruin my plans?" The monk said leisurely, "Amitabha. I'm Xuandu from Jinshan Temple, not a wild monk." The name Jinshan Temple gave off an inexplicable sense of security. Li Mu couldn't help but think of a white-robed monk who could chant Mighty Dragon of Heaven. At this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew around them. The temperature plummeted and the ghost's voice became even more eerie. "I don't care if you're from Jinshan Temple or Jinshan Temple. If you ruin my plans today, I'll devour your soul too." Li Mu's body was unsteady from the cold wind. The monk's body did not move. He said with compassion, "Humans have their own Tao, and ghosts have their own ghost path. You've taken another person's soul for your own cultivation, which is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. You've already committed karma. Why don't you let me help you once and eliminate your karma, so that you can be reborn in paradise?" The ghost seemed to know that the monk was not to be trifled with. After it screamed, a cloud of black fog suddenly burst out from its body and shrouded its body. The black fog rolled and spread out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Li Mu and the monk were shrouded in it. However, when the black fog was about to touch them, it seemed to have encountered an obstacle and could not move forward. The monk held the alms bowl in one hand and the monk's staff in the other. He said disappointedly, "You really don't want me to help you? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." A sharp voice came from the black fog. The monk sighed and handed the alms bowl to Li Mu. He said, "Young benefactor, can you keep it for me for a moment?" The black fog rolled and rolled. Li Mu had never seen such a situation. It was not easy for him to get a second life, but it all depended on the monk. He took the alms bowl without hesitation. However, he didn't know what material the alms bowl was made of. It was much heavier than he imagined. Li Mu didn't hold it firmly and almost dropped it. He picked it up with difficulty. It was not as easy as the monk holding the alms bowl with one hand. The monk held the monk's staff and looked at the black fog. Finally, he asked, "I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to let me help you or not?" There was no sound coming from the black fog, but it rolled even more violently. Black claws condensed by the fog tried to grab the monk and Li Mu. The alms bowl in Li Mu's hand suddenly emitted a faint golden light. The claws that reached out to him were destroyed upon contact. Li Mu looked at the monk again. He saw that the monk's compassionate expression was no longer there. Instead, he was flustered and exasperated. He held the monk's staff with both hands and rushed into the black fog. Then, Li Mu heard a series of banging sounds from the black fog, and the monk's angry curses. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Old, did this poor monk give you face? Shameless thing. Why don't you go out and find out about my name, Xuandu? I want to help you because I'm giving you face. Many people have begged me to help, but I refuse." Don't be so shameless. I'll spare your wretched life for now. If you continue to be so stubborn, I'll scatter your soul. Li Mu held the alms bowl with both hands. He watched as the black fog gradually calmed down and dissipated. The black fog dispersed and the monk's figure appeared once again. He held the monk's staff with one hand and his compassionate expression returned. He walked to Li Mu's side and took the alms bowl. He smiled and said, "Thank you, almsgiver." Li Mu swallowed his saliva and muttered, No need to thank me." The monk chanted again. "Ba. Almsgiver, you don't have to worry. That evil spirit has been subdued by me. I'll use Buddhist Dharma to enlighten it and guide it onto the right path." After saying that, he turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to have remembered something. He turned back and took off the string of Buddhist beads on his wrist. He handed it to Li Mu and said, "I saw that almsgiver's 7 souls have been lost, but your body contains emotions of sorrow and joy. You should be cultivating Taoism. However, almsgiver's magic power is weak and can't suppress these evil spirits. This string of Buddhist beads can protect almsgiver from being approached by ordinary evil spirits." Li Mu came to his senses and quickly took the Buddhist beads. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Ba. To help others is to help me." The monk's voice gradually faded and finally disappeared. Li Mu stood on the empty street. The evil spirit was gone, the black fog was gone, and the monk was gone. If it wasn't for the string of Buddhist beads on his wrist, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. The evil spirit was real, the black fog was real, and the monk was also real. He was the one who was almost gone. It had only been a few days since he came to this world, and Li Mu had once again experienced a life and death crisis. Tonight's experience made him realize that he couldn't go on like this. Without the 7 souls, in the eyes of the evil spirits, he was a constantly shining lighthouse. Before he condensed the 7 souls, today's incident could very well happen again. This time, he happened to meet the monk to help him. What about the next time, and the time after that? It was impossible for him to be so lucky every time. Tomorrow, he had to ask Li Qing if there was any way for him to quickly increase his strength. The next time he met the evil spirits, he wouldn't be so helpless. He took out the talisman from his chest. After the incident just now, the mana contained in the talisman had been depleted. Li Mu put it away, and then wore the string of Buddhist beads on his wrist. He walked in the direction of his home. It was a sleepless night. The sky had just brightened when Li Mu climbed out of bed. After a simple wash, he stood at the door and waited. Li Qing had the habit of exercising in the morning. The street in front of the door was a path she had to pass. However, it was foggy this morning. Dozens of steps away, it was a vast expanse of white. There wasn't a single person on the street. He didn't know if she would come again today. Li Mu stood for a while. Before Li Qing came, the door to the courtyard next door opened. The woman named Yu Hanyun splashed a basin of dirty water at the door. She still didn't give Li Mu a good look. After a cold snort, she walked back into the courtyard and slammed the door shut. Li Mu wasn't in the mood to provoke her anger. Last night, he was so frightened that he didn't sleep at all. He was afraid that some evil spirit would appear in front of his bed. Early in the morning, he sat on the stone steps by the door. Drowsiness came in waves. After an unknown period of time, he sensed something and slowly raised his head. He saw that in the gradually dissipating fog, a slender figure finally appeared. The moment he saw that figure, Li Mu's anxious heart suddenly calmed down. Thank you to the leader of the newspaper seller for your tip. If there's a chance, let's sleep together. Chapter 13. Li Mu stood up and hurriedly said, "Boss." Li Qing wore a rare white dress today. She held a sword in one hand and a book in the other. She tilted her head and glanced at Li Mu. Her jogging footsteps slowed down and she asked, "You were waiting for me here?" Li Mu's expression was solemn. He went straight to the point and said, "Boss, I met a ghost again last night." Li Qing asked in surprise, "Another nether spirit came to you for help?" "No." Li Mu shook his head and described his encounter with the nether spirit in detail. Li Qing's expression turned serious. She said uncertainly, "It can control nether chi to attack, and it can even use nether chi to form a nether claw?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Li Mu nodded and asked again, "Boss, did I meet a nether spirit last night?" Through Li Qing, he had a rough understanding of the levels of ghosts and ghost cultivators. The lowest level of ghosts were nether spirits like the Zhangwang clan. They were weak and could only maintain their spiritual form. They could not hurt people and could not even appear in front of people. Above nether spirits were nether spirits. Nether spirits already had a certain level of strength and could control nether chi to hurt people. Many of the cases in the county yamen every year were caused by nether spirits. "It's a nether spirit." Li Qing nodded and said, "But it's not an ordinary nether spirit. It can control nether chi and form a nether claw. Its cultivation is already very high. It's only one step away from becoming a third realm nether spirit." Nether spirit. Li Mu was shocked. Although nether spirits could hurt people, normal people had the protection of the seven spirits, so they were not afraid. Nether spirits were different. They were high-level ghosts that could form a physical body and cause real harm to people. Every time a nether spirit appeared, the county yamen would pay great attention to it. Li Qing suddenly looked at Li Mu and said, "Let me see that string of Buddhist beads." Li Mu took off the prayer beads in his hand and handed them to her. Li Qing picked up the string of Buddhist beads and sensed it. She said, "In terms of spiritual power, I'm afraid that even I am no match for that resentful spirit. Fortunately, there was a Buddhist master. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me today." In Li Mu's eyes, Li Qing was already a legendary expert. Even she was not a match for the ghost. This made his heart sink to the bottom. Unwilling to give up, he asked, "Is there no way to restrain those ghosts?" "Yes, be it Buddhism or Taoism, they all have ways to restrain demonic ghosts." Li Qing looked at him and said, "But your spiritual power is too weak. You can't learn any supernatural powers." As for Taoist techniques, Li Qing shook her head and said, "Although Taoist techniques don't require a lot of spiritual power, Taoist techniques are secret techniques that only a few people in any sect can master. I don't know either. Moreover, anyone who learns Taoist techniques has to swear a Taoist oath that their sect's Taoist techniques cannot be taught to outsiders. Taoist oaths are different from mortal oaths. They are similar to some kind of supernatural power. If one violates a Taoist oath, they will be punished by the heavens. It is one of the most taboo things in the world of cultivation. This path could not be taken." Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "Then is there a way to quickly increase my spiritual power?" Li Qing suddenly looked at him, and her expression became extremely serious. She was almost reprimanding him as she said, "You must remember that there are no shortcuts in cultivation. If you blindly pursue the speed of cultivation, you will either harm others or harm yourself." This was the first time Li Qing had spoken to him in such a tone. Li Mu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "I know." Li Qing looked at him and said in a slightly gentler tone, "I just don't want you to go astray. The path of cultivation is extremely difficult. There are countless cultivators who can't bear the loneliness of cultivation and have gone astray. For the sake of cultivation, They use unscrupulous means to steal people's souls and extract their blood. This kind of heretical cultivation is punishable by everyone in the world of cultivation. No matter how high their cultivation is, they can't escape punishment. A month ago, a Dongxian cultivator in heretical cultivation was jointly killed by the masters of Buddhism and Taoism. Even his soul was not left behind. Li Mu patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, boss. Although my strength is weak, I will never do such a heinous thing." Since there were no shortcuts in cultivation, he could just live and eat in the county office from now on. He didn't believe that those ghosts would dare to enter the county office to harm people. Since he had already prepared for the worst, Li Mu didn't care about demons or ghosts. He looked at Li Qing again and asked, "Boss, what is Taoist magic?" Li Mu knew abhijna. Lifting mountains and restricting water, borrowing wind and fog, concealment and concealment were all Taoist abhijnas. When one's mana had accumulated to a certain level, one would be able to practice these abhijnas with extraordinary power. However, this was the first time he had heard of Tao techniques. Supernatural powers and Taoist magic are actually both spells, Li Qing explained. However, supernatural powers are spells cast by cultivators using their own spiritual power. The stronger the cultivator's spiritual power, the more powerful the supernatural power. Taoist magic, on the other hand, is cast by drawing on the power of heaven and earth. It doesn't have a high requirement on the cultivator's cultivation, but it is more powerful. Compared to supernatural powers, Taoist magic had a lower requirement on spiritual power and was more powerful. Li Mu obviously wanted to learn the former. However, Li Qing had said that even she didn't know Taoist magic, so Li Mu didn't think about it. "It was my thoughtlessness that put you in danger." Li Qing thought for a moment, then handed her sword to Li Mu and said, "Take it." Li Mu was stunned for a moment. In his memory, this sword had never left her side. Li Qing said, "This sword is called Green Rainbow. It is a magic weapon. With it, you won't have to be afraid of ordinary demons and ghosts." "How embarrassing. Take it." Li Qing's tone was indisputable. Li Mu took her sword. "This book is also for you." Li Qing handed the book in her hand to him and said, "This book records some things about the cultivation world. Take a look when you have time. This is all you should know." In his conversation with Li Qing, Li Mu realized that he still knew too little about the cultivation world. After seeing Li Qing off, he immediately leaned against the door and impatiently opened the book in his hand. The 9 realms of cultivation were divided into the lower 3 realms, the middle 3 realms, and the upper 3 realms. The lower 3 realms were soul refining, soul condensing, and spirit concentrating. The middle 3 realms were supernatural power, creation, and Dongxian divine travel talisman, guiding lightning talisman, ghost-seeking talisman, kite messenger, immortal shows the way wind calling incantation, guiding lightning incantation, sanguine incantation, Tao scripture, Tao pages, Tao techniques. In this book, not only did it record the cultivation realms of Taoism in detail, there were also a few special talismans, hand seals, and palm techniques, as well as the development history of Taoism. More than 1,000 years ago, Taoism was just one of the many sects that fought for supremacy. Later on, in order to pass down and develop Taoism, the earliest Taoism seniors worked together to compile the Tao scripture. This scripture contained countless Taoism secret manuals and became the cultivation guidelines for the people of Taoism. The Tao scripture was divided into 2 parts. The contents of the outer part were very diverse. It involved fulu, alchemy, formations, divination, supernatural power. It was the foundation of the various branches of Taoism. The inner part of the Tao scripture recorded the true power of Taoism. When used together with hand seals, one only needed a small amount of Dharma power to resonate with heaven and earth. The later generations called it Tao techniques. The outer part of the Tao scripture was widely passed down, and everyone could practice it. It was not a secret. However, the inner part, which recorded many Tao techniques, was hidden by the various Taoism sects and was not easily shown to others. Therefore, even though the hand seals of Taoism were widely spread and easy to obtain, if one did not know the incantation of the inner part, they would not be able to resonate with heaven and earth. Li Mu sighed. He had never seen the Tao scripture before. However, he could memorize a few sentences of the Tao Te Ching. He did not know if the book's name was different by one word. Would the contents still be useful? Unknowingly, he put the book aside and imitated a certain Tao technique hand seal described in the book. He channeled a small amount of Dharma power to his hand and whispered, "Tao." Boom! He only said one word when an indescribably strong force suddenly emerged from the void. Li Mu violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his vision turned black and he did not know anything. At the same time, in the Yangqiu County government, Li Qing suddenly placed her hand on her chest. She felt an inexplicable palpitation. Constable Zhou walked out of the government office with a confused look on his face. In a remote village outside the county, a sloppy Taoist priest was performing white paper to a few peasant women. His body suddenly trembled, and he jerked his head up to look at the sky. His eyes were filled with shock. North County, Baiyun Mountain. Today's Taoism was divided into 3 factions and 3 sections. Among them, the ancestral court of Fulu School was located at the peak of Baiyun Mountain. Baiyun Mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. Rows of magnificent palace-like buildings were faintly discernible in the clouds. Within the palaces, one could vaguely make out the figures of people. Buzz! A sudden bell chime broke the silence, and the clouds in the mountains began to tumble as if they were boiling. The various palaces were in an uproar. Not long after, figures flew out from the various palaces and gathered at the highest peak. What happened? Why did the Tao bell sound for no reason? Could it be that a new Tao technique has been born? I wonder which uncle master it is. While everyone was discussing, a white-haired and sage-like old man appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. "Greetings, sect master." After the old man appeared, everyone cupped their hands and bowed. A middle-aged Taoist priest walked forward and asked in confusion, "Sect master, what happened? Why did the Tao bell suddenly sound?" The old man flipped his hand, and a simple and unadorned page suddenly floated above his palm. When everyone saw the page, their faces were filled with reverence. This page was a remnant of the Tao scripture. It recorded many mantras and Tao techniques. It was the foundation of the Fulu school and was known as the Tao page. However, the Tao page, which they usually regarded as a sacred object, was now rustling as if it was trembling. It caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to become chaotic. Countless people were shocked. What was it that could make the Tao page, which was of the same origin as the Tao scripture, tremble? The Tao bell sounded for no reason, and the Tao page suddenly had a strange phenomenon. This strange scene was completely beyond everyone's imagination. After an unknown period of time, the chaotic power of heaven and earth slowly calmed down. The Tao page in the old man's hand also gradually calmed down. He looked into the distance and muttered, "The Tao scripture trembling. I've never heard of it before. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse." Yangqiu County, County Town. Lu Hanyan and her maidservant walked out of the door. The maidservant glanced and pointed to the ground beside the door. She said in surprise, "Miss, there's someone lying there." Chapter 14. In a room full of fragrance, Lu Hanyan stood in front of the bed and looked at Li Mu, who was lying on the bed. She turned her head and asked, "Doctor, what's wrong with him?" "Strange, it's really strange." The old man withdrew his fingers from Li Mu's wrist and said doubtfully, "This young master's pulse is steady and strong. He doesn't seem to be sick." Lu Hanyan asked in surprise, "But why did he vomit blood and faint?" "Judging from his pulse, his body is really fine, but he is a little anemic and weak." The old man thought for a moment and said, "It's common for people with anemia and weak qi to feel dizzy. It's not all bad to vomit blood. How about this? I'll give him a prescription to nourish qi and replenish blood first. After he takes it twice, we'll see what happens." Lu Hanyan nodded and said, "That's the only way." The old man stroked his beard and asked again, "Then young lady, may I ask if I'll give you a top-grade prescription, a middle-grade prescription, or a low-grade prescription?" Lu Hanyan asked, "Is there a difference?" "Of course there is." The old man explained, "The top-grade prescription uses precious herbs. The middle-grade prescription uses less effective herbs, and the low-grade prescription is more effective. Of course, the better the prescription, the more expensive it is. Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu, blinked her beautiful eyes and said, then the top-grade prescription. The more expensive, the better. Wanwan, follow the doctor to the pharmacy to get the medicine. When Li Mu woke up, his head was still hurting badly. He vaguely remembered that when he tried to use the Tao Te Ching to replace the Taoist scripture, an accident happened. He didn't even get to say the first sentence. The Taoist scripture can be explained, and he suffered a strong backlash. He vomited blood and fainted in front of the door. The environment he was in now was not like the street. Li Mu opened his eyes with difficulty and found that he was lying on the bed, covered with a pink quilt with a faint fragrance. A beautiful woman was standing in front of the bed, looking at him expressionlessly. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu calmly and said, "You're awake." Li Mu sat up from the bed and asked, "Why am I here?" Lu Hanyan said, "You just fainted outside. We called a doctor for you." Li Mu got off the bed and thanked her sincerely. "Thank you, miss." He originally thought that Lu Hanyan was narrow-minded, but he didn't expect her to be as broad-minded as her chest. She could disregard former enmity and save him. It was his own narrow-mindedness that made Li Mu feel extremely ashamed. Lu Hanyan waved her hand and said, "I can't just leave him to die." Li Mu cupped his hands again. "I still have to thank you, Mississippi. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "However, you still have to pay for the doctor's consultation fee and medicine. I've already paid for you just now. You can just give it to me directly. It's my duty." Li Mu took out his money bag from his waist and asked, "How much is it?" Lu Hanyan said, "The consultation fee is 1 coin. 1 coin was not expensive." Li Mu took out a piece of broken silver from his money bag. It was about 1 coin and put it on the bedside table. Li Mu asked again, "How much is the medicine?" Lu Hanyan took out a white jade abacus from out of nowhere. After fiddling with it for a while, she said, "The medicine cost is 10 or 20 taels. I'll give you the change. You just have to pay me back 10 taels." Li Mu was stunned for a moment. He thought that he had misheard and asked uncertainly, "How much?" 10 taels. Lu Hanyan handed him a few packets of medicine and a prescription. She said, "This is the prescription. If you don't believe me, you can go to the pharmacy and ask." A few packets of medicine actually cost 10 taels of silver. Li Mu took the prescription and said in disbelief, "How can these medicines be so expensive? Lady Lu, you're not being cheated, are you? I'd like to see what medicine is so expensive. It's just 100-year-old ginseng, 50-year-old ganoderma, top-grade pylos antler, 70-year-old fleece flower." Li Mu looked at the prescription and his voice gradually became smaller. "Damn black-hearted pharmacist." Li Mu cursed in his heart. He finally knew why these medicines were so expensive. Almost all of them were precious herbs. It would be strange if they weren't expensive. Obviously, the doctor must have taken advantage of Li Mu's coma to promote these precious herbs. The unscrupulous doctor and the black-hearted pharmacist colluded to cheat Lu Hanyan, a kind, foolish, and simple woman with a lot of money. She accidentally fell into the trap they had dug. The problem was that Lu Hanyan had money, but Li Mu didn't. If he had a trace of consciousness at that time, he wouldn't have burned money like this. Although she had done bad things with good intentions, Li Mu couldn't blame her. He showed an embarrassed expression and said, "Lady Lu, I don't have so much money right now. It's okay." Lu Hanyan waved her hand and said indifferently, "You can write an IOU first. You're a member of the Yamen. You won't go back on your word, right?" "Of course not." Li Mu sighed in his heart. He was already very poor, and he accidentally owed another 10 taels of debt. With his monthly salary of 500 copper coins, he didn't even have enough to eat and wear. He didn't know when he would be able to pay it back. Lu Hanyan brought over a brush and ink. Li Mu sighed and picked up the brush to write an IOU. There were 2 copies of the IOU. After Li Mu finished writing, he put his fingerprint on it. He gave 1 copy to Lu Hanyan, and kept the other copy for himself. The general content of the IOU was that Li Mu borrowed 10 taels of silver from his neighbor, Lu Hanyan, and he had to pay it back within a year. Li Mu originally wanted to give her interest, but Lu Hanyan refused. This made Li Mu feel even more ashamed. She was really a kind girl. His previous behavior was somewhat despicable. After leaving the Lu residence, Li Mu first went to the pharmacy to see if these tonics could be returned. Although these things were good, he didn't need them at all. The clerk of the pharmacy shook his head helplessly and said, "Sir, it's not that we don't want to return them, but these herbs are all mixed together. It's impossible to return them," Li Mu said with a straight face. "This is malicious fraud. Believe it or not, I'll report it to the Yamen." "Dear customer, you can't say that." An old man stepped forward and explained. "I told that young lady that the medicine shop had superior, intermediate, and inferior medicines. It was the young lady who insisted on choosing superior medicines. She even said that the more expensive, the better. Our shop operates with integrity, and we would never do such a fraudulent thing." Li Mu carried the herbs and walked out of the pharmacy with an ugly face. Revenge, this was undisguised revenge. Lu Hanyan did it on purpose. She purposely bought these expensive medicinal herbs to trick him. Anyway, in the end, all the expenses would be paid by Li Mu himself. Li Mu had underestimated her breadth of mind. Harming others without benefiting herself was something that only a narrow-minded person could do. He had to find a way to return the money as soon as possible. Otherwise, in front of Lu Hanyan, he would always be inferior. Li Mu didn't think about the money for the time being. He returned home, closed the door, and sat on the stone bench in the yard, lost in thought. He didn't forget that the culprit who caused all this was actually himself. To be more precise, he used the Tao Te Ching to replace the Taoist scripture, and tried to use Taoist magic, but he was counterattacked. The book said that Taoist magic could be strong or weak. The more powerful the Taoist magic was, the higher the requirement for the cultivation of the cultivator. If the cultivator used it by force, he would be injured at the least and die at the most. If his cultivation was not enough, he would be harmed instead. Although he had just walked around the gate of hell, at least it explained one thing. The Tao of these two worlds was connected to a certain extent. The Tao Te Ching could completely replace the Taoist scripture and trigger the resonance of heaven and earth. However, Li Mu was still too weak to understand the mystery of it. Practice was the only standard to test the truth. But even if Li Mu had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to use the Tao Te Ching to court death. He didn't know if other Taoist scriptures besides the Tao Te Ching had the effect of the Taoist scripture. Li Mu was not completely ignorant about Taoism and Buddhism. After all, when he was lying in bed, the only thing he could do to pass the time was to read books. Although he hadn't read the obscure scriptures of Buddhism and Taoism, his knowledge of Buddhism was not limited to reciting a few sentences. Linbing Doja all our information. Taishang Laojun is as urgent as the law. Great mighty heavenly dragon, Daoyuo Dharma incantation. In the Taoist scriptures, Li Mu could remember the names of Taishang Laojun said Chong Qingjing Sutra, Taishang Sanshin mantra, and Taiyisan expelling demon slaying protective mantra. Of course, he had long forgotten the contents of these scriptures. But it wasn't a big problem for him now. The charm that Li Qing gave him last time was still effective. Li Mu took it out and put it on his forehead. After a burst of coolness, some forgotten memories began to emerge. Not knowing when this charm would lose its effect, Li Mu quickly picked up a pen and paper and began to write quickly. The Great Tao is invisible, but it gives birth to heaven and earth. The Great Tao is emotionless, but it moves the sun and the moon. The Great Tao is nameless, but it grows all things. I don't know its name, but I call it Tao. Tao is. Heaven and earth are boundless, the universe borrows the law. The law is born from the heart, and it grows endlessly. Heaven and earth are Xuanzong, the root of all qi. Cultivate thousands of tribulations. Prove my supernatural power. After copying, Taishang Laojun said Chong Qingjing Sutra, Taiyisan expelling demon slaying protective mantra, and Taishang Sanshin mantra, the paper charm on Li Mu's forehead suddenly fell. When he put it on again, it didn't have the same effect as before. Li Mu rubbed his sore wrist and put away the fulu that had exhausted its spiritual power. This charm was of great use to him. Next time, he had to ask for a few more from Li Qing, or simply learn how to write charms himself. In this regard, Li Mu was also very curious. He had copied almost all of the scriptures, but which one to experiment with was a problem that needed to be considered. In another world, the Tao Te Ching was called a Taoist doctrine, but even it couldn't kill him. According to common sense, even if he copied these scriptures, which also had the same effect as the mantra, it shouldn't be too dangerous. But just in case, he still had to make some preparations in advance. Li Mu thought for a while, then ran to the kitchen and started a fire in the courtyard. Soon, the small courtyard was filled with the smell of barbecued meat. Not long after, a head grew out of the courtyard wall next door. Distant relatives were not as good as close neighbors. Neighbors should help each other and love each other. Especially for new neighbors who had just moved in, they should feel a strong sense of neighborly love. Li Mu smiled, looked up at the pretty girl and asked, "Miss Wanwan, have you eaten?" Chapter 15. As for Li Mu's invitation to eat with him, the girl agreed without any hesitation. Miss wanted to maintain her figure, and today she was eating alone. She had been eyeing the food for a long time, so naturally she couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. Although Miss said that the more good-looking a man was, the more likely he was to be a liar, he didn't look like a liar. Moreover, he was the only neighbor who would treat her to a meal. She didn't know why Miss didn't like him. Li Mu chatted with her while grilling the meat. "Wanwan, how old are you this year?" 16. "Where is your home?" "I forgot." "When did you start following your Miss?" 5. The 16-year-old girl was only 2 years younger than Li Mu. She looked a little silly and cute. Basically, she answered every question that Li Mu asked her. Her eyes never blinked as she stared at the barbecued meat on the stone slab. Li Mu chatted with her for a while to improve their relationship. After closing the distance, he said, "Wanwan, you eat first. If something happens to me later, can I trouble you to go to the county office and ask Miss Li Qing to come over?" This was the real reason why Li Mu had asked her to come over. After all, his experiment was risky. If something went wrong, no one would know no matter what happened to him if there was no one around to look after him. The girl looked up at him and asked in confusion, "What will happen? Vomiting blood or fainting?" Li Mu explained, "Didn't you see it today? My body isn't very good, so I'm worried that I'll faint again." "Oh." The girl nodded and began to focus on the food in front of her. Li Mu walked to the stone table and opened the introductory book Li Qing gave him. He turned to the page where handprints were recorded. Both divine sense and Tao technique required handprints and palm gestures to be performed. Among them, the handprints of divine sense were more complicated and often required more than 2 handprints to be arranged and combined. However, Tao was simpler. Tao technique was generally a single handprint, and there were only 36 handprints. At most, there would be a result after 36 attempts. Otherwise, if the 36 hand seals were arranged in an unknown number, it would be an incomparably huge number. If Li Mu were to try them one by one, he would never be able to figure them out in this lifetime. Li Mu looked at the first handprint and took a deep breath. He stretched out the 5 fingers of his right hand with the fingertips facing upwards, and bent the ring finger and the middle finger towards the center of his palm. He murmured softly, "Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. The power is born from the heart, endlessly growing." There were no anomalies in the surroundings, and Li Mu did not feel any discomfort. He continued to try the next one. A moment later, he shook his head and said, "It's still not right." Li Mu tried more than 10 times in a row, but there was no reaction. He changed to a hand seal called the Big Dipper seal, and said in a low voice, "Heaven and earth are limitless. The universe borrows the law. The law is born from the heart, endlessly multiplying." Boom! A powerful force suddenly emerged in the void, making his whole body tremble. His face instantly turned pale and bloodless, and his body fell straight down. The girl was eating the barbecue attentively. Hearing the strange sound behind her, she turned her head to look, and her pretty face changed. She hurriedly swallowed the food in her mouth and shouted, "Miss, it's not good. Young Master Li fainted again." Lu Hanyan hurriedly ran over from next door. Looking at Li Mu, who was lying unconscious on the ground, she did not have time to ask why her maid was here. she hurriedly said. Wan, go and get the doctor here. No need. Li Mu struggled to get up from the ground and said, I'm fine. Don't call a doctor. Calling a doctor once already made him 10 taels of silver in debt. If he called a few more times, even if he sold himself to Lu Hanyan, he would not be able to pay it off. Lu Hanyan looked at him and said in surprise, Are you really okay? Li Mu waved his hand and said, It's nothing. It's just a small problem. Fainting is a small problem? Get used to it, get used to it. Lu Hanyan looked at him for a long time and suddenly asked, Do you have some kind of serious disease? Li Mu originally wanted to deny it, but suddenly felt a unique emotion from Lu Hanyan. He channeled his mana to his eyes and saw her body emitting a faint white light. 7 emotions and 7 colors. Red was happiness, gray was anger, cyan was fear, colorless was love, black was evil, yellow was desire, and white represented sorrow. Sadness, grief, mourning, pity, they could all produce sorrow. Could it be that Lu Hanyan thought he was terminally ill and felt pity for him? Sparrow-een was born of sorrow. As a man among the 7 souls, Li Mu could give up corpse dog and seizing thief, but he absolutely could not give up Sparrow-een. He dispelled the idea of denying it and guided the trace of sorrow in time. Under Lu Hanyan's gaze, he sighed softly, slowly lowered his head and said, You still saw through it. Lu Hanyan's lips trembled and she said in disbelief, You really? Li Mu nodded, then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said calmly, I only have half a year to live at most. How is that possible? Lu Hanyan's expression changed slightly and said, But the doctor clearly said that your pulse is stable and that your body is healthy. Would a healthy person faint twice a day? Li Mu laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Actually, I'm not sleepy in the morning. It's just that my illness makes me unable to sleep at night. I can only fall asleep when it's close to dawn every day, so I also get up a little later. Taking this opportunity, he also explained to Lu Hanyan why he couldn't get up in the morning. Lu Hanyan remembered what happened yesterday morning, and a look of self-blame appeared on her face. She said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yesterday. It doesn't matter. Li Mu said indifferently, People are bound to die. I've already thought it through. Since we can't change it, we can only choose to accept it and try our best to live every day well. But don't worry, before I die, I'll definitely pay you back the 10 taels of silver I owe you. Lu Hanyan opened her mouth and finally lowered her head. She said guiltily, Actually, I asked the doctor to use those precious medicinal materials. You don't have to pay back the 10 taels of silver. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I'll try my best to help you. Without waiting for Li Mu to speak, Lu Hanyan stood up and bowed to Li Mu. Then she hurriedly left with the little maid who was still unwilling to go back. Li Mu looked at her guiltily leaving and secretly sighed in his heart. He used to be an honest and trustworthy young man, but this damned fate forced him to become a shameless scumbag who used the excuse of being terminally ill to win women's sympathy. Sighing was one thing, but he still had to gain sympathy. After all, grief was harder to obtain than joy and anger. If he wanted to condense the soul of the sparrow shade and restore his true colors as a man, he couldn't do without a compassionate female neighbor. After Lu Hanyan and her servant left, Li Mu closed the courtyard door and calmed himself down. His hands formed the Big Dipper seal again, but he didn't speak again. He had just proved that in addition to the Tao Te Ching, the Taiyisan exorcism demon-slaying body protecting mantra of Taoism from another world, combined with the Big Dipper seal, could also trigger the resonance of heaven and earth. However, his current mana was too weak. If he forced himself to use it, he would definitely suffer from the backlash. If he didn't immediately withdraw his hand seal when he saw the situation was not right, he would probably vomit blood and faint again. There was no shortcut to the growth of mana. Even if his cultivation speed was faster than the average cultivator, he didn't know how long it would take for him to be able to withstand the backlash of these mantras. After thinking for a moment, he decided to continue the experiment. With so many mantras, there must be some that he could control at this stage. Li Mu searched his memory and murmured, Which one should I try next? Should I try the 9 words mantra? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Baiyun Mountain, Fulu School, Main Peak. Buzz. A dull bell rang. Several figures sitting cross-legged around the ancient bell suddenly raised their heads. It's here again, it's here again. How many times has the law bell rung? In the past few decades, I've heard the law bell ring more than these 3 days. 18 times. In these 3 days, the law bell has rung 18 times. This broken bell can't be broken, right? It's impossible for so many new Tao techniques to appear at the same time. The law bell must be broken. The eyes of the people around the ancient bell were bloodshot. In these 3 days, their minds were extremely tense. All their emotions were affected by the law bell in front of them. In these 3 days, they had seen scenes that they hadn't seen in their decades of cultivation. The Tao page trembled and the law bell rang incessantly. In these 3 days, the law bell that hadn't rung in the past 3 years had rung 18 times. Affected by the sound of the bell, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in front of Fulu school was chaotic. The disciples were all frightened. Ever since the establishment of Fulu school, they had never experienced such a phenomenon. If the law bell wasn't broken, then it must be that a powerful cultivator had continuously created new Tao techniques that weren't in the Tao scripture. How was this possible? But just as everyone was panicking, the law bell in front of them rang again. Under the bright moonlight, Limu sat cross-legged in the center of the courtyard. His 5 hearts were facing the sky as he continued to refine the anger and grief he had absorbed from Lu Hanyan. In these 3 days, he hadn't heard Lu Hanyan practice her voice in the courtyard in the morning. After learning that Limu was seriously ill and would soon die, Lu Hanyan's attitude towards Limu changed drastically. She even had a servant girl bring him pastries and candied fruits twice. In this way, Limu couldn't provoke her and harvest her anger. After refining the emotions he had absorbed 2 days ago, he would have to think of another way. It was already midnight. The moonlight was like water. Next door, Lu Hanyan and her servant had already gone to bed. Limu's surroundings were also quiet. At a certain moment Limu, who was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes. Ever since he had refined the joy of the Zhangwang clan, his senses had become much sharper. Moreover, at this moment, the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand were emitting a faint light. The azure rainbow sword beside him was also buzzing incessantly. His gaze turned to the door. Under the moonlight, a thick black fog as thick as ink quickly entered through the crack in the door, and condensed into a figure in the courtyard. The figure formed by the black fog rolled unsteadily, and emitted a voice filled with resentment. It's been 3 days. Do you know how I've spent these 3 days? That damned monk. He made me listen to him recite scriptures for 3 days. 3 days. I listened to him for 3 whole days. Do you know how it felt? Fortunately, I made a breakthrough in my cultivation and escaped when the monk wasn't paying attention. If not for you, none of this would have happened. Tonight, I will devour your soul. That monk won't be able to save you, much less that broken string of beads. The black fog emitted a few screeches and rushed towards Limu. From the aura it emitted, it seemed to be even stronger than it was a few days ago. The Buddhist prayer beads in Limu's hand suddenly emitted a golden light. The azure rainbow sword beside him trembled even more intensely. Looking at the incoming black fog, Limu didn't get up. He only made a movement. He sat cross-legged and didn't move. His 10 fingers were clasped together and his index fingers were extended. At the same time he softly uttered, "Lin." Boom. As his voice fell, the night in the courtyard suddenly turned into day. A dazzling thunderbolt instantly descended and struck a small piece of ground in front of the black fog, creating a charred pit. Limu opened his eyes and looked at the shattered green bricks. He gloomily said, "F***CK, I missed again." The surging black fog stopped in midair. After a moment of silence, a trembling voice came from within. "I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. This little ghost will leave now and not disturb your cultivation." Chapter 16. A trembling voice came from the black fog, and then it swept out of Limu's courtyard at lightning speed. Limu stood up slowly, but he did not chase after it. Firstly, the ghostly mist was too fast for him to catch up to. Secondly, his mastery of the mantra was not complete enough. Otherwise, his attack just now would have been enough to scatter the ghost's soul. In the past few days of seclusion, Li Mu carefully tried many Taoist scriptures. In the end, he actually found a Taoist technique that he could control at this stage. However, even he did not expect that the first word of the 9 words mantra, combined with the 6 Ding Jade Maiden Seal, could release the thunder technique. The thunder technique was one of the top techniques among all the supernatural Taoist techniques. Demons, ghosts, and the like were all evil beings. They were all afraid of the thunder, and thunder naturally had a restraining effect on them. Unfortunately, Li Mu did not have a good grasp of this technique. He was far from being able to hit where he wanted to. It was already difficult to hit a fixed target, let alone a moving target. However, even if he could not hit the target for a while, it was enough to deter. Most importantly, in the face of demons and ghosts, he finally had a little power to protect himself. It was not like last time, when he could only be slaughtered by ghosts. The 9 words mantra of Taoism were Lin, Bing, Do, Shi, Jia, Shun, Lai, Qian and Xing. With Li Mu's current weak spiritual power, he only mastered the first word. Although he only learned one type of thunder technique, it was enough to protect himself. Some of the Taoist techniques had long incantations that were not suitable for a head-on fight. The 9 words mantra only had one word, which was most suitable for him at this stage. Next, he did not have to worry about being coveted by demons and ghosts. He could use all his energy to collect the 7 emotions and condense the 7 souls. Li Mu looked at the courtyard. Where the black fog was just now, there was a light green light flashing. This was the fear left by the ghost just now. The 7 emotions left its body. It could be seen how much fear the thunder technique caused. Li Mu guided the fear into his body and did not waste any of it. The might of the lightning technique had exceeded his expectations. However, he still had to practice more. The next time he encountered these things, he would not let them escape so easily. The next morning, Li Mu got up early. As soon as he finished washing his face and rinsing his mouth, there was a knock on the door. Li Mu opened the courtyard door and saw Lu Hanyan's maid, Wan Wan, standing outside. The young girl handed a box of food to Li Mu and said, "Young Master Li, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? I just went out to buy breakfast and accidentally bought too much. Miss asked me to share some with young Master Li." Lu Hanyan, as his neighbor, had been taking care of him in every aspect of his life ever since she found out that he was terminally ill. Li Mu had treated Wan Wan to a meal before. He knew that although this little maid looked cute, her appetite was bigger than his. No matter how much he bought for breakfast, there would not be any leftovers. This was Lu Hanyan deliberately finding an excuse to save his face. After all, in her eyes, Li Mu was not only dying, but also a poor constable who could not even afford medicine. Li Mu did not refuse. Instead, he generously took the box of food from the young girl's hand and said with a smile, "I was just about to go eat breakfast. Help me thank Lady Lu." She had good intentions, so Li Mu could not refuse. After all, as neighbors, they would spend many days together in the future. There would be plenty of opportunities to repay her in the future. Li Mu sat at the stone table in the courtyard and ate breakfast. Wan Wan waited for him to finish eating, and then took the box of food back. After a few days of interaction, she and Li Mu were already familiar with each other. The little maid rested her chin on one hand and watched Li Mu eat. She complained to Li Mu about the bad weather in Beijing. For the past few days, there had been thunder every night. She was so scared that she woke up several times. After breakfast, Li Mu said goodbye to Wan Wan and went straight to the county office. The 7 souls had not been condensed. It was still a stone in his heart that he could not let go of. Li Mu originally wanted to ask old Wang if there was any errands, and find an opportunity to collect the 7 emotions. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Zhang Shan yawning. When he arrived at the office early in the morning, Zhang Shan was sleepy and listless. When he saw Li Mu, he immediately became energetic. He immediately went forward and whispered, "Why are you here so early today? Do you want to gamble?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Gambling early in the morning? Aren't you afraid of the boss?" Zhang Shan chuckled and said, "Don't worry. The boss is not here. It seems that he was called back by the sect. It takes at least 2 days to get to Mount Baiyun from here. After saying that, he inadvertently glanced at Li Mu and found that he had changed his saber. After carefully identifying it, he said in surprise, "Why is the boss's sword in your hand?" 2 days ago, I provoked some unclean things. The boss lent it to me for self-defense. Li Mu casually explained and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's go and gamble." For Li Mu, the easiest thing to obtain at the moment was the feeling of joy. And from the feeling of joy, the first soul, the dead dog, was born. Refining the dead dog could greatly improve his alertness and give him the ability to foresee danger. This was very important for him. Hearing this, Zhang Shan beamed with joy and said, "Let's go. Let's go to our duty room." Zhang Shan proposed to shake the dice. Li Mu agreed without thinking. Zhang Shan knew all kinds of gambling methods that were commonly seen in the streets. He was especially proficient in dice. He could casually shake out the number he wanted, and he could also accurately determine the size of the dice based on the movements and sounds of others shaking the dice. The two of them took turns to be the banker. Li Mu lost more than he won, but he always had a smile on his face. It seemed that losing money didn't affect his mood. Zhang Shan's smile was even brighter. He only held his waist occasionally and asked in confusion, "Li Mu, why is it so tiring every time I gamble with you? After gambling with you once, I don't even have the strength to pay my taxes at night. Now my wife suspects that I have a mistress outside. Last night, I spent most of the night proving my innocence." Li Mu looked at him lightly and said, "If you are tired, let's call it a day." Zhang Shan waved his hand repeatedly and said, "No, no, no. I can still do it. I can still do it." In the Yamen, there were only 3 people who were willing to gamble with him. Li Si was a poor man who lived off women. Old Wang had recently opened some kind of acupoint. His gambling skills had greatly improved, and his luck was so good that he almost always won. After a few times, Zhang Shan didn't want to play with him anymore. Only Li Mu was stupid and had a lot of money. He wasn't angry when he lost money, and he was willing to keep losing. Playing with him, even if it was a little hard and tiring, it didn't matter. While Zhang Shan was happily winning money, a limping figure walked in from outside. Seeing the scene in the duty room, he immediately came forward and said, "Are you playing? Count me in, count me in. I'm not playing anymore, I'm not playing anymore." Zhang Shan saw Old Wang and suddenly shivered. He put away the dice and said, "I'm tired today. Next time, next time." Old Wang ignored him and sat straight at the table. He said, "If you don't play with me, I'll play with Li Mu." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I don't want to win your coffin money." Zhang Shan went out to patrol, and only Li Mu and Old Wang were left in the duty room. He didn't want to gamble with Old Wang, but he couldn't stand the other party's coaxing and pestering, so he finally agreed. On the one hand, Li Mu still needed his help in the future. On the other hand, Old Wang had no children and was not married. He liked to gamble, but in fact he wanted to find someone to talk to. As for absorbing emotions from Old Wang, Li Mu had never thought about it. Zhang Shan was in the prime of his life, and his qi and blood were vigorous. It was nothing to absorb a little, but Old Wang was old and weak. There was a high probability that he couldn't withstand it. "I heard that you are cultivating with Miss Qing?" Old Wang asked as he shook the dice. "Boss taught me some cultivation basics." Li Mu nodded and didn't explain much. Old Wang smacked his lips and said, "Those guys are all proud and arrogant. In the Yamen, only Miss Qing is good at dealing with them. Not to mention strength, just looking at your appearance, you two are a perfect match. If you cultivate well in the future, maybe you can become Taoist companions with her." Li Mu ignored his joke. Thinking that the way to collect the 7 emotions had not been solved, he reminded Old Wang, "Don't forget what I asked you to do." "I won't forget." Old Wang glanced at him and said, "If I encounter an easy and safe task, I will ask you first." Old Wang was responsible for organizing the case files of the county yamen. If someone came to the county yamen to report a case, except for urgent cases, they had to go through him first. In his hands, he had the first-hand information of the county yamen. If Li Mu got closer to him, he would have more opportunities to do things. This was his most direct and fastest way to collect the 7 emotions. After gambling with Old Wang for a few rounds and deliberately losing a few coins, Li Mu planned to go out to patrol. Zhang Shan walked in quickly from outside and said hurriedly, "Li Mu, stop playing. There's an errand." The constables of the county yamen, as civil servants of the Great Zhou, had the duties of both the civil police and the criminal police. From small neighborhood disputes to serious homicide cases, they were all within the scope of their duties. On weekdays, when there were no important cases, the constables patrolled their own areas to maintain the stability of the area. When there was an errand that required them to act together, it meant that there was a major case. Li Mu trotted and asked Zhang Shan, "What errand? Why are you in such a hurry?" "I don't know." Zhang Shan walked quickly and shook his head. "The man surnamed Han asked us to go. Let's go quickly. The boss is not here. If we are late, we will be scolded by him." The man surnamed Han, that Zhang Shan mentioned, was the young man who held the compass and circled Li Mu several times after he came back from the dead. He was also one of the cultivators in the county yamen. Most of these cultivators came from famous sects and entered the county yamen to gain experience. They often looked down on ordinary people like Li Mu and Zhang Shan. Of course, Li Mu and Zhang Shan did not like them. Li Qing was not here, so Li Mu and Zhang Shan were temporarily under his command. Ordinary cases could be handled by ordinary constables. This time, the county yamen sent out a cultivator, so it should not be an ordinary case. A well-dressed young man stood outside the county yamen. He glanced at Zhang Shan and Li Mu, who hurried out and snorted, "Hurry up, you two. Don't dilly-dally. We are waiting for you too." After being scolded, Zhang Shan muttered something that should not be good. Li Mu did not take it to heart. What he cared about was what kind of case it was, and whether he could find an opportunity to obtain the 7 emotions from it. Including Li Mu, Zhang Shan, and Li Si, the county yamen sent out 6 constables this time. Under the lead of Han Jia, the group quickly arrived at a mansion in the county, thanks to Hidden Xing, Zhu Huan, and Taiwu Wux for their rewards. Zhua Sheng and Spring Fragrance Brothel for their rewards. Chapter 17. The gate of the mansion in front of him looked very tall. This was the southern district of the county. Those who could live here were either rich or noble. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless stretch of wealthy families. Above everyone's heads, there was a gilded plaque with the words Zhao Mansion written on it. Hanja walked to the door of the Zhao Mansion and said, "Knock on the door." Zhang Shan walked to the front and was about to knock on the door when the door of the Zhao Mansion suddenly opened from the inside. A few monks and Taoist priests were chased out by the servants of the Zhao Mansion. "Are you blind? How dare you trick our Zhao Mansion? Hurry up and get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll break your legs." The Taoist priests and monks scrambled away. Hanja looked at a stout middle-aged housekeeper of the Zhao Mansion and asked, "Were you the ones who reported the case?" Seeing their clothes, the middle-aged housekeeper changed his attitude and immediately smiled apologetically. "Immortal Master, please follow me in." Hanja stepped into the Zhao Mansion and asked, "Who were those people just now?" The middle-aged housekeeper revealed a look of disdain and said, "Those damn monks and Taoist priests. They pretended to be cultivation experts and tricked our Zhao Mansion. Immortal Master, you don't have to pay attention to them. Master and Madam are already waiting in the inner residence." When he turned to look at Li Mu and the others, he raised his head again and said coldly, "You guys wait here first." Seeing the two of them walk into the inner residence, Zhang Shan curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Isn't it just a connection with the county governor? What's so great about that?" In the 36 counties of the Great Zhou, each county was led by the county governor and assisted by the county governor. Li Mu learned from Zhang Shan that the young master of the Zhao Mansion was lucky enough to be valued by the county governor of the North County, and was about to be engaged to the county governor's daughter. Naturally, the status of the Zhao Mansion would also rise. Not to mention the bailiffs, even the Zhang County magistrates would have to give some face to the Zhao family. Zhang Shan suddenly looked at Li Si and said, "Old Li, why don't you go and seduce the county governor's daughter? This way we will have a backer." Li Si glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Living off a woman was also a skill. Li Mu did not look down on the Zhao family because of this. It had nothing to do with him. What he was concerned about was the collection of the 7 emotions. He looked at the constables and asked, "What happened to the Zhao family?" One of the constables looked around and said in a low voice, "I don't know why young Master Zhao has been possessed. His marriage with the county magistrate's daughter is approaching. If this matter is not handled properly, the county magistrate will definitely blame us." The Zhang county magistrates attach great importance to this case. While they were talking, several silhouettes walked out from the inner residence. Hanja was walking at the front, followed by a middle-aged couple. Both of them looked worried and anxious, turning their heads to look behind them from time to time. A young man wearing only an undershirt followed behind them. The young man was handsome, but there was a silly smile on his face. He didn't even wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and only cared about laughing foolishly. Zhang Shan was shocked and whispered, "He's really been possessed. I saw him on the street before, but he wasn't like this at that time." Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he could not see through a person's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, according to the description in the introductory book, young Master Zhao had clearly lost one of his spiritual souls. Humans had 3 spiritual souls. 1 was fetal light, 2 were refreshing spirits, and 3 were serene spirits. The first spiritual soul, fetal light, was the true nature of the innate. The second spiritual soul, refreshing spirits, was the consciousness and was responsible for thinking and intelligence. The third spiritual soul, serene spirits, was responsible for interests. Among the 3 spiritual souls, fetal light was the life spirit. Once fetal light left the body, the person would immediately lose consciousness and fall into a coma. Refreshing spirits were responsible for intelligence. Without refreshing spirits, the person would become silly and dull, and their intelligence would be like that of a 3-year-old child. Losing the third spiritual soul, serene spirits, would cause the person to lose interest in everything. Young Master Zhao had become silly for no reason, so he had obviously lost his second spiritual soul. There were generally 2 reasons for the 3 spiritual souls to leave the body. The first was that they left the body automatically due to shock. The second was that they were hooked by humans or demons. It was unknown which one young Master Zhao belonged to. Hanja turned around and said to the middle-aged couple, "Bring me cinnabar and a writing brush." Although the middle-aged couple did not know what Hanja wanted to do, they quickly ordered the servants to prepare the things he wanted. A constable watched from afar and whispered, "Boss is going to draw talismans again." Soul summoning was not a complicated spell. Taoism and Buddhism had several methods. Just the book that Li Qing gave him recorded 3 or 4 methods. The one that Hanja chose was obviously the simplest. He dipped the writing brush in cinnabar and drew a strange rune on young Master Zhao's forehead. Then he formed a seal with both hands. His lips seemed to be trembling, but no one could hear what he was saying. The incantations and mantras needed to use supernatural powers and Taoist techniques did not have to be said out loud. Cultivators could use their life spirits to directly mute the incantations. In order to prevent outsiders from secretly learning from them, Taoist techniques were not allowed to be used verbally in the various sections. Spiritual soul return. Hanja suddenly shouted, startling everyone present. Li Mu felt that it was a pity. He could also summon spiritual souls. If he had done it, perhaps he could have received some gratitude from the Zhao family. It was a pity that this rare opportunity was wasted in Hanja's hands. However, the development of the situation did not seem to be as Li Mu had expected. Spiritual soul return. Spiritual soul, return. Zhaoyong soul return. Hanja stood in front of the dazed Zhaoyong and chanted the soul-leading incantation several times. However, he could not summon Zhaoyong's second spiritual soul. In such a situation, either Zhaoyong's second spiritual soul had dissipated, or it was too far away and beyond the range of the soul-leading incantation. Strangely, other than the life spirit fetus light, the other 2 spiritual souls did not have consciousness. After the soul-leading incantation left the body, they would not go too far. Instead, they would move around the body unconsciously. The soul-leading incantation could affect at least a radius of 10 miles. If Zhao Yong's second spiritual soul had not dissipated, it was already 10 miles away from the body. Things were clearly out of his expectations. Hanja frowned and said in a low voice, "His second soul hasn't dissipated yet. When I summoned his soul just now, I could sense its existence, but I don't know its exact location," the middle-aged man hurriedly said. "Immortal Master, what should we do next?" Hanja thought and said, "Take a piece of yellow paper and a strand of Zhao Yong's hair." The middle-aged man hurriedly asked someone to bring the yellow paper, and personally took a few strands of hair from his son's head. He respectfully handed them to Hanja. Hanja placed Zhao Yong's hair in the palm of his hand. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the strands of hair suddenly ignited and quickly turned into a pile of ashes. He mixed the ashes of the hair with cinnabar, and then placed the yellow paper on the table. He took a deep breath and picked up the brush. The brush moved like dragons and snakes as he drew a complicated talisman on the paper in one go. Immortal guides the way. Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. He had seen this kind of talisman in a book. This kind of immortal guides the way could be used to find demons and ghosts. He did not expect it to be used to find souls. After drawing the talisman, Hanja folded it into the shape of a paper crane. After injecting his transcendence energy, the paper crane slowly flapped its wings and circled Zhao Yong once before flying out of the Zhao Manor. The people of the Zhao Manor watched in amazement. Hanja looked at Li Mu and the rest and ordered, "You guys follow it." On the street, a paper crane floated in the air and slowly moved forward. A few constables followed behind it, attracting the attention of many commoners. Li Mu knew the principle behind the immortal guides the way. Just now, Hanja mixed Zhao Yong's hair with cinnabar. This talisman contained Zhao Yong's breath. This breath and Zhao Yong's soul were attracted to each other. It would follow the trajectory of his second soul and find the location of his second soul. However, the paper crane's flying speed was extremely slow. At this speed, it was unknown when they would find Zhao Yong's soul. The group followed the paper crane and circled around the county city for half a day. The paper crane circled out of the city gates and headed west. The paper crane's speed was extremely slow. After circling around the county city for a long time, the sky was about to turn dark. They were already more than 5 kilometers away from the county city. Other than Hanja, everyone's face was filled with fatigue and impatience. At a certain moment, one of the constables suddenly said, "Look, the paper crane is not moving." Li Mu looked up and saw that the paper crane floating in the air was no longer moving forward. Instead, it was circling in place. This meant that Zhao Yong's soul was nearby. However, just as he took a step forward, the scene in front of him changed drastically. A moment ago, the sky had only darkened slightly. Suddenly, it became pitch black. He could not even see his own fingers. When he looked up, he could not see the stars in the sky. He could not hear any sound. Camouflage. Li Mu was shocked. He hurriedly channeled his mana to his eyes. In the next moment, the darkness in front of him disappeared. He saw Zhongshan, Li Si, and the rest with terrified expressions. They stretched out their hands and groped in the air while circling in place. Hanja's eyes flashed with a dim light. He snorted. "I knew it. Zhao Yong's soul left his body inexplicably, because of evil. Who are you? Quickly show yourself." Hanja's voice seemed to contain some kind of strange power. After the constables heard it, their vision blurred and they once again saw their colleagues beside them. At the same time, they also saw an illusory figure standing quietly not far in front of them. Chapter 18. The moment the illusory figure appeared, even the surrounding temperature seemed to drop by a few degrees. Wraith. Li Mu was shocked. From the aura that the illusory figure exuded, it was undoubtedly a ghost, and it was not a Yin spirit like the Zhangwang clan. The Yin qi outside her body was condensed and did not dissipate. Although it was not as powerful as the evil spirit that Li Mu had seen twice before, it was definitely not ordinary. Hanja looked at the female ghost and coldly said, "Evil creature, hurry up and hand over Zhao Yong's soul." The female ghost did not speak. She spat out a mouthful of yin qi. The yin qi turned into several black snakes in the air and rushed towards Hanja. As for Li Mu, Zhang Shan, and the other constables, she did not pay any attention to them. Li Mu stood to the side and did not make a move. Although he had methods to restrain the female ghost, it was not suitable to reveal them in front of others. Moreover, he did not know how to mute the incantation, and he could not reveal his thunder technique in front of Hanja. When the female ghost appeared, the Buddhist prayer beads on Li Mu's wrist only slightly heated up. This meant that the female ghost's cultivation was not high, and Hanja was enough to deal with her. Insignificant skill. Facing the black snakes of yin qi that rushed towards him, Hanja only snorted coldly. An invisible wave reverberated, and the several black snakes were directly shattered and turned back into yin qi, unable to condense again. This scene greatly excited the constables. Li Mu was also secretly surprised. Hanja's snort and the mana fluctuations around him were obvious. He was probably at least in the second realm of the soul-condensing realm. Although wraiths were also in the second realm of ghost cultivators, in the lower three realms, demonic ghosts could not be compared to cultivators at the same level. This female ghost's strength was even weaker than the one that Li Mu encountered. After the black snakes were defeated, her figure became much more illusory. As if she knew that she was not a match for the person in front of her, the female ghost quickly retreated. A thick black fog appeared where she was standing, enveloping Li Mu and the others in it. The black fog moved with the group and always wrapped them in it, unable to walk out for a while. In the black fog, they could not see their own fingers. Hanja formed a seal with both hands and said in a deep voice, "The wind comes out of the horn, the soldiers from the earth, the road ahead, the fierce wind, the urgent order. Wind come." As his last sentence fell, a strong wind suddenly blew around them. In an instant, the black fog was completely blown away. After the fog dissipated, the female ghost figure could no longer be seen in front of them. Hanja pointed ahead and said, "She can't have run far, Chase." In most cases, people's fear came from the unknown. It was precisely because they did not understand ghosts that ordinary people would fear them. In Li Mu's eyes, ghosts that frightened ordinary people had already shed their mysterious veil. The so-called ghosts were nothing more than the product of the fusion of three souls after a person's death. The lowest level of Yin spirit did not have any special abilities, and could not even appear in front of people. The more powerful wraiths could only control Yin Qi and use some camouflage techniques. As long as the other party was not a third-realm evil spirit, it should not be a problem for Hanja. After the ghost fog dissipated, Hanja took out a talisman and stuck it on his leg. His figure was like the wind, disappearing in front of Li Mu and the others in the blink of an eye. This was one of the characteristics of the Fulu school. If one's cultivation was not enough, they could use talismans to make up for it. A godly travel talisman could increase one's speed by several times. Li Mu and the others leisurely walked behind them. As long as there were cases involving demonic ghosts, the only thing they could do was run errands and chase after paper cranes. The matter of subduing demonic ghosts had to be left to these professional cultivators. Zhang Shan walked beside Li Mu and looked at the moon above his head. He complained, "Where are we now? We're in the middle of nowhere. Who knows when we'll be able to go back?" One of the constables said, "We've just reached Clearwater Bay. We're only a few dozen li away from the city. We'll be able to go back in about an hour." Li Mu felt that the name Clearwater Bay was familiar. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he had heard Old Wang mention it before. A few fishermen had come to the yamen to report that there was a water ghost causing trouble in Clearwater Bay. Could it be the female ghost from before? The Bay of Clearwater was located between two mountains. A stream that flowed through Yangqiu County changed its course here, and the water gathered here to form a vast body of water. The water flow here was slow, and the fish were abundant. It supported dozens of families on the shore. There was a legend among the people that those who committed suicide or accidentally drowned would have their souls wander around the place where they drowned. Nourished by the yin qi in the lake, their souls would become water ghosts. The water ghosts died because of the water. They would patiently wait in the water, lure, or directly pull a living person into the water and drown them. From there, the living person would become their substitute and reincarnate. The person who was killed by the water ghost would become a new water ghost and repeat the process. Of course, legends were only legends. The concept of reincarnation had existed since ancient times, but no one had ever proven it. After a person died, they became a ghost. When a ghost died again, their soul would truly disperse. The story of water ghosts harming people in order to reincarnate was purely a fiction. Their true purpose was to devour people's souls and cultivate in order to improve their cultivation. Regardless of whether the reincarnation of a water ghost was true or not, water was of the yin attribute. Once the female ghost entered the water, it would not be easy to catch her. Li Mu and the others walked a few hundred steps forward and heard the gurgling sound of water. Tonight, the moonlight was extremely bright. It poured down on the water, making the shore even brighter. Not far in front of them, a thick black fog was rushing towards the shore. Evil creature, where do you think you're going? Hanja changed his hand seals and raised his hand. A golden light shot into the black fog. A shrill scream came from the black fog. The female ghost's figure fell out of the black fog and landed on the grass beside the pond. Her body was even more illusory than before. After struggling a few times, she could not stand up again. It was obvious that she was on the verge of collapse. Hanja took out an 8 trigrams mirror and shook it gently at the female ghost. An illusory figure separated from the female ghost's body. It was vaguely recognizable as a man. That was Zhao Yong's second soul. Shuang Ling did not have self-awareness and looked muddle-headed. Hanja looked down at the female ghost and said coldly, "It was not easy for you to become a ghost cultivator. It was even more difficult for you to cultivate to the second realm. Now for the sake of cultivation, you're doing things that steal people's souls. Leaving you in this world is a disaster. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." He took out a talisman. It was too far away and the sky was dark. Li Mu could not see what kind of talisman it was. He guessed that it was something to kill ghosts and eliminate demons. The various talismans of the Fulu school had a restraining effect on demonic ghosts. This female ghost had already been injured by Hanja. If this talisman hit her, her soul would scatter. Hanja shook his wrist and the talisman immediately ignited. He was about to make a move when a breeze blew from the lake. As the breeze blew, the burning talisman in Hanja's hand was suddenly extinguished. At the same time, the Buddhist beads on Li Mu's wrist suddenly emitted a golden light. The azure rainbow sword in his hand trembled incessantly and made a crisp buzzing sound. The burning evil punishment talisman suddenly extinguished. This scene stunned Hanja. The talisman's fire was not ordinary fire. How could it be extinguished by the night wind? "Boss, boss, in the water." At this moment, a constable's trembling voice sounded. Hanja looked at the water and saw a white-clothed, long-haired woman slowly walking out of the water. The woman wore a white dress and had long hair that reached her waist. At first, the river water only reached her waist. As the water rippled, the white-clothed woman walked out of the water step by step. What followed was a faint fragrance. As the woman approached, a cold wind blew. The chill was bone-chilling. The Buddhist beads on Li Mu's wrist and the azure rainbow sword trembled even more violently. Li Mu's vigilance was raised to the extreme. Even the second time he saw the evil ghost, the Buddhist beads on his wrist did not have such an intense reaction. This was another ghost. Moreover, the female ghost in front of him was much stronger than the evil ghost. At this moment, the white-clothed woman glanced at Li Mu. Li Mu felt a bone-piercing chill. The Buddhist beads on his wrist dimmed, and the azure rainbow sword in his hand was as calm as before. The woman leisurely walked to the shore and smiled at everyone. She softly asked, "Am I beautiful?" Chapter 19. The white-clothed woman's voice was extremely gentle and charming, causing one's heart to involuntarily sway and lose control of their mind for a moment. In the instant that he lost control of his mind, the scenery in front of Li Mu's eyes suddenly changed. The trees around him disappeared, the stream in front of him disappeared, and he appeared in a valley full of blooming flowers. The valley was filled with the chirping of birds and dancing butterflies. In front of him, there were over 10 women in gauze dresses, gently twisting their waists as they began to dance. These women were of various shapes and sizes, their figures and appearances were all different, but each one of them was an unrivaled beauty. They were either pure, charming, generous, graceful, passionate, or cold. More importantly, as they danced, the thin gauze dresses on their bodies began to slip off one by one. As these women's movements became bolder and bolder, Li Mu's heart began to crazily grow, and he couldn't suppress it. Illusion. Li Mu was suddenly alerted, and he knew that things weren't going well. He formed a seal with one hand and immediately chanted in his heart. If the heart is as clear as ice, it will not be alarmed even if the sky collapses. If the myriad changes remain constant, the spirit will be calm and tranquil, untainted by dust, untainted by vulgarity. The void is peaceful and tranquil. There is nothing at all. Nothing engenders each other. It is difficult to achieve each other. Illusions were not just illusory scenes. Profound illusions were like nightmares. They could infinitely magnify the flaws in one's heart, arouse the deepest desires in one's heart, and even directly manifest them. Once one's heart was lost, and they fell into the illusion, they would be manipulated by the creator of the illusion. Those who were skilled in illusions could even surpass realms to kill enemies. Although the Taoist's clear heart mantra was not as powerful as the 9-word mantra, it was superior in that it could be used silently. Li Mu silently chanted the clear heart mantra several times, and when he opened his eyes again, the throbbing desire in his heart had already disappeared without a trace, and the dancers in front of him were no longer able to stir his heart in the slightest. However, his heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. In the illusion, he was not alone. Zhang Shan, Li Si, and even Hanja were dragged in. At this moment, Zhang Shan's face was full of smiles as he danced with a plump woman. The rest of the constables were also doing the same. Even Hanja, after struggling for a short period of time, was also ignited by the desire in his heart. He was hugging a cold woman, his face full of joy, completely immersed in the illusion. The 3 constables beside him had even begun to take off their pants. The moment they touched the belt, they suddenly fell to the ground and disappeared from the illusion. In the blink of an eye, only the 2 of them were left in the illusion. Li Si looked around and looked at Li Mu in confusion. Am I dreaming? Li Mu looked at Li Si, his face full of astonishment. These women were full of temptation. Li Mu himself almost fell for it. Even Hanja, who was in the spirit condensation realm, was trapped in the illusion. But Li Si, who was the most lecherous among them, was still able to maintain his sanity. Not only that, but the way he looked at these women was like an ancient well without any ripples. It was no different from the way he looked at Zhang Shan and Old Wang. Li Mu looked at him in shock and asked, "Are you okay?" Li Si asked back, "What can happen to me?" Li Mu said in disbelief, "You're not moved." Moved? Li Si looked at the naked women who were dancing more and more boldly. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he said disdainfully, "That's it?" With Li Si's words, the movements of the women suddenly stopped. Then the women in front of them suddenly disappeared. In their place, there was a delicate and pretty girl. The girl was wearing a plain long dress, which covered her body tightly. Compared with the women who were wearing revealing clothes just now, she couldn't arouse the slightest lust in men. But the moment the girl appeared, the expression on Li Si's face suddenly froze. Li Mu's face changed. Although he didn't know who the girl was, it was obvious that Li Si's situation was very bad. There was a possibility of him falling into the illusion at any time. The obsession or desire in the depths of his heart was manifested by the woman who walked out of the lake. Ching ching. Li Si looked at the girl in a daze. His eyes gradually became sluggish, and he slowly walked in the direction of the girl. Li Mu wanted to stop him, but found that his body seemed to be imprisoned by something. He watched Li Si's hand touch the girl's face, and then his whole person disappeared in the illusion. In the end, only Li Mu was left in this valley, and the women who had just disappeared appeared in front of Li Mu again. Their dance was even more graceful, and their movements were even bolder than before. They even stuck to Li Mu's body. Li Mu looked down and silently recited the clear heart technique in his heart. His eyes were calm, without the slightest trace of distracting thoughts. Finally, a voluptuous woman came close to Li Mu and gently breathed out a fragrance to him. Her whole body softened in his arms and she softly asked, "Am I beautiful?" Li Mu calmly said, "I'm sorry, I'm face blind. I don't know if you're beautiful." The key to breaking out of the illusion was to stay true to one's heart. As long as one wasn't driven by desire, even the master of the illusion couldn't do anything to him. As long as he was out of the illusion, Li Mu had the power to protect himself. What's more, with Li Mu's current physical condition, no matter how seductive she was, she wouldn't be able to seduce him. Young master really knows how to joke. The woman laid in Li Mu's arms, her hands hooked around his neck. Her breath was like orchids and she sweetly said, "Am I beautiful, or is your wife beautiful?" "I'm sorry, I haven't married yet." The woman seemed to have been disrupted by Li Mu. She was silent for a moment, and then stroked Li Mu's chest with one hand, and continued to ask with a charming smile, "The scenery here is very pleasant. Would young master like to do some happy things with us sisters?" Li Mu sighed in his heart. People were born to like to do those happy things, but now was not the time. Firstly, he clearly knew that the mountains here were fake, the water was fake, and the beauty in his arms was fake. Once he agreed, his heart would be exposed, and he would end up like Zhang Shan and Li Si. Secondly, even if all of this was real, he had lost his 7 souls, and there was no hope of condensing the soul of the sparrow Yin. He often couldn't get up in the morning, so it was impossible for him to have fun with so many people. At most, he could last for 2 or 3 hours. Faced with the woman's seduction, Li Mu shook his head and solemnly said, "Miss, please respect yourself." The woman's face suddenly showed anger, and she loudly said, "I don't believe it. Men are all lustful people. How can anyone not be lustful? You must be lying to me." As she spoke, she suddenly reached down, and then her face was filled with disbelief. She said in shock, "How is it possible you?" Li Mu suddenly regained control of his body. His face flushed red, and he pushed the woman away. After being humiliated like this, Li Mu was furious, and the sea of anger in his heart was churning. The 6-ding jade maiden seal in his hand was already halfway formed, and the word Lin was already in his throat. Suddenly his vision blurred. The valley disappeared, the sea of flowers disappeared, and the dancing women also disappeared. He saw the reflection of the moon on the water's surface. On the shore of the Gulf of Clear Water, the white-clothed, long-haired woman bowed to Li Mu and said apologetically, "I thought that all men in this world were heartless and fickle, with only lust and lust in their eyes. I didn't think that there would be such a person as young master in this world. Just now I was wrong. I apologize to young master." Chapter 20. Li Mu opened his mouth. He felt that this female ghost was cursing him, but he didn't have any proof. He had already formed the hand seal, but she suddenly became polite. This made him feel indescribably uncomfortable. In the end, Li Mu secretly removed the hand seal. After all, he didn't want to hit a smiling ghost. Most importantly, to be able to release an illusion that even Hanja couldn't resist. This female ghost's strength was very likely at the 3rd realm, or even the 4th realm. Even with the 9 syllables of truth, Li Mu wasn't her match. He looked around and saw that Zhang Shan, Li Si, and Hanja were all lying on the ground. However, they were only unconscious and shouldn't be seriously injured. He didn't know why this white-clothed female ghost was stopping them from handling this case. This concubine is Suhi. How should I address this young master? Li Mu. This female ghost seemed to be reasonable. After the introductions, Li Mu looked at the people lying on the ground and asked, "Miss Su, can you let my colleagues go?" The female ghost named Suhi smiled and said, "This concubine has been in this bay of clear water for 20 years and has never harmed anyone. They are only unconscious and will wake up tomorrow." Li Mu immediately understood. It was normal for Hanja to not be a match for a female ghost with 20 years of cultivation. Although the cultivation of demons and spirits was much more difficult than that of humans, ghosts and spirits were different. They were originally transformed from the souls of humans. In terms of cultivation, They had an advantage that demons and spirits, and even humans, could not compare to. Among them, there were very few who could compare to cultivators of the middle realm when they had just turned into spirits. Limu looked at her and asked, "This concubine doesn't know why you are stopping us from getting rid of this resentful ghost that seduces people's souls?" Suhi sighed and softly said, "Young master only knows that she is the fruit of seducing souls. But you don't know the reason why she seizes souls." Limu was stunned for a moment. Could there be more to this? Just now, he felt that the female ghost was a little strange. Although her body had the yin-chi of a ghost, it didn't give off a fierce feeling. Ghosts that seduced people's souls to cultivate usually had a murderous aura. Suhi looked at the female ghost who was on the verge of collapse and asked, "Young master, do you know who she is?" Limu shook his head. Suhi said something shocking. "She is Zhao Yong's fiancée." "Zhao Yong's fiancée is not the daughter of the prefectural minister," Limu said in surprise. Then he seemed to have realized something. He frowned and felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Suhi said faintly, "Her name is Lin Wan. She has been engaged to Zhao Yong since they were young. They were supposed to get married next year, until a few months ago. Zhao Yong was chosen by the county minister." What happened next was exactly as Limu had guessed. There were only 36 counties in the Great Zhou. In each county, the county chief was the most respected. Under the county chief was the prefectural minister. If one could form a relationship with the prefectural minister, their future would naturally be bright. Zhao Yong was chosen by the prefectural minister, but he was already engaged. The Zhao family was considered a respectable family in Yangqiu County. If he broke the engagement to marry the prefectural minister's daughter, not only would it be a source of gossip, it might also block his hard-earned promotion. Therefore, he chose to go all the way. He used the excuse of going out with Lin Wan and drowned her in the Gulf of Clearwater. Her body was buried by the shore. Lin Wan's parents died early, and she was the only one in the family. After her death, naturally, no one mentioned the engagement. Suhi passed a trace of yin-chi to Lin Wan, who was on the verge of dissipating. She said, "That day, I saw the resentment on the shore soaring to the sky. It didn't dissipate for a long time. Before her soul dissipated, I condensed her 3 souls and helped her cultivate. I taught her techniques and helped her take revenge. However, her cultivation was too shallow and she only managed to capture one of Zhao Yong's souls. For the sake of his future, killing his own fiancée with his own hands was not something a human could do." Limu looked at Zhao Yong's soul floating to the side, and forcibly resisted the thought of striking him to death with a thunderbolt. After taking a deep breath, his emotions gradually calmed down. After all, this was only Suhi's side of the story. He couldn't completely believe it. Limu thought about it and said, "If this is true, I will report it to the Yamen and give her justice." Limu's 7 souls were all lost. If he wanted to condense the first soul, corpse dog, he would have to obtain the gratitude of others. Whether it was helping a human, a ghost, or a demon, it was the way to obtain the joy of gratitude. However, he did this not to obtain Lin Wan's gratitude, but more because he was indignant about Zhao Yong's beastly behavior. As a bailiff, it was his duty to redress the grievances of the people and eliminate the evil to bring peace to the people. Suhi looked at him and asked, "Why do you want to help her?" Limu thought about it and said, "For justice." Suhi looked at his eyes and sighed after a long time. She said, "In this world there are not many people like you. It's a pity that Lin Wan won't be able to see the end of that beastly person." Limu asked in surprise, "Why?" Suhi looked at the female ghost who was becoming more and more illusory. She said, "Her cultivation was forcefully raised by me. Her foundation is not stable. She was also severely injured by that person just now. She will disappear completely in 15 minutes at most." Limu frowned and asked, "Even you can't save her?" Suhi shook her head and said, "I cultivate the ghost path. It's easy to hurt people, but difficult to save people. Her foundation has been destroyed. Unless there is a Buddhist master to recite the sutras for her and restore her foundation, there is no way to save her." She reached out a hand and a ball of fire appeared in her palm. She said to Lin Wan, Since you won't be able to see Zhao Yong being executed, I will burn one of his souls first. This way, even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will be doomed to be a fool for the rest of his life. It will be his retribution. Wait. Li Mu stopped her in time and said, Zhao Yong has already been engaged to the daughter of the county magistrate. His case is very important to the county magistrate. If Miss Su destroys this part of his soul, it will be the same as declaring war on the county government and the imperial court. There are countless experts in the imperial court. Once they investigate, no matter how profound your cultivation is, you will not be able to escape punishment. Ancestral Province was a place where demonic ghosts and humans coexisted. The imperial court's attitude towards these otherworldlings was that if they did not offend each other, they would not offend each other. However, once these demonic ghosts threatened the safety of the people, the imperial court would immediately send people to eliminate them. As a bailiff, Li Mu knew very well the consequences of her actions. So he was not afraid at all. She sneered. Then let them come. She seemed to be a tough female ghost. Li Mu felt a headache when he heard this. He could only change the topic and said, let's think of a way to save Miss Lin first. Suhi shook her head and said, unless you have Buddhist mana and no Buddhist scriptures, you can't save her. In the past few days, Li Mu had carefully studied cultivation and gained a lot of knowledge. Although Buddhist and Taoist spells and supernatural powers both had great power, their cultivation methods were different, and the nature of their mana was different. Taoist spells could change heaven and earth. They were mysterious and strange. When cultivated to a high level, they could expel ghosts and connect with gods. They had the ability to create. As for Buddhist supernatural powers, although they did not have enough changes, they could be firm or soft. Firm could expel ghosts, soft could expel ghosts. As long as one chanted the scriptures, the Buddhist light would appear. As for whether it would expel ghosts or expel ghosts, it was all up to the chanter. Generally speaking, both Buddhism and Taoism had their shortcomings and strengths. Although Li Mu followed the Taoist path of cultivation, the Buddhist prayer beads that the monk gave him contained Buddhist mana. He only needed to borrow a little to perform Buddhist supernatural powers. The biggest problem was that he did not know Buddhist scriptures. Even if he could borrow a little Buddhist mana, it would be in vain. Li Mu thought about it again. Buddhist scriptures were Buddhist scriptures. Since the Tao Te Ching could replace the Tao Te Ching, other Buddhist scriptures might be able to do the same. He thought for a moment and said, why don't you let me try? Suhi was surprised. You know Buddhist scriptures? Li Mu said, I don't know, but I can try. Although Li Mu had read many Buddhist scriptures, without the talisman, he could not remember a single word of the Diamond Sutra, Prajna Sutra, and other scriptures. The only thing he remembered was the Heart Sutra. The reason why he remembered the Heart Sutra was that it was not only one of the most widely circulated scriptures in Buddhism, but it was also short and concise. It had its advantages and disadvantages. It was precisely because the Heart Sutra was extremely short, with only 200 words in the entire text, that it was easy to memorize. Many non-Buddhists could casually recite a few sentences. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. After making up his mind, Li Mu held the prayer beads in his hand and guided a trace of mana into his body. He then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to concentrate. He whispered, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. When he walked deep into the Prajna Paramitha, he saw that the 5 skandhas were emptiness and passed through all suffering. Saraira, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. In the dark night beside the bay of clear water, only Li Mu's leisurely chanting could be heard. Suddenly, Suhi's expression changed drastically. She waved her sleeves and swept up Lin Wan's soul, retreating a few feet. She looked at Li Mu from afar, her face full of shock. At this moment, a golden wheel of light gradually appeared behind Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the grass. In the middle of the night, in the temples all over the North County, countless monks who were chanting suddenly raised their heads. The golden Buddha statues above their heads suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the entire temple, as if it was daytime. After chanting the Heart Sutra once, he still did not notice anything strange. Li Mu was a little disappointed. When he opened his eyes, he was suddenly blinded by a strong light. He could not help but exclaim, "What is so bright?" Chapter 21. As soon as Li Mu opened his eyes, he was dazzled by the strong light and could not look straight at it. He was shocked and thought that the two female ghosts had done something when he was not paying attention. He was about to form a seal to defend himself when he looked down and realized that he was the one who was glowing. What's going on? Li Mu stood up in shock. The golden light on his body was even brighter, as if he was in a ball of light. His eyes could not see anything and there was a warm feeling in his body. Suhi looked at him from afar and said in shock, "You still say that you don't know Buddhism?" Only now did she realize that she had underestimated the young man in front of her from the beginning. Not only was his will very firm, he was not tempted by lust, and he also had the great power of Buddhism. The spiritual body was of the Yin attribute, and was naturally restrained by the Buddhist light. The golden light on Li Mu's body contained a power that even she was afraid of. This meant that the Buddhist sutra that he was reciting was not an ordinary Buddhist sutra. Her eyes flashed as if she wanted to see through Li Mu, but she could only see a blur. When he opened his eyes and saw the golden light, Li Mu felt that he was going to go blind. He quickly closed his eyes and asked, "How do I control this light?" Suhi was stunned and asked in disbelief, "You don't know?" Li Mu said helplessly, "I just said that I'm just trying." After a moment of silence, Suhi said, "Disperse the Buddhist mana in your body." Li Mu decisively dispersed the mana from the Buddhist prayer beads. The golden light on his body gradually disappeared and he could see again. He did not expect that a Buddhist sutra from another world could replace the sutra here. Li Mu felt that his path was broadened again. The power of the Heart Sutra was greater than he imagined. If he had the Buddhist mana, wouldn't he be a walking light source? Wherever he went, ghosts would bow down and demons would retreat. Suhi looked at him with an extremely puzzled expression and asked, "How do you know the Buddhist sutra?" "This is not important." Li Mu looked at Lin Wan, whose body was becoming more and more illusory, and asked, "How can I save Miss Lin?" Suhi withdrew her doubts and said, "Buddhism cultivates the heart. The Buddha's light can drive away ghosts and also help them. As long as you don't have any killing intent in your heart, you won't hurt her. Try again. Slowly wrap her spiritual body with the Buddha's light." Li Mu once again channeled mana from the Buddhist beads and chanted the Heart Sutra in a low voice. Soon his body once again emitted the Buddhist light. He tried to control them. With a thought, a ray of light separated from his body and slowly enveloped Lin Wan's spirit body. When Li Mu used all of the Buddha's light to completely envelop Lin Wan, her body suddenly seemed to be hollowed out and softly fell to the ground. Although the Buddha's light was guided by the mana in the prayer beads, what was consumed afterwards was Li Mu's own mana. His mana was not much to begin with, and he had already wasted it once. After using it again on Lin Wan, it was completely exhausted. He did not fall to the ground. Instead, he fell into a soft and fragrant embrace. Suhi supported him and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest." After all, this was the first time he had such close contact with a female ghost. Li Mu wanted to stand up, but his legs did not have the slightest bit of strength. "It's okay." Suhi smiled and said, "I'm no longer human. There's no distinction between men and women." "Thank you, benefactor." Lin Wan's body had completely solidified. She knelt in front of Li Mu and said gratefully, "Benefactor, Lin Wan is unable to repay you for saving my life. No need to thank me." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "It's the Yaman's dereliction of duty to let Miss Lin be wronged. It's our dereliction of duty." At the same time, he sighed to himself. As expected, the deeper one's cultivation, the stronger the 7 emotions. The joy of gratitude produced by the vengeful spirit Lin Wan was more than 10 times that of the Zhongwang clans. Suhi was already able to solidify her body, so she was at least on the 3rd realm. The power of her 7 emotions was even stronger, but it was a pity that for existences with such deep cultivation, their 7 emotions would normally not appear on the outside. With Li Mu's insignificant cultivation, he couldn't guide them at all. Vengeful spirits like Lin Wan should be Li Mu's limit. Suhi looked at Lin Wan and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Lin Wan lowered her head and said, "I want to head to Yudu." Li Mu already knew that the world he was in had 10 continents and 3 islands. It was the place where humans, demons, ghosts, and spirits lived together. Meanwhile, Yuda's ghost region was completely the domain of ghosts. Other than ghosts and spirit bodies, only great divine arts practitioners could enter. That place was shrouded by ghost fog all year round, and there was only night and no day. It was the most suitable place for spirit bodies to live and cultivate. Suhi looked at her. "You're not going to take revenge?" Lin Wan shook her head and said, "Zhao family already has a relationship with County Premier, so no one can touch them in North County. Benefactor saved my life, so I can't harm Benefactor." Li Mu's gaze was resolute. "I'm definitely going to take care of this matter." If Lin Wan gave up on revenge, she could still head to Yudu and live in another form. Li Mu couldn't condense the 7 spirits, so death was the only path for him. He wouldn't even have the chance to become a ghost with her. He couldn't guard the street every day to help the old granny cross the road, and he also couldn't guard Zhang Shan and scrape him alone. The 7 emotions of vengeful spirits were extremely powerful, so when he helped Lin Wan redress her grievances, he might be able to use her to condense the first spirit. This chance was hard to come by, so he couldn't give it up no matter what. Lin Wan didn't want to drag him down, so she said resolutely, "I'm not going to take revenge." Li Mu had a solemn expression, and he said, "A debt must be paid, and a life must be paid for a life. Even if you don't want to take revenge, I'm definitely going to make Zhao Yong submit to justice." Lin Wan was slightly anxious. "Benefactor, why are you?" "Because I'm a bailiff." Li Mu looked at the 2 girls and said righteously, "I have to be worthy of the clothes I'm wearing. You don't have to say any more. I'm definitely going to capture Zhao Yong. And even County Premier won't be able to hold him back." "Benefactor." Lin Wan knelt on the ground in silence. Only 2 streams of tears flowed down her face and vanished into heaven and earth. Li Mu's body trembled. Lin Wan had poured out too much gratitude in an instant, and his body couldn't take it anymore. Suhi had been completely convinced by Li Mu. She looked at him with reverence and said emotionally, "If all the officials in the world could be like you, how many wronged souls would there be in this world?" Li Mu's old face was slightly hot, because he was far from being as righteous as he looked. The reason why he wanted to take revenge for Lin Wan was both for public and personal reasons. He wanted to give justice to Lin Wan, and also for his own life. Suhi supported Li Mu and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Li Mu said, "We have to let go of Zhao Yong's second soul first. Otherwise, it's likely to alarm the higher-ups, and they'll send more powerful cultivators to handle this case. At that time, even if we're in the right, we won't be able to explain ourselves. As for Miss Lin, don't show yourself first. Stay with Miss Su for the time being, and when the time comes, you might have to show up personally." Suhi nodded and said, "I'll follow your arrangements." Lin Wan also raised her head and said firmly, "I'll listen to you, Benefactor." At this time, Suhi thought of another thing. She looked at Li Mu and asked, "Don't you know how to use the art of silence?" Li Mu shook his head. In order to prevent Taoist magic arts or scriptures from leaking out, the art of silence was almost compulsory for both Buddhism and Taoism. However, Li Qing didn't teach him, and Li Mu didn't know where to learn it. Suhi thought for a while and said, "If you need, I can teach you." Although Li Mu had a lot of trump cards, he didn't know how to use the art of silence. He was most worried that his moves would be learned by others. Hearing this, he was happy and quickly said, "Thank you, miss." Chapter 22. At the shore of the Bay of Clearwater, Li Mu cupped his hands towards Suhi and said, "Many thanks to Miss Su for teaching me." Suhi looked at him and said, "After Zhao Yong is executed, young master can come here again. This concubine has another gift for you." Li Mu was puzzled and asked, "What is it?" Suhi smiled and said, "You'll know when the time comes." When Hanja woke up, His head was still hurting badly. The last remaining information in his mind was that he had injured the female ghost's foundation. Just as he was about to destroy her, another ghost appeared in the lake and pulled them all into an illusion. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the illusion and was completely lost in his desire. He looked around and found that the sky was already bright. A few constables were lying on the ground beside him, and they were all still breathing. They hadn't died and had only slept for a night. This greatly exceeded Hanja's expectations. After all, from the strength that the female ghost had displayed last night, as long as she had the slightest desire to kill, all of them would have died here. After thinking for a while, Hanja understood why they had been able to escape death. Killing an official of the imperial court was a serious crime. If they all died here, the imperial court would definitely not let it go. It was very likely that they would send experts of the middle realm. At that time, no matter how profound the female ghost's cultivation was, only death would await her, even if she had already died once. When he stood up, he saw Zhao Yang's second soul. After putting it away, he used his foot to kick the bailiff lying on the ground and said, "Don't sleep, all of you wake up." After the bailiff woke up, he woke up his other colleagues. Zhang Shan touched his crotch and turned his head to Li Mu. "Li Mu, I had a dream last night. It felt so good." The other constables also smiled knowingly. Only Li Si sat there with his back against the tree, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He didn't say a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. Hearing their discussion, Hanja also touched his crotch. He knew that he had lost a lot of profound qi in the dreamland last night, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. With a serious face, he said to the crowd, "What are you waiting for? Let's go back to the county government." The few of them walked out of the forest. As they were walking along the official road back to the city, they saw a group of people hurrying up the mountain. These people looked like ordinary people. They looked hurried, but they couldn't hide the joy and excitement on their faces. Out of professionalism, a constable stopped one of them and asked, "What happened? Where are you going?" "To Gongquan Temple." The man pointed to the mountainside and said, "Don't you know? Last night, Buddha appeared in the temple. The Buddha's light illuminated the sky." "I have to hurry up and pray. Let Buddha bless me so that I can have a son next year." Li Mu now knew that in this world, Buddhism and Taoism had different beliefs and different cultivation systems. Therefore, their influence was different. Taoism emphasized inaction. Most of the Taoism sects were built in immortal mountains with abundant spiritual qi, so they had little contact with the ordinary people. Occasionally, they would send their disciples down the mountain to gain experience and subdue demons. Many of them also stayed in the county government offices. Therefore, they were respected by the imperial court. Although Buddhism emphasized no desire, it had many temples among the ordinary people and had a lot of pilgrims. Its influence among the ordinary people was much greater than that of Taoism. Hanja was a disciple of Taoism. Naturally, he was not happy to see the fanaticism of these Buddhist followers. After they left, he snorted and said, "A group of fools. Those bald donkeys are emotionless. They can't even give birth to children. How can we protect them?" "Boss, you're right." The three bailiffs under Hanja's command echoed in agreement. As a child of Huaxia, Li Mu naturally preferred the religion of his country. Of course, he didn't have any bad feelings about Buddhism here. After all, Xuandu of Jinshan Temple had saved his life and even gave him a magic weapon to protect himself. He had no reason to hate monks. Moreover, the dual attributes of Buddhism's supernatural powers made Li Mu very envious. He didn't know if he could cultivate both Buddhism and Taoism. When the time came, any demon or ghost would have to hide when he saw the Taoism handprint in his left hand and the Buddhism spell in his right hand. However, there was no way to cultivate Buddhism's supernatural powers at the moment. Li Mu could temporarily suppress this idea. Zhang Shan walked beside Li Mu and asked in confusion, "Why do you think that female ghost didn't harm us?" Li Mu said casually, "But we're afraid that the Yamen will investigate." "That's true." Zhang Shan nodded and said, "But why did she make us have that kind of dream? I had it more than a dozen times last night. Now my legs are weak." Thinking of yesterday's illusion, Li Mu couldn't help but look at Li Si. He had thought that Li Si was the most lecherous among them, and would be the first to succumb to the temptation of lust. In fact, the most lecherous Li Si was more determined than any of them, including cultivators like Hanja, when faced with the temptation of beauty. If Li Mu didn't know the heart-calming technique, he wouldn't have ended up any better than Zhang Shan and the others. As far as Li Mu knew, Li Si had never cultivated before. Therefore, what happened in the illusion last night was something he could not understand no matter how much he thought about it. Li Si hadn't said a word since he woke up. Li Mu walked over and asked doubtfully, "How did you do it in the illusion last night?" Li Si glanced at him and said lightly, "I'm more familiar with the brothels in Yangqiu County than my own home. I can walk in with my eyes closed. I've seen all kinds of scenes and done all kinds of positions. Only people like you who haven't seen the world would be tempted." Li Mu was speechless for a moment. Li Si seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He said, "No, you didn't fall for it yesterday. You're a virgin. How could you control yourself in that kind of situation? Could it be that you couldn't?" Li Mu became angry and asked, "You think you weren't tempted?" Li Si said indifferently, "The facts have proven it." Li Mu asked, "Who is Qing Qing?" Li Si's body trembled, and then he lowered his head and fell into silence. Zhang Shan pulled Li Mu to the side and scolded, "Why did you mention Qing Qing out of nowhere?" Li Mu was puzzled. "Who is Qing Qing?" Zhang Shan said in surprise. "You forgot?" Li Mu said, "Should I remember?" "I forgot about that." Zhang Shan patted his head and finally remembered that Li Mu had lost his memory. He said, "In short, you can't mention the name Qing Qing in front of Li Si. You can't even mention the word Qing Qing or the sound Qing Qing. What about Li Qing? You dare to call her name in front of the boss?" "I don't dare." Li Si walked in front and Zhang Shan deliberately walked a few steps behind him. Then he sighed and said to Li Mu, "Actually, he wasn't like this before. When he passed by brothels, he wouldn't even look at them." Li Mu asked, "Is it related to that girl called Qing Qing?" Zhang Shan nodded and said, "Qing Qing is his childhood sweetheart and fiancée. They grew up together and were engaged when they were very young. Later, Qing Qing ran away with a rich man?" Zhang Shan said in surprise, "You remember." It wasn't that Li Mu remembered, but that there was no such thing as this. Without one or two fiancés running away, how could the once innocent young man Li Si's temperament change so much and become the person he was today? No one was born a scumbag. Every man and woman who indulged in love often had their most loyal moments. Although Li Si's visit to brothels was like going home, in Li Mu's eyes, he was still 100 or 1,000 times more noble than Zhao Yong, who had killed his fiancée for the sake of his future. When he thought of Zhao Yong, Li Mu felt a headache. The reason he wanted to help Lin Wan was, first, because he really pitied her, and second, because he wanted to save his own life. It was easy to say a few words of righteousness, but it was very difficult to do. If Lin Wan only wanted revenge, then she would directly destroy Zhao Yong's second soul. Although Zhao Yong wouldn't die, he could only be a fool for the rest of his life. But the consequence of doing so was that she and Suhi would be wanted by the imperial court, and wouldn't have a good end. It seemed reasonable to seek revenge through the law. But as a bailiff, Li Mu knew the law of the Great Zhou dynasty very well. On the surface it seemed to protect the weak, but in reality, the law could only punish the weak. The counties of Great Zhou were highly autonomous. The county magistrate had the power to kill the people of his county. If he wanted to punish Zhao Yong, he couldn't go around the county magistrate. Perhaps even the county magistrate wouldn't dare to accept this kind of case. What he accepted last night was a huge problem. But he had no other choice. Chapter 23. How to make Zhao Yong submit to the law and give justice to Lin Wan would require further planning. Li Mu followed Hanja and the others back to the Zhao residence. When the Zhao couple heard that Zhao Yong's soul had been found, they were overjoyed. Unfortunately, their gratitude was directed at Hanja. Li Mu couldn't see it and couldn't guide their emotions. Hanja stood in front of the two and said, "Your son's soul was taken by a female ghost. That female ghost's foundation was damaged by me last night. Her soul should be scattered by now. I'll now put Zhao Yong's soul into his body." Hanja flipped his hand and a soul sphere appeared in his hand. He formed a seal with one hand and his lips trembled a few times before he quickly said, "Shuangling, return to your position." The soul sphere sank into Zhao Yong's glabella and disappeared. Ghost. When the second soul entered the body, the dazed look on Zhao Yong's face quickly disappeared and was replaced by an extremely frightened expression. He waved his hands wildly and shouted, go away, don't kill me, don't kill me." Hanja knocked Zhao Yong unconscious with a karate chop. He then took out a talisman and handed it to the Zhao couple. He said, "He's frightened. Let him sleep first. This talisman has the effect of calming the heart and calming the mind. When he wakes up, let him carry it with him." Many thanks, Immortal Master Han. Zhao Fu, go prepare a generous gift for Immortal Master Han. The matter of the Zhao residence was thus resolved. When Hanja walked out of the Zhao residence, he turned back and glanced at Li Mu. His gaze paused on the Qinghong sword in his hand for a moment before he asked, "Why do you have Miss Qing's sword?" Zhang Shan walked forward and explained, "The last time he encountered a demon, it was Boss who let Li Mu temporarily protect himself." Hanja didn't say anything else. He glanced at Li Mu once more before turning around and leaving. Zhang Shan pursed his lips and said, "That Han guy likes the boss, but the boss doesn't care about him at all. Li Mu, work harder. I think you have more hope than that Han guy." Li Mu didn't reply. Right now, the most important thing for him was to stay alive. How could he be in the mood to think about such things? Even if he really had to consider it, Li Qing might not be the only choice. Although she was pretty, Lady Lu from next door wasn't bad either. One of them had beautiful legs and a celestial temperament, while the other had big breasts and was sweet and rich. If Li Mu had to choose between them, he would have a hard time deciding. Li Qing was capable and could protect her at critical moments. However, Lu Hanyan was a 2-for-1. Although she was older than her by 2 or 3 years, she was still a woman who was 3 years older than her. Li Mu suddenly realized that he was thinking too much. He shook his head and expelled these unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Zhang Shan turned his head to look at Li Mu and asked, "Why are you shaking your head?" Li Mu thought for a moment before asking Zhang Shan, "If there were 2 women for you to choose from, one knows martial arts and can protect you. The other is very rich. Which one would you choose?" "How rich?" "So much that you wouldn't be able to spend it all in your lifetime." Zhang Shan smacked his lips and said, "How can a man let a woman protect him? I'll choose the rich one." Li Mu then looked at Li Si and asked, "Which one would you choose?" Li Si glanced at him and asked, "Why should I choose?" In the Zhao manor, after the bailiffs left, a woman brought the boiled medicine into the room and said, "Yong or drink the medicine. This is a prescription for calming the mind and nourishing the qi. Mother added some sugar. Drink it while it's hot." Zhao Yong climbed up from the bed and asked, "Mother, is that evil ghost dead?" "What are you talking about?" The woman glanced at him and said, "Ghosts are inanimate objects. There's no such thing as death." Zhao Yong hurriedly said, "I mean, is that evil ghost's soul scattered and will never appear again?" The woman nodded and said, "That's what the people from the county government said." Zhao Yong said worriedly, "But what if she's not dead? Will she come and find me again?" The woman looked at him and asked, "Why is that female ghost pestering you for no reason?" Zhao Yong avoided her gaze and said, "Mother, you know that I have a body of fire element. Those evil ghosts all want my soul." The woman put down the medicine and lowered her eyelids. She said lightly, "Wanner is your fiancé. How can you be so cruel?" Zhao Yong's face turned pale. He took a deep breath and became gloomy again. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm doing this for the Zhao family." The woman was silent for a moment and said slowly, "Although the people from the county government said that her soul has completely scattered, we still have to make some arrangements just in case. No matter what, nothing can go wrong with your marriage." The matter of young Master Zhao's soul detachment was resolved successfully. The Zhao family was very grateful to the county government, and prepared a generous gift. Of course, it was all for Hanja and had nothing to do with the bailiffs like Li Mu. As for the female ghost in the lake, Hanja didn't mention it at all. Firstly, it was embarrassing. Secondly, humans and ghosts had their own principles. As long as the other party didn't do anything outrageous, the county government would usually keep a respectful distance from them and rarely provoke them. Walking out of the Zhao family, Zhang Shan said to Li Mu anxiously, "Li Mu, I'll leave the county government to you. I have to go home first. I didn't go home last night. My wife must be crazy. I have to go back and explain," Li Si said. "I also have something to do. Go." Li Mu nodded and watched Zhang Shan run all the way home. Li Si turned into the nearest brothel and walked to the county government alone. Since the Zhao family's case was over, they still needed to go back to the county government to file the record. Hanja naturally wouldn't do such tedious things. Li Mu returned to the county government and found Old Wang, who was dozing off in the guard room. Old Wang got up from the table and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He said, "Hey, Li Mu is back. Do you want to have a round?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it when we have time. The Zhao family's case is over. Hurry up and file the record. I have to go home and sleep after that." Old Wang yawned and said, "Go to the household room and get me Zhao Yang's file." Li Mu first went to the household room and got Zhao Yang's file. He handed it to Old Wang, and then described what happened yesterday. Of course, he chose to hide what happened after Hanja and the others fainted. When Old Wang was recording, he clicked his tongue and said, "This Zhao Yong is a little interesting. No wonder his soul was taken by the ghost." Li Mu was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Old Wang pointed to Zhao Yong's birth date and said, "Zhao Yong was born in the year of Binggu. In the 8 characters, 4 of the 5 elements are missing. The fire element dominates. Although there are some defects, it is still a rare fire element body. If he cultivates, he will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort compared to ordinary people. His soul is also a great tonic for demons and ghosts. It's a pity that no one guided him into cultivation in his early years." A fire element body, a great tonic, Li Mu frowned. The idea that he had already decided in his heart was a little shaken. Were Lin Wan and Su He lying, or was Zhao Yong's 5 elements body just a coincidence? This case, in his heart, began to become complicated and confusing. Although he didn't know Su He and Lin Wan for long, if they were lying, why would Lin Wan stop Li Mu from investigating Zhao Yong? And why didn't she swallow Zhao Yong's soul in the first place? His intuition told him that they weren't lying. Of course, Li Mu couldn't convict Zhao Yong just based on their one-sided statements. Everything had to wait for him to investigate personally before he could make a decision. After helping Old Wang with the record, Li Mu left the county office and walked all the way home. When he was about to reach the door, he saw a small figure sitting on the steps at the door, taking a nap. Beside him was a food box that Li Mu was already very familiar with. Chapter 24. Whether it was out of guilt or pity. It was one of Lu Hanyan's daily routines to have the maid deliver breakfast every morning. Hearing the footsteps beside her, the girl stood up, rubbed her eyes and said in surprise, "Young Master Li, you're back." Li Mu picked up the food box on the steps and asked, "Did you buy too much breakfast again?" The young maidservant nodded in a daze. Li Mu smiled and said, "Come in and eat together." Li Mu was already used to eating breakfast with her every day. After finishing a tray of buns and a bowl of porridge, he was already 70% full. He looked at the young maidservant who was still hungry and asked, "You're not full?" Wan rubbed her stomach and shook her head slightly. The maid's appetite was bigger than his. This was something Li Mu had long realized. He packed up the food box, shook his head, and walked into the kitchen. 5 grams of lard, a spoonful of soy sauce, a spoonful of salt, and a spoonful of chopped green onions. He added boiling water and boiled the noodles. When they were done, he took them out and put them in a bowl. Then he put a poached egg in the bowl. A simple bowl of yangchun noodles was ready. Li Mu carried the noodles outside and put it in front of her. "Eat." Seeing her eat the noodles, drink the soup at the bottom of the bowl, and lick her lips, Li Mu even wondered if he should tell Lu Hanyan not to deliver breakfast in the future. Originally, he could have bought a few steamed buns from the street for a few copper coins. But now he had to cook by himself. If it wasn't a bowl of Yangchun noodles, it would be a bowl of egg-fried rice. One had to know that eggs weren't cheap. It wasn't easy for Li Mu to make up his mind to nourish himself. The maid finished eating and wiped her mouth. She picked up the food box and said, "Young Master Li, I'm going back." "Go, go," Li Mu waved his hand. After she left, he closed the door and prepared to go back to sleep. Yesterday, Zhang Shan and the others had nothing to do, but Li Mu had been busy for most of the night. In order to save Lin Wan, his body was seriously overdrawn, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. On the other side of the courtyard, Lu Hanyan looked at the oil stains on the corners of the young maidservant's mouth. She tapped her forehead and said, "How many times have I told you to come back after you deliver the food? Don't always eat and drink at other people's place." The young maidservant lowered her head and whispered, "Young Master Li's noodles are delicious," Lu Hanyan said in exasperation. "What else do you know besides eating?" The young girl looked at her feet and pinched the corner of her clothes, not saying a word. Lu Hanyan looked at her like this, and no matter how big the anger in her heart was, she could only say helplessly, "But you can't eat other people's food every day." "Their monthly salary is not much and you eat all of it." The girl thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll give him the money I saved up." Lu Hanyan said, "Isn't that the dowry you saved up for you?" The young girl whispered, "The dowry can be saved up in the future." Okay, you win." Lu Hanyan sighed helplessly. She turned and walked out of the house, knocking on the door of the courtyard next door. Li Mu had just fallen asleep when he heard the knocking outside. These days he had absorbed a lot of joy, and his spiritual sense was much stronger than that of ordinary people. When the first soul was completely condensed, who knew how sharp his five senses would be? He got out of bed, walked through the courtyard and opened the door. When he saw Lu Hanyan standing at the door, he said in surprise, "Lady Lu, is there something you need?" Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu's weak appearance and felt more sympathy in her heart. Then she said somewhat embarrassedly, "There is something I want to ask of young Master Li." "What is it?" Li Mu was suddenly energized. He was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to repay her for taking care of him, and she asked for it at the right time. Lu Hanyan said, "It's like this. I have to work on the shop during the day, and Wanwan is alone at home. She doesn't know how to cook. Can you let her eat here? I can pay you." Li Mu thought it was something serious, so he said without thinking, "There's no need for the money. In the future, I'll cook for several people." No. Lu Hanyan's attitude was very firm. She said, "Wanwan can eat a lot by herself. I'll give you 10 taels of silver every month. Just treat it as the money for her meals." Li Mu really couldn't understand the life of the rich. He only earned 500 coins a month, and he had to save every coin. They only had 10 taels of silver a month for their meals. Even if a 15-year-old girl could eat a lot, she couldn't eat 10 taels of silver a month. Obviously, Lu Hanyan was pitying him. Those who knew would think that she was pitying him, but those who didn't know would think that Li Mu was being kept by her. Although Li Mu was poor, he was poor with dignity. He refused Lu Hanyan's proposal of 10 taels of silver and said, "1 tael of silver is enough. If you can't spend it all, I'll refund it to you." He didn't pretend to be generous and refuse all of them. Li Mu knew better than anyone how big Wanwan's appetite was. With his salary of 500 coins a month, he really couldn't afford to feed her. Lu Hanyan said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Li. If it's not enough, you can ask again." Asking Wanwan to stay for dinner was just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Besides, Lu Hanyan didn't want to be a freeloader. Li Mu didn't lose anything and treated it as repaying her kindness. After sending Lu Hanyan away, Li Mu closed the courtyard door again and returned to his room. Before he could lie down, there was another knock on the door. Li Mu opened the courtyard door and asked doubtfully, "Lady Lu, is there anything else?" Zhang Shan stood outside the door and asked in surprise, "Who is Lady Lu?" "Nothing, just a neighbor," Li Mu explained. When he looked at Zhang Shan, he was stunned at first and then asked in surprise, "What happened to your face?" They hadn't seen each other for less than an hour, but Zhang Shan's face was a lot bigger than before. There were a few bloody marks on his left cheek, and he looked very miserable. "Don't mention it." Speaking of this, Zhang Shan didn't ask about Lu Hanyan anymore. He sighed and said, "I didn't go home last night. When I went back in the morning, my wife asked me about it, so I told her what happened last night. I said that we met a demon and fell into a coma. We spent the night in the mountains and only woke up in the morning." Li Mu asked, "She didn't believe you?" Zhang Shan said, "She asked me to prove it." Li Mu asked, "How?" Zhang Shan sighed and said, "She asked me to prove that I didn't go to the brothel with Li Si last night." Li Mu looked at Zhang Shan with pity. He finally understood how the bloody marks on Zhang Shan's face came about. Last night, he was immersed in the illusion and played with more than 10 girls in the illusion. He lost a lot of profound qi. He wouldn't be able to squeeze out even a drop of profound qi in this month. Zhang Shan looked at Li Mu and said expectantly, "You have to go to my house with me. Now only you can prove my innocence." Li Mu originally wanted to catch up on sleep, but he had to change his plan helplessly. In any case, he couldn't forget the kindness of a meal. Li Mu also couldn't forget that when he was at his lowest, it was Zhang Shan and Li Si who lent him money to survive. He closed the door and said helplessly, "Let's go." A quarter of an hour later, in an ordinary house in the county, Li Mu looked at the woman in the yard and explained, "Sister-in-law, you really wronged him this time. Yesterday, when we went out to investigate a case, we encountered a powerful ghost and got hit by the ghost's spell. It wasn't easy to save our lives. How could he go to the brothel to fool around again?" The woman obviously believed Li Mu's words, but she still looked at Zhang Shan with suspicion and asked, "Then what happened to you down there?" Li Mu coughed and explained, "His yang qi was sucked dry by that female ghost. In this month, they can't do the deed as husband and wife." Seeing the woman's face soften, Zhang Shan let out a long sigh of relief and said, "How many times have I told you that I didn't fool around with Li Si? You still don't believe me." The woman glared at him and said fiercely, "Li Si is not a good person. Look at Li Mu. They both have the surname Li, but why is the difference so big?" You'd better stay away from Li Si in the future. After solving Zhang Shan's problem, Li Mu planned to go out of the city to investigate Lin Wan. Just as he walked to the door, Zhang Shan grabbed his arm. Zhang Shan looked at him and asked nervously, "Where are you going?" Li Mu said, "There's a case to investigate." Zhang Shan hurriedly said, "I'll go with you." Li Mu shook his head and said, "You'd better stay at home and rest." Lin Wan's case involved the Zhao family and the county premier. The reason why Li Mu carried out the investigation was not only to carry out the justice in his heart, but also for the sake of his family's lives. Zhang Shan had no reason to be involved. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "You don't know. This matter is not over yet. Once you leave, she will ask me to prove it again. I really can't prove it, not even a bit." Li Mu said helplessly, "I really have a case to investigate." Zhang Shan said firmly, "I'll go with you. This case is very dangerous. If you follow me, you might lose your life." Li Mu looked at him seriously and said, "I'll give you 2 choices now. First, stay at home and explain to your wife. Second, I choose the second." As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, Zhang Shan immediately spoke without hesitation. Chapter 25. An hour later, in a village on the outskirts of Yangqiu County, Li Mu could not stop Zhang Shan in the end, and could only let him come along. Zhang Shan stood at the entrance of the village and looked at Li Mu. He asked in surprise, "This is not your jurisdiction. What case are you investigating here?" Li Mu did not answer immediately. He looked at a dilapidated house at the entrance of the village. Lin Wan had lived here when she was alive. More than 10 years ago, the Lin family and the Zhao family were both wealthy local families. Their marriage was also set at that time. After that, the Lin family's business failed and gradually declined. The Zhao family's business, on the other hand, thrived and expanded by more than 10 times. In the entire Yangqiu County, they were considered a wealthy family. Zhang Shan stood beside Li Mu and muttered, "That's strange. You said you were investigating a case, but you didn't wear your uniform. You didn't let me either. You even said this case was very dangerous. What's so dangerous here?" Li Mu did not explain too much to Zhang Shan. He only said, "Don't say anything. Don't ask anything. Just stay by my side." All right. You saved me today. You have the final say." Zhang Shan shrugged and stopped talking. Li Mu walked to the dilapidated house. The yard was surrounded by a fence. Weeds had already grown in the yard, and the door was locked. Clearly no one had been here for a long time. Creak. Just as Li Mu was about to ask someone, the door of the house next door suddenly opened. An old man walked into the yard and saw two strangers standing outside. He asked curiously, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Li Mu walked forward and smiled. "Old man, I'm Lin Wan's distant cousin. May I ask if cousin Lin Wan lives here?" "You're Wan's relative." The old man's expression softened when he heard that. However, he sighed and said, 2 months ago, Wan disappeared. The Zhao family came to look for her, but they couldn't find her until now. No one knows where she went." Li Mu pretended to be surprised and asked, "My cousin is missing?" The old man said regretfully, "If Wan was still here, she would have married into the Zhao family immediately. Marrying into the Zhao family, she would have enjoyed the rest of her life. What a pity, what a pity. I don't know where she is now or if she's still alive." Li Mu didn't need to ask any more questions. He already knew what he wanted to know. The Lin family and the Zhao family did indeed have an engagement. Up until now, what he had heard from the old man was completely consistent with what Lin Wan had said. In other words, the rumor that Zhao Yong killed his fiancée in order to climb up the big tree of the county premier was most likely true. Li Mu didn't stay for long. He bid farewell to the old man and left. The most difficult thing right now was how to give Lin Wan justice. Naturally, it was impossible for her to go to the Yamen as a ghost to redress her grievances. Not to mention whether the Yamen would dare to accept the case. Even if they accepted it and reported it to the higher-ups, there was a high chance that it would be suppressed. As long as the governor was willing to protect the Zhao family, no one in the North County could touch them. At the moment, Li Mu still hadn't thought of a suitable solution. Li Mu was deep in thought as he walked. Zhang Shan followed behind him and finally couldn't help but ask, "Li Mu, when did you have a cousin? Why haven't I heard of her before?" Li Mu casually said, "I just met her." Zhang Shan's interest was piqued. "Is she pretty?" "She's all right. Compared to the boss." "I can't compare to her." "That's enough. Although the boss is pretty, she only cares about cultivation. She's not the same as you. You can't always think about the boss and end up sad like Li Si." As the two of them chatted, a short man stood in front of Lin Wan's old residence in the Lin family village and asked the old man not far away, "Old man, is Miss Lin Wan home?" The old man scratched his head and said, "Why are there so many people looking for Wan today?" The short man raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is there anyone else looking for her?" The old man nodded and said, "There were two just now. They said they were Wan's cousins and just left." The short man smiled and said, "We were originally together, but we accidentally got separated 2 days ago." "Where did they go?" The old man pointed to a path on the left and said, "It's in this direction. They just left not long ago. If you chase after them now, you should be able to catch up." "Thank you, old man." The short man smiled at him and turned to chase in the direction he pointed. The old man watched his figure disappear and muttered, "His legs look quite short. How can he run so fast?" On the way back to the county, Zhang Shan finally couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart and asked Li Mu, "What case are you investigating?" Since he couldn't hide it from Zhang Shan, Li Mu simply said, "Lin Wan's disappearance case." "Why do you suddenly want to investigate this?" Zhang Shan was still puzzled. "This isn't your jurisdiction. If there's a case, it's not under your jurisdiction. Moreover, there are many cases like this every year. Most of them are related to demons and ghosts. Now that the boss isn't here, how are we going to investigate?" It might not necessarily be related to demons and ghosts. Li Mu asked. Do you still remember what the old man said just now? What did he say? Lin Wan and Zhao Yong are going to be married. What's wrong with being married? Zhang Shan asked blankly. Then, as if he realized something, he quickly said, Wait, Zhao Yong? Which Zhao Yong? Li Mu said, The Zhao Yong you saw just now. Zhang Shan was stunned and said, Isn't he going to be married to the county minister's daughter? Li Mu nodded and said, Yes. After all, he was a constable and was used to seeing people's hearts. Zhang Shan quickly realized something and murmured, Lin Wan just disappeared, and Zhao Yong is going to be married to the county minister's daughter. Could it be that Lin Wan's disappearance was caused by the Zhao family? Li Mu nodded and said, I suspect so too. Zhang Shan thought for a moment, and his expression suddenly became serious. He said, Don't tell me you want to get involved in this matter. Don't blame me for not reminding you. We are just constables. If we get involved in such trivial matters, we will be doing our job well. This case is not something we can handle. Not to mention us, even the county magistrate doesn't dare to get involved. If he could sit in the county government peacefully, Li Mu wouldn't be willing to risk his job or even his life. Unfortunately, justice for Lin Wan was not only related to the hurdle in Li Mu's heart, but also related to the hurdle in his life. Lin Wan was the key for him to condense the first spirit. The emotional power of a resentful spirit was equal to that of hundreds or thousands of old ladies supported by Li Mu. Time was life for Li Mu. He couldn't waste most of his time on helping old ladies cross the road. This case was extremely dangerous. Li Mu didn't want to implicate anyone. He looked at Zhang Shan and shook his head. Go back. Don't get involved in this matter anymore. Zhang Shan was surprised and said, You really want to get involved? I have to. Zhang Shan looked at him for a long time and said slowly, Sometimes I really wonder if you are still the Li Mu I know. It seems that you have changed a lot since you died last time. You used to be the most timid person. No matter what case you encountered, you would hide as much as you could. You never took the initiative to provoke these things, Li Mu said. It's because I died once that I understand how to live. As his voice fell, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind him. Since you have died once, why don't you cherish your life? Why do you have to touch things that you can't touch? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.